Even for Henrix, an elite card demigod with a powerful inter-realm teleportation origin card, exploring the myriad realms without a specific destination or coordinates was perilous. Despite his deep-seated dream of traversing these realms, Henrix dared not use his origin card to fulfill it, instead sticking to realms connected to the card world through gate dungeons. The only reason Henrix discovered the Lil Red Storm realm was due to his late master, a master of card world whom he had killed. His master shared Henrix's dream of exploring the myriad realms, a passion that had seeded this dream within him and ultimately blossomed into his origin card. Having experienced his master willing to turn him into a mindless slave to monopolize his origin card, Henrix, who had to kill his master, kept his origin card a secret from everyone so other masters would not covet his origin card. Though tragic, this ultimately resulting in his discovery of the Lil Red Storm realm. Also, this secrecy allowed him to seamlessly maintain two identities: the central government's corrupt field marshal and the mysterious leader of the revolutionary organization Freedom Fighters. Henrix carefully juggled these identities but slipped during a heated battle at the Way Beyond and ended up using his origin card's ability to save Field Marshal Heatsend instinctively. While this helped him gain her favor, it also led to unnecessary complications in his life. However, it all seemed worthwhile when it all came together to help him steal the D-rank Silvergate dungeon from the southern region. Now, though he regretted his actions, as the Freedom Fighters were neither strong nor prepared to handle the consequences of gaining the all-world leader's attention. Regardless, the only reason he learned about the Lil Red Storm realm was through a series of unfortunate events that he managed to overcome. Asking him to find another similar realm would be akin to asking him to commit suicide, as teleporting without proper coordinates was equivalent to self-destruction. While he didn't want to burn bridges with Wyatt, he would be left with no choice if the situation were to force him. Therefore, even at the risk of offending Wyatt, he spoke the truth, making it clear that the Lil Red Storm realm was all he could offer. Beyond that, finding another realm that met his requirements was beyond his abilities. He would rather remain a prisoner than use his origin card to aimlessly explore the myriad realms in search of a suitable realm. "Don't worry. This realm is more than enough," Wyatt replied to Henrix, who was feeling a bit edgy due to the field marshal's rough treatment. "You heard him. Let go of me," Henrix immediately demanded of the field marshal, who was taking pleasure in his misery. Her grin widened, and the blatant scorn in her eyes intensified when she heard Wyatt say, "Hold on. What's the rush? I need to talk to you." "Sure, but first ask her to release me." Henrix agreed, but demanded to be freed from the field marshal's pseudo-celestial space rule domain first. Before Wyatt could speak, the field marshal warned him, "Wyatt, he's acting too jumpy. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's keep him restrained a little longer." Wyatt agreed with the field marshal, finding Henrix's actions a bit suspicious and asking, "Do you have something to tell me?" Henrix sighed and revealed, "Nothing I didn't already warn you about. It's the realm's fragile space, frequent storms, and catastrophic meteor strikes. The strong wind currents and the dark clouds slowly covering the sky predict that this place is going to be hit by a storm. Don't dismiss it as a regular storm. Because of this realm's fragile space, even a regular storm will have catastrophic consequences, such as this entire area's space being riddled with tears and collapsing on itself. The same is true in the case of a meteor strike or shower. If you plan to stay on this realm longer, you'd better get out of this area within the storm's radius as fast as possible. I wanted to warn you about this before taking my leave, but she used that opportunity to trap me again, diverting my attention. Then one thing led to another, and it slipped my mind." Listening to Henrix's explanation, Wyatt gave the field marshal a blank stare. Before he could ask to release Henrix, she immediately recalled her pseudo-celestial rule domain, freeing Henrix, but she still quibbled. "That doesn't explain why you were being so impatient. Let me strip you of your bloodline for a few hours and see how you'll act," Henrix said grudgingly. He was used to depending on the unique connection between his origin card and the space. Without it, he was like a fish out of water. His irritation was relatable. Wyatt nodded in understanding, as he too would react the same way if he were unable to feel the presence of his soul pupils or the calamity, soul gem, for a few minutes. Especially in a dangerous realm like this one, where everything was designed to prevent life from blossoming. The field marshal wanted to retort to Henrix, but stayed quiet when she saw Wyatt glaring at her in warning. He then turned to Henrix and asked, "Have you heard of the realm Red Alps?" Red Alps? I don't recall any realm with such a name. I name the realms I visit myself for my convenience, since it's difficult for me to interact with natives to learn the true name of their realm. I might have been there. Can you tell me something else about that realm? It might help me remember. Unlike the Demon Codex, Henrik's origin card did not come with a universal translator skill along with its inter-realm teleportation skill. So, Wyatt could relate to Henrik's experience of entering an alien planet and not being able to talk to the natives due to the language barrier. Although higher-level beings could communicate mentally, they would also covet Henrik's to learn his secrets. Hence, Henrik stuck to what he knew and could handle. Red Alps has many mountain ranges covered in red snow. It is inhabited by red-skinned dwarves with feet that are too big for their body size. They are known as Redfoot in the Myriad Realms. Wyatt narrated everything distinctive he could think of about the Red Alps realm. Ah, I remember now. I have been to that realm. I call it the Blood Snow realm, Henrix exclaimed, but soon he frowned and warned. If you have any idea of going to that realm, forget it. That realm was invaded by dark races and has successfully been occupied by them. The demons have enslaved all the natives and are using them to mine its resources. Within a few years, there will be nothing left in that realm but mountains of corpses, unless the dark races occupying that realm plan to destroy it to tie up loose ends. Listening to Henrix, both Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen's faces turned sullen. They felt bad not only because of the Redfoot tribe's fall, but also because they understood the dire consequences of failing to protect Card World in the upcoming demon invasion. The Redfoot, once a proud and resilient people, had been reduced to mere slaves, their lives devoid of meaning or purpose. Their homeland, once a vibrant and thriving ecosystem, had been ravaged by the dark races, its natural beauty replaced by desolate wastelands. The thought of what might happen to Card World if the demons were to succeed in their invasion was a terrifying prospect. Henrik's warning served as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked beyond the familiar realms. It was a sobering realization for Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen, who still hadn't started any preparation for the upcoming demon invasion. They knew that they had to do everything in their power to prevent the demons from gaining a foothold in Card World. The fate of not only their own realm, but also the countless others in it depended on them. "Give me that realm's coordinates," Wyatt requested Henrix, planning to visit it after he finished his business in Lil Redstorm realm. He wanted to find the young Redfoot he had encountered in the Inter-Realm city to learn and understand the downfall of the Redfoot tribe in their own realm. Wyatt planned to understand the various strategies the demons had at their disposal to take over a realm. After all, taking over a realm was more than just a matter of strength. His victory over the Voltronian on Earth and the ancient Card Apprentice's victory over the dark races in the first demon invasion were proof of this. He was worried that the 7 princes of Hell might choose to recruit outside help if their invasion of Card World were to go south. Wyatt's plan here was simple. He needed to prepare for every possible situation, regardless of how improbable it was, because fate of billions of lives depended on it. Listening to Wyatt demand coordinates for a realm that had fallen to the demon invasion, even after his warning, Henrix frowned. Just as he was about to reject him as a concerned elder, the field marshal beat him to the punch. She exclaimed in distress, "Wyatt, you are being reckless now." Wyatt ignored the field marshal and repeated himself to Henrix, "Give me the coordinates and take your leave." Listening to Wyatt's tone, Henrix swallowed his saliva and forwarded the coordinates to Wyatt's grimoire, believing the field marshal would stop Wyatt from doing something reckless. He was suddenly grateful to the field marshal for helping him dodge a bullet. He knew the only reason Wyatt reacted so mildly was because it was the field marshal who had denied him. Had it been him who spoke up, Wyatt's reaction would have been completely different. His deep tone was evidence of that. "I will be on my way then." "Princess, take care," Henrix said, immediately taking his leave to avoid becoming collateral damage in their fight. Considering the temper of the field marshal and Wyatt, it was a very likely possibility. Making sure Henrix had left, Wyatt turned to face the field marshal and sternly reminded her, "Field Marshal, I am glad you think of me as one of your grandchildren. But when on official business, I am your leader. Your job is to follow my lead without any question. Let me worry about the consequences. Got it. Understood. The field marshal immediately responded, understanding her mistakes so far. She couldn't agree with Wyatt more. Therefore, she dropped the matter of him collecting the coordinates of Red Alp's realm from Henrik's and did not bring it up again. But, she added, Wyatt, remember, if you need someone to share the weight on your shoulder, you have a group of friends and subjects who will be happy to do so without any question or complaint. The field marshal understood that it was wrong of her to project her grandchildren onto Wyatt while on duty. He was her liege, and while on duty, he didn't need a protective grandma, but a loyal knight to execute his orders without question or delay. But she also felt that Wyatt's way of doing things wasn't completely correct. He burdened himself with all the responsibility, even the little ones. His way of doing things was exhausting, especially when he had good friends and subordinates who would be glad to be of use to him. He could share a little burden with each of them instead of shouldering everything alone. I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Wyatt understood where the field marshal was coming from. He had also recently given this some thought. However, he was accustomed to doing things a certain way, so it would be hard for him to change, but not impossible. It will take time. Also, I haven't been completely honest with you about the celestial rule domain, Wyatt said. Now that they were talking, he decided to come clean. He didn't want the field marshal to waste time trying to recreate the celestial rule domain using the pseudo-celestial rule domain. Her mastery of the pseudo-celestial rule domain was already at a satisfactory level. Spending more time on it would lead nowhere. With the second demon invasion on the brink, every minute was precious for her to grow stronger. He had to point her in the right direction or help her find something new. Borrowing celestial force from the native realm Wuchi on another realm was very difficult. Yet, the field marshal was not only borrowing celestial force from the card world, but also using it to create the pseudo-celestial rule domain. Although weaker and smaller in size, it was still impressive. Clearly, her control over her divinity's spiritual channel was impressive, proving she wasn't among the top 10 card apprentices just for show. I know it's impossible to forge a celestial rule domain if you don't have your own celestial force. I had Dre help me borrow books on it from the Infinity Library. It wasn't clearly mentioned in the books, but I concluded as such based on what was written in your demonstration of the celestial rule domain. However, I can't deny that it's a very powerful skill, even if I can only use the false version. Therefore, I've decided to continue perfecting it, the field marshal revealed, astonishing Wyatt. Now he was starting to understand why she was among the top 10 card apprentices. It wasn't just her bloodline and unique eyes that gave her an edge, but her perception of skills and abilities was very strong. She wasn't to be underestimated. Her potential was very high. Now that she had made her debut in the myriad realms as a devil merchant, there was no telling what she could achieve. Wyatt grinned dumbly, imagining the field marshal's future prospects as a devil merchant. He believed she would have surpassed the card world's limits and more in a few months. He couldn't help but feel proud as she was one of his strongest comrades with sky-high potential. With his support, he could see her entering the ranks of the ruler class or even surpassing it alongside him. The most important part for him above all else was that he could trust her. Seeing Wyatt's dumb grin as he daydreamed, the field marshal had a sense of foreboding. She couldn't help but wonder what Wyatt was thinking about. If only she knew that Wyatt had already begun planning her future for her, she might have reminded him of his words. You are my liege. Don't try to be my father. Wyatt, what are we doing here? Whatever it is, you better hurry or let us leave this area pronto. The field marshal awakened Wyatt from his daydream. Sensing the wind currents growing stronger and both suns of this realm being covered by dark clouds. With the field marshal's timely reminder, Wyatt scanned his surroundings, finding an approaching storm. He ordered, Field Marshal, let's get out of the storm's path and find a peaceful location for our temporary shelter. Temporary shelter? The field marshal blurted, pondering Wyatt's intentions in this lifeless foreign land. How long are we going to stay here? She asked. Not long. Let's head cast, Wyatt replied. The Hive Owl had predicted the storm's path based on wind currents. Coming from the north, it would head southwest, so they needed to go east. Wyatt immediately headed east at his fastest speed, but soon felt a gentle warmth around his waist and smelled a familiar fragrance. The field marshal had picked him up in her embrace and used the space rule to displace them both 35 miles from their original location in a fraction of a second. Arriving at a safe location, the field marshal let go of Wyatt, commenting, "This place is good enough for us to build our temporary shelter." Wyatt disagreed. He scanned their surroundings, noticing a canyon-like formation, the only place in the barren red planet with shade from the harsh temperature of its two suns. After careful observation, he determined it was actually a mountain range. The natural abrasions and chafings indicated that strong wind currents had sculpted the mountains into a deep, narrow valley over centuries. However, Wyatt couldn't feel the wind currents surrounding were strong enough to have transformed a mountain range into a canyon. The present wind current were too mild. They could not curve a mountain range into a valley regardless of the time period. "I'm missing something," Wyatt muttered to himself, trying to figure out the canyon's formation because he felt whatever created it would hinder them if they built their temporary shelter here. Suddenly, thinking of something, he lifted his head to stare at the sky. Ignoring the blinding brightness of the planet's two suns, he observed the sky carefully and found a tiny moon in the western sky. He nodded, uttering, "My suspicions were correct." Seeing a moon in the morning sky, Wyatt understood that this planet had multiple moons, just like it had two suns. He guessed that while the wind currents in this location were mild in the morning, at night, when all the moons appeared, they grew strong enough to curve the mountain range into a huge canyon over a long period, making this location less ideal for them to build their temporary shelter. "What's wrong?" the field marshal asked, hearing Wyatt mutter to himself without explaining anything. "We can't stay here. Let's find a different place," Wyatt said. Just as he finished, multiple bright streams of light flashed above in the sky like fireworks, attracting their attention. "It's a meteor shower," the field marshal exclaimed excitedly. The sight of multiple meteors descending from the sky, emitting brilliant lights in a foreign red land, was mesmerizing, even with the bright suns dampening their brilliance. "They will descend a few hundred miles from here. Let's head there and worry about making a temporary shelter later," Wyatt said excitedly. Ever since he learned that a demon/devil merchant can use the devil merchant code's interrealm transportation function to mine meteors, he had been itching to expand his business to the meteor mining industry, but hadn't been able to due to his previous financial constraints. Now that multiple meteors had arrived at his doorstep, Wyatt didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Okay," the field marshal nodded and was about to grab Wyatt and displace them both to the meteor shower strike location, but Wyatt dodged her grasp by using his version of the Agent Lewis Forger's instant teleportation technique. The field marshal's eyes widened in surprise. Her intense sense had noticed Wyatt using her spiritual channel to appear behind her. Though curious, she didn't ask him about it. Instead waited for him to explain whatever his reason to interrupt her, who was just following his orders, was. "Let's use our flight cards to fly over there. I want to scan the landscapes of this world on our way there," Wyatt revealed. The field marshal nodded in agreement and summoned a luxurious military shuttle shaped like a two-person canoe, saying, "Get on. It will be easy for you to scan the ground with your unique eyes as I drive." "Good thinking," Wyatt commented, getting on the shuttle. The field marshal curiously asked, "Is there something special about this world's ground?" "I suspect there is. You two keep an eye out, will you?" Wyatt didn't want to reveal anything until he had confirmed his suspicions. "Sure, but what should I keep an eye out for?" The field marshal agreed in a complaining tone, as Wyatt wouldn't explain what he was looking for on this barren land. Her curiosity was growing with each passing second. "You will know when you find it," Wyatt replied, focusing on scanning the ground using his primordial soul pupils. They had covered over 105 miles, but neither Wyatt nor the field marshal had found anything peculiar about or in the red ground below them. However, as they passed by a wide crater, Wyatt ordered aloud, "Field marshal, stop." The field marshal descended her shuttle into the crater while simultaneously using her unique eyes to scan the ground and sense what exactly had excited Wyatt. "Soon," she exclaimed in astonishment, "there's a huge deposit of liquid spirit gold down there." "Yep," Wyatt agreed excitedly, using his primordial soul pupils and high-val in combination to calculate the amount of the liquid spirit gold deposit in the ground. "It's almost 15 cubic miles in size," the field marshal announced her rough estimate based on her intense sense. 15.61 cubic miles to be exact, Wyatt corrected, as soon as his live AI had finished its calculation. How did you know to search for a natural deposit of liquid spirit gold on this realm? How did you know to search for a natural deposit of liquid spirit gold on this realm? The field marshal asked Wyatt in puzzlement. Based on her knowledge, today was the first time he had learned about this realm and stepped on it. So, how did he know that this realm would have such an astronomical natural deposit of liquid spirit gold? Correction, it's not a natural deposit, but the remains of a meteor. Also, I had no idea we would find a liquid spirit gold deposit here. I was just searching for the remains of the meteors that fell on this realm. As the meteors aren't entirely made of rocks, but also different rare and precious minerals and resources. When I heard Henrik say this realm was plagued by constant meteor strikes and showers, I guessed that this realm must be filled with many rare resources. My bet was correct. It's a treasure trove, and that ignorant idiot, Henriks, not only handed us coordinates to it, but personally led us to it. What's even more interesting is that these resources keep getting accumulated because of the meteors falling on this realm. Even if we were to mine this entire realm, its resources would be renewed by other meteor remains. Now that Wyatt had confirmed his speculations, he finally revealed his thoughts to the field marshal. Wyatt, are you sure this isn't a natural deposit but the remains of a meteor? Because if a meteor more than 15 cubic meters in size were to hit this realm and the realm miraculously managed to survive such a catastrophic impact, this crater we are standing on would have been a lot wider and deeper. The field marshal pointed out the very thing bugging Wyatt about this liquid spirit gold, LSG deposit. The on-site evidence wasn't adding up to his speculations. I can guarantee you that this LSG deposit is not a natural deposit and is indeed the remains of a big meteor or even a large-scale meteor shower, but you're correct about the crater. The size of the crater created by the impact should have been a lot wider and deeper. It's not adding up, Wyatt mused aloud. He was able to vouch that the LSG deposit was not a natural deposit and was indeed the remains of a big meteor or a meteor shower, because if it had been a natural deposit, the LSG deposit would have been on the surface ground of the realm's crust, like within a mountain or a valley, and spread across the landscape. It was a known fact that LSG deposits were found on surface ground. That was the case in the card world. It remained a fact inside the dungeons too. However, on this realm, the LSG deposit, though close to the surface ground, was deep in the crust, and all of the LSG was concentrated in a single location, forming a cluster. It was like it got buried by the impact. Then, recalling the meteor shower they saw earlier, he added, "Come to think of it, the meteor shower we saw earlier should have impacted the surface of this realm by now. Yet, it's too peaceful. Considering our distance from the area of effect, if nothing else, we should have at least felt the shock waves and the sound from the impact. But we didn't. It's as if that meteor shower vanished into thin air." "You're right, it totally slipped my mind," the field marshal agreed with Wyatt. Just as she was about to use her intense sense to sense what was happening in the direction of where the meteor shower was supposed to fall, Wyatt hurriedly ordered, "Field Marshal, take me there immediately." The field marshal recalled her shuttle and grabbed Wyatt's shoulder to displace them using her space rule. Soon, their figures vanished from the crater, leaving behind no trace of their presence. Field Marshal Heatsen stopped her skill, arriving 21 miles from the area of impact as the space there was collapsing on itself. She had no idea how long it would take for the space to stabilize so that they could inspect the area. Looking at the space that was collapsing on itself, Wyatt nodded in understanding, saying, "It seems I underestimated how fragile the space of this realm is." Seeing the space disaster before him, Wyatt knew that the meteor shower had arrived at the area of collision that he predicted, but before it could collide with the surface of the realm, its descent speed had destroyed the fragile space of this realm, causing it to collapse on itself. As a result, all the meteors were swallowed by the space disaster before they could collide with this realm's surface. Hence, they did not feel the shockwave or hear the sound from the impact. If the meteors are being swallowed by the space disaster before they can collide with this realm's surface, then where did that deposit of LSG come from? Was it a coincidence? Were we just lucky and found a natural deposit of 1.SG while trying to find the remains of a meteor? Like a mind reader, The field marshal spoke all the right questions that Wyatt was trying to figure out at present. Not getting a reply, the field marshal tore her sight from the mesmerizing display of the small-scale space disaster and moved it on to Wyatt, only to find that Wyatt was too busy using his unique eyes, analyzing the space disaster and gathering more data. Looking at Wyatt, the field marshal was stunned as she stared into his unique eyes. All of her attention was attracted by his beautiful pair of blue eyes. They appeared vast and deep as the ocean itself. Those eyes were so mesmerizing and intriguing that her mind was completely occupied by them. It was like she was obsessed with them, so much so that she was unable to take her eyes off of them. There was this profound mystery in those eyes that she tried to uncover, but it kept eluding her. She felt like she could spend the rest of her life just staring into those eyes, trying to solve their mystery. This was not the first time the field marshal had seen Wyatt's unique eyes. Yet her reaction this time around was more absurd and obsessive than the first time she saw them. She herself had zero clue as to why this was to be more accurate. She had no clue about what she was doing currently. She appeared to have lost herself in those eyes. Those eyes had not only managed to dominate her mind, but were slowly affecting her will, it appeared. Trying to understand them, the field marshal was slowly losing her individuality, her sense of self, to them. The scary part was the field marshal had no idea about what the eyes were doing to her and willingly stared deeper and deeper into them, as if uncovering the mystery of those eyes were the sole purpose of her life. Wyatt, who was focused on the space disaster, felt the gaze of the field marshal. He chose to ignore them, but as time passed, her gaze became more intense, reaching a point where he could no longer ignore them. Suppressing his irritation, Wyatt paused his work, deactivated his primordial soul pupils, and asked her in a commanding tone, "What do you want?" Finding her appear to be in a trance, he didn't dare to startle or disturb her, fearing it would have an adverse effect on her. A few seconds after Wyatt recalled his primordial soul pupils, the field marshal slowly awakened from her trance with a very strong sense of loss. She felt an overwhelming sadness, as if she had lost the meaning of her life, causing her to lose all interest in life, immediately plunging her healthy mental state into a state of severe depression. With such a vulnerable mental state, the field marshal's prowess were in disarray. She was no longer able to levitate and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wyatt reacted quickly and grabbed her. However, in his embrace, her appearance morphed into her original appearance. She was no longer appeared like an intense mature adult, but a cheerful young teenager dressed in a military uniform too big for her size, especially in her chest and buttocks region. Wyatt was able to sense the disarray in the field marshal's mental state affecting her physical state. Though he had no idea what caused this, he immediately shook the field marshal, adding, "Field marshal, what's wrong? You have to get it together. Tell me what happened." Just as he was panicking, not knowing what to do, the field marshal's diamond grimoire suddenly appeared and shone with a bright silver light, which instead of spreading out, gathered around her forehead like an angel's are but was silver in color. Soon, the concentrated light are morphed into a diamond tiara. As soon as the diamond tiara appeared on the field marshal's head, her blank and lost eyes regained their light and became lively ones again. They scanned their surroundings, and finding herself in Wyatt's embrace in her original body, she immediately got out of his embrace and assumed her public form, the intense and stern mature form, asking, "What is going on? What happened? You tell me." Wyatt replied as he was just as clueless. Listening to his reply, the field marshal frowned and tried to recall what happened, only to learn that she had turned to look at Wyatt, not getting any reply from him. But after that, she could not remember anything. This totally puzzled her. Feeling the tiara on her head, she knew something dangerous enough to kill her had transpired. Otherwise, the tiara would not appear without her summoning it. This made her want to find out about her lost memories even more. "I don't really remember what happened. I seem to have lost all memories of the last few minutes," the field marshal answered, still mulling over what might have transpired in the last few minutes, and what could have alerted the Heatsend family's heirloom card to come out of its own accord and protect her. Touching the tiara in her hair, she mentally thanked it for saving her life. Though she could convey her emotions to it, she could not communicate with it, otherwise she would have directly asked it what had happened. Feeling regret that her connection with the heirloom card was not strong enough to communicate with it, the The field marshal checked their surroundings with her intense sense and advised Wyatt. It appears this realm is a lot stranger than we previously thought. We need to be more careful. Wyatt nodded in agreement and immediately summoned his grimoire. He soon became busy with it, so the field marshal asked him, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to register the realm with the Devil Merchant Code and buy all the rights related to this realm, declaring this realm as my property, so that no demon/devil merchant can use the Devil Merchant Code to set foot on this realm," Wyatt answered the field marshal without lifting his head. As soon as they found the LSG deposit on this realm, Wyatt wanted to register and buy all the rights related to this realm from the Devil Merchant Code, but stopped because that meant his stock of devil-grade ingredients would vanish. Hence, he decided to put it off for the foreseeable future when his wallet could withstand such an expensive purchase. But now, experiencing the oddity with the field marshal, he decided to be safe than sorry and decided to register and buy all rights to this realm from the Devil Merchant Code, even if it meant he would be a pauper again. What? This realm is still not been registered with the Devil Merchant Code? I thought the demon/devil merchant who found our realm might have used the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm transportation function to scan its surroundings and found this realm already and registered it with the Devil Merchant Code. The field marshal, too, had thought about having Wyatt register the Lil Red Storm realm under his name, but stopped believing some devil/demon merchant might have beaten them to the punch. If some other devil/demon merchant had found it before us, they would have already destroyed it for its will fragments. Had any other demon/devil merchant discovered it before us, they would have likely destroyed it for its will fragments. Though Wyatt said that, he agreed with the field marshal's point and couldn't help but wonder why the first demon/devil merchant to explore the sector of the myriad realms containing Card World and Red Alps hadn't registered the Lil Red Storm realm with the Devil Merchant Code. Could it be because Lil Red Storm is too small and barren to warrant the investment of demon/devil merchant codes to assess its resources using the functions of the Devil Merchant Code? Even if it's a young realm, its will fragments would still be valuable. The fact that this realm remains untouched by foreign life suggests that demon/devil merchants haven't found it. Or perhaps they did find it, but left it alone to allow it to grow, making its will fragments more valuable. That's possible, but why didn't they register it? Maybe they assumed no one would be foolish enough to spend resources exploring a sector of myriad realms already explored by others. This way, the realm would still belong to them without any investment. Besides, if someone else were to discover it and register it, the loss wouldn't be significant. Exploring and occupying an entire sector of the myriad realms is expensive, even for a ruler-class family or guild. So, it's not surprising that demonic merchants would employ such tactics to save wealth where they can, especially when have other promising investments to spend it on. Or there could be some other reason why these realms managed to escape the eyes of the demon/devil merchants or the Devil Merchant Code's interrealm skin function. Wyatt had a strong doubt about this one, having seen the conditions of this realm. Be that as may, Wyatt was glad he had registered the realm under his name using the Devil Merchant Code and purchased rights to it. Even if he became destitute, no demon/devil merchant could enter the realm through the Devil Merchant Code without his permission. While they could still enter the realm through other methods like demon summoning sacrifice ceremonies, Wyatt believed that in a lifeless realm, demons couldn't use their traditional means to invade Lil Red Storm. Additionally, since he had bought all the rights from the Devil Merchant Code, the realm's coordinates would remain hidden from demon/devil merchants. As for any unforeseen circumstances, he would address them as they arose. Finally, there was Eilenrix. Wyatt already considered him and his freedom fighters part of his force. He had decided to bring them under his command, no matter what. If persuasion didn't work, he wouldn't hesitate to use force. But he knew it wouldn't come to that. He was certain that when Henrix informed his organization about Wyatt's offer, although there would be mixed reactions, more than half of the freedom fighters members would support it. Then, even Henrix would be forced to put aside his differences and join Wyatt's forces. Wyatt was so confident that this was not only plausible, but also inevitable, thanks to the propaganda of the Southern Princes. They had turned him into the Southern Hope by exaggerating his good deeds across the 5 regions, including their remote corners where sunlight doesn't reach. They had swayed public opinion, transforming Wyatt into a saint in the hearts of the people. even though few had met him or knew the real Wyatt. It's hard to believe a small realm like this managed to escape the notice of demonic merchants. If only our realm were this lucky, the field marshal mused aloud, sighing dejectedly at the end. She knew that wishing to change the past was a waste of time. It wasn't just luck that this realm managed to survive. Field Marshal, take me to this realm's void. Go as high above as possible. I want to see the entire realm with all its satellite bodies, Wyatt requested the Field Marshal, sensing that there was more to the mystery of why this realm remained untouched by demonic merchants while they had invaded almost all the other realms in this sector, including Card World and Red Alps. Satellite bodies? The Field Marshal asked in puzzlement, finding the term unfamiliar. I mean all its moons and other things revolving around this realm, Wyatt explained. The Field Marshal nodded, but, while executing her liege's command, asked him with concern, "Can your body survive in the void?" "Yes. Don't worry, my physique can take it," Wyatt replied with a confident smile. The Viltronian who had landed on Earth was a Grandmaster realm strong. If he was able to survive floating through space without any form of protective covering for God knows how long, Wyatt believed his hybrid Viltronian and Calamity World tree physique would be able to survive spending a few minutes in the void. Not to forget, he would be under the Field Marshal's protection. Not that he needed, but it doesn't hurt to have extra protection. "Fine, if you say so," the Field Marshal said, covering Wyatt with her intense sense as she grabbed him by the shoulder. In the next second, they both vanished from the surface of Lil Red Storm and appeared in the void surrounding it. However, upon arriving in the void, the Field Marshal was dumbfounded to find it empty where there should have been a small realm. For a moment, she thought they might be lost in the void and panicked. Seeing her panic, Wyatt advised, "Use your unique pupils. Lil Red Storm is right before us." Al-Tu had activated his primordial soul pupils to see the little realm that was invisible to regular sight. Listening to Wyatt, the Field Marshal hurriedly activated her unique pupils to find the Lil Red Storm realm indeed before them. However, for some reason, her regular sight, strengthened by her card demigod realm, was unable to find this realm even though it was right in front of her. It's invisible to regular means. No wonder it was able to evade the dark race. Amazing, the Field Marshal muttered, understanding why the realm had escaped the demonic invasion. She continued, "I know that realms, moons, and suns are round and revolve around each other. But what is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Does our card world also look like this from far out in the void?" The Field Marshal was astonished to see Lil Red Storm surrounded by 21 tiny moons and 6 large elliptical rings made of clouds of dust, mist, and asteroids. The rings were so huge that she and Wyatt couldn't see them from the surface of Lil Red Storm. The grand appearance of Lil Red Storm shattered the Field Marshal's understanding of the appearance and alignment of realms and moons. She couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Card World than she and her ancestors had explored so far. Wyatt sighed, not bothering to correct the Field Marshal or go into detail about how celestial bodies are aligned in the void. The reason the Field Marshal had never seen the complete Card World like she did with Lil Red Storm was because her native realm was more than 100 times larger. To see the entire Card World, she would have to travel much deeper into the void, which was impossible due to Card World's magnetic field and the current limitations of the Field Marshal's strength. She also didn't seem to have the skills or rules related to interrealm travel. Her command over space rules was top-notch, but interrealm travel required expertise in different rule meanings. It was already amazing that she could travel this far into the void. Wyatt answered her, "No, it's not necessary that Card World appears like this, especially considering that it doesn't have multiple suns and moons. As for the asteroid belts, I don't think our realm has one. If you have any doubts, you can use the demonic merchant code's interrealm scan function to observe the entire Card World from a third-person view. Or you can give me that money, and I can build you a world-class observatory that will allow not only you but others to observe and explore the stars and void. Many generations can learn and enjoy the stars and void just like you." Asteroid belts? Do you mean those 6 huge elliptical rings? What is their function? How do they affect or help the realm? The Field Marshal ignored Wyatt's offer and focused on learning more about Lil Red Storm and its wonders. For the Field Marshal, who had never left Card World and barely knew the most basic astronomy. All this was new. Seeing such a breathtaking scene, she couldn't help but want to understand and learn more about it. She wanted a more detailed and long-lasting mental picture. Seeing how Wyatt seemed to have an idea about all this, she couldn't help but inquire. After learning about the Infinity Library, she was no longer skeptical about Wyatt's widespread knowledge. Until today, I thought these asteroid belts existed because of the realm's unique magnetic field and served minimal purpose to the realm. But now that I've seen one in person, I believe otherwise. This entire realm is one big natural array formation, or dare I say, celestial array formation. Its primary function is to capture meteors and asteroids passing by, and its secondary function is to hide the realm's presence in the myriad realms. Using his primordial soul pupils, Wyatt had determined that this realm, together with its multiple moons and multiple elliptical asteroid belts, formed a natural array formation the very first time he saw its entire form. Now Wyatt understood why the realm's space was fragile and why large deposits of LSG they found were buried in its crust. The fragile space was an integral part of this realm's natural array, designed to safely catch meteors and asteroids and extract the resources they contain. The realm used space disasters that consumed meteors or asteroids during their descent to extract their resources, which were then buried in its crust. While Wyatt had no idea why this realm went to such lengths to collect resources instead of comprehending the rules from the origin source and creating its own resources like the other realms, he saw a huge opportunity here. He didn't mean the resources accumulated by the realm, but the celestial array formation formed by the realm to capture passing meteors and asteroids. Wyatt had come across the term celestial array formation when he was studying array formations in the Infinity Library, but he couldn't access more books and information about them since his privilege level in the Infinity Library wasn't high enough. He needed to be level 2 or higher to learn this knowledge. Then, Wyatt never got back to it, as he became busy with other things in his life. However, his luck did not allow it. Now he got to examine a real-life celestial array formation in person. That too, a celestial array formation with an amazing application such as safely capturing meteors/asteroids and extracting their resources. If Wyatt were able to study this and apply it to other realms, or just a small-scale version to farm meteors/asteroids, the resources he could accumulate would be unimaginable. Not to mention, Wyatt saw other amazing applications for this celestial array formation. However, he didn't know how long it would take for him to learn the celestial array formation without any external help. Yes, with his current talents, Wyatt was not worried about his ability to explore the mysteries of the celestial array formation and learn it. I was confident that he would not only be able to explore all its mysteries and learn it, but also create various versions of it capable of performing various applications other than just capturing meteors/asteroids and extracting their resources. After all, he was one with the source. When he could peek into the mysteries of the origin source, the mysteries of the celestial array formation were not a big deal. Although it was another thing entirely that he would die if he were to arrogantly dare to peek into the origin source's mystery. Currently, Wyatt wanted to hug Henrix and thank him for introducing to the Lil Red Storm realm. That fool thought this was a wasteland where no form of life could survive, but truth was from it. It was a treasure trove of not just rare resources, but also knowledge. Lil Red Storm chose different celestial path to advance compared to the likes of Dark Realm, Red Alps, Card World, and etc. A path known to only a few who would not share it with others with being compensated appropriately. As of now, Wyatt was one of them, though he had yet to full uncover the mystery of the celestial path chosen by Lil Red Storm and understand it. This played huge significance on his future. As a budding celestial himself, Wyatt had been searching a way to develop as celestial being along with his development as a card apprentice, Viltronian/World Calamity Tree Hybrid, and Soul Mutation/Division Practitioner. For long he did not find a suitable path to develop in this direction. However, the Lil Red Storm showed him that there are other paths for celestials to grow and advance. The path chosen by it gave Wyatt hope that somewhere out there was a path suitable for him to grow and advance as celestial being. This conclusion made Wyatt eager to advance his Infinity Library VVIP membership to 2 tier as soon as possible so that he can access the celestial rule formation collected by the librarian and his forces. But he did not let his eagerness to learn more about the celestial array formation command his action, because it hasn't been long since he continuously increased his infinity library membership tier. If he were to repeat again in such a short span of time, he was bound to attract unwanted attention. The librarian junior's attention already proving too heavy to shoulder, Wyatt did not any more of such attention. Thinking this far, Wyatt could not help but ponder, do I count as a part of the librarian's force too? Recalling he was trusted with Dre by Librarian Jr. and had promised to help him with a matter, he believed though not official, he was a confidential member of the librarian's forces. I'll maybe be a temporary member, but he was trusted with the responsibility that one of the permanent members were given, to raise a pixie. Wyatt could never forget this ticking bomb. It might be in the back of his mind, but its ticking sound always haunted him. Ever since, he found out that he was purposefully feed the confidential information of how a pixie can advance into an elder pixie. Wyatt believed he was part of bigger conspiracy that he had zero clue of. He did not dare to dig into it to uncover the truth, as he was akin to an ant for those playing this game. Not just him, the entire card world was no significance to them. Be that as it may, Wyatt was too eager to explore the mystery of Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation and learn it. He did not have time to worry about something that might or might not happen in the distant future. However, just as he was about to begin, the field marshal interrupted him asking, Wyatt, my Devil Codex received a guild invitation by a demon merchant guild named A Guild to join them. What should I do? Though the field marshal was new to the Devil Merchant Code and a soldier by trade, as an ex-princess, she knew the importance of a merchant guild to a state, therefore she did not immediately reject the invitation. She wondered if it would be of any use to her young liege in the Devil Merchant Code and sought his input before replying to the invitation. Accept the invitation. The Ezra's Genuine Goods Guild, in short the EGG Guild, is guild I just created. Also, ask the other two to do the same and use your Devil Merchant authority to advance our guild from a mere Demon Merchant Guild to the Devil Merchant Guild. Wyatt instructed the field marshal as he continued to use his primordial soul pupils to make the entire mechanism of the Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation. After Wyatt emptied his wallet to register Lil Red Storm and buy all the rights associated to the realm from the Devil Merchant Code, his Demon Merchant Codex received a notification reading, Dear Demon Merchant, the value of your total trades have exceeded the minimum requirement of total trade value to create a Demon Merchant Guild. Congratulations! You can now create your own Demon Merchant Guild. Do you want to create a Demon Merchant Guild? Yes/no. Note: to register a Demon Merchant, you need to have a base in any sector of the Interrealm City. 2. For conducting more than 95% of your trade using devil-grade ingredients. As reward, the Devil Merchant Code will help you create and register your Demon Merchant Guild for free. Yes, Wyatt decided to create a guild without a hesitation because not only was free, but the privileges that he could access through a Demon Merchant Guild were greater than that of a single Demon Merchant. Not to mention, just being a part of or backed by Demon Merchant Guild will give a lot of legitimacy and leverage to him, his members, and his personal interrealm network in the Devil Merchant Code when conducting a trade. After all, many demon/devil merchants would be more inclined to do business with the established Demon Merchant Guild than with a no-name, no-address Demon Merchant. Dear Demon Merchant, congratulations on creating a Demon Merchant Guild. Please state your guild name and guild address to register your Demon Merchant Guild. Note: ensure that your guild name doesn't imitate or copy other guild names in any way to avoid unnecessary complications. Only guilds with a base in Interrealm City, regardless of the sector, will be registered. Guild name: Ezra's Genuine Goods Guild, aka EGG Guild. Guild address: Blightbrood Club, Sector DS0909, Interrealm City. Dear Demon Merchant, 1937. Congratulations. EGG Guild has been registered. Devil Merchant Code's guild function are now available to you. Advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild to access all the guild functions. Note: please check your Demon Merchant Codex for the guild functions. You advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild by recruiting a Devil Merchant rank member. Wyatt, can we change our Devil Merchant Guild name, or just use the entire name instead of the acronym? It is too embarrassing to say I am from the EGG Guild. Besides, why this name? Should a young, energetic teenager name like Tyrant Gold Dragon Guild or something like that? The field marshal requested as she joined the EGG Guild and asked Susan and Park to do the same while going through the process of advancing their guild to the Devil Merchant Guild rank. Devil Merchant Unparalleled Soldier has joined your EGG Guild. Demon Merchant Ms. Manager has joined your EGG Guild. Demon Merchant Eternal Agony has joined your EGG Guild. Reading the guild invitation acceptance notification, Wyatt was amused by pseudonyms chosen by the field marshal, Susan, and Corey. It was a known rule to not use true name when conducting trade with a demon/devil, especially in the Devil Merchant Code. Ray was doing a good job guiding these three in the ways for the Devil Merchant Code, which was surprising considering she herself was too much of goody to choose to be a demon/devil merchant. No, you can't. I like this name. It holds a sentiment to me. As Wyatt rejected the field marshal's request to change the name of their Demon Merchant Guild, his Demon Merchant Codex received another notification, reading, Dear Demon Merchant, congratulations, your Egg Guild has met the requirement to advance from a Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. Your guild member, Unparalleled Soldier, has applied to advance your Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. As EGG Guild's Guild Master, do you agree? Yes/no. Note, your Demon Merchant Guild needs to advance to a Devil Merchant Guild to access all the guild functions of the Devil Merchant Code. Yes, Wyatt agreed to advance his Demon Merchant Guild to a Devil Merchant Guild. It was only logical as Devil Merchant Guild held more weight in the minds other Demon/Devil Merchant than a mere Demon Merchant Guild. Not to forget the various exclusive privileges only available to the Devil Merchant Guild, like full access to Devil Merchant Code's guild function. Guildmaster Wyatt, can you please reconsider our guild name? The field marshal requested Wyatt once again as she really did not like their guild name, Egg Guild. She did not understand why Wyatt would choose such an embarrassing name to begin with. Was he not ashamed to be the guild master of a guild with such an embracing name? Take me back to the surface, Wyatt said, not bothering to reject the field marshal again, and the latter appeared to have gotten the hint. Wyatt and his multiple primordial spirits together had copied the entire external design of the celestial array formation using his primordial soul pupils. Now, he needed to focus on understanding its principles and workings, which he could only do by thoroughly exploring it from within. The field marshal, understanding that nothing she said would change Wyatt's mind about their guild's name, shook her head in helplessness before proceeding to bring her young liege back to the realm's surface. She had finally found the thing she did not like about Wyatt, his naming sense. He had the worst naming sense among the people she knew. For someone who invented so many popular products appreciated and used by billions, she felt he could use a better naming sense. Returning before the space disaster that had swallowed the meteor shower, Wyatt stared at space that appeared like multiple tidal waves collapsing on them. Field Marshal, I need to figure out how this realm is using space disasters to extract the resources from the meteors/asteroids and gather resources in its crust. I could use your space rule expertise on this one. Although his primordial soul pupils allowed him to see and learn the truth of all things, his understanding of the celestial array formation would be limited by his lack of knowledge in this field. He could try to learn the required knowledge and complete the Lil Red Storm celestial array formation, but that would take a lot of time. However, if he were to recruit the field marshal's help, she could use her expertise to learn how the space disaster extracted the resources from meteors and asteroids and buried them in its realm's crust. Then, she could specifically teach Wyatt what he was missing and needed to understand this celestial array formation, instead of him having to learn every book Dre recommended to him on the application of space in array formation. Though this approach would save him a lot of time and trouble now, in the long run, he would have a learned application of space in the field of array formation once and for all, but he could do it some other time too. After all, he was short time right now, not manpower or means. It was all about time management. Yes, Wyatt would have borrowed the books from the Infinity Library by freeing some of his primordial spirits busy with decoding the celestial array formation design from him to instead comprehend the borrowed books for him. But he went against his instincts and decided to recruit the field marshal's help, because he wanted to put his words, sharing responsibility, and asking help into action. He was trying to be the change he wanted to see in himself. However, old habits die hard. In the end, unable to suppress his instincts, just to be on the safe side, he sent Dre a text through his demon codex asking her to help him borrow books on the application of space in high-rank array formations from the Infinity Library for reference. Wyatt didn't doubt the field marshal's understanding of space rules. He feared she might not have a proper grasp of the application space in array formations. Although she had rudimentary knowledge of array formations, she wasn't a full-fledged array master. Besides, change doesn't happen overnight, it requires time. As long as he was willing to take the initiative to change and put in the required effort, it was only a matter of time. Listening to Wyatt's request, the field marshal stared at him with wide eyes. Even before meeting Wyatt, she had heard her husband, grandniece, sister-in-law, and others rave about his talents in card creation and array formation. Her husband, notoriously difficult to please when it came to array formations, praised Wyatt endlessly. He even planned to use Wyatt to win bets among the heads of 5 regions' array master associations and ascend to the demigod rank, inspired by the rewarded divinity. Everyone she knew agreed that Wyatt was a genius, but they also agreed that he was too arrogant. Her husband, in particular, believed that Wyatt's arrogance would eventually be his downfall. However, upon meeting Wyatt, the field marshal saw something others hadn't. Wyatt's arrogance wasn't a product of his ego or a belief in his superiority. It was a defense mechanism, pushing people away. He might be a genius in many areas, but when it came to human relations, he seemed to have unresolved past traumas. So he preferred to keep his distance from humans altogether. However, because of his unparalleled genius and kind heart, that would never be possible. Still, was it because of fate or his kind heart? He was surrounded by good people and friends who cared about him. Being in their company appeared to be slowly healing his past traumas and opening his heart to new possibilities that he had previously closed to. Being a part of his growth and journey helped the field marshal find the satisfaction she was previously missing when working for her niece. Especially today when Wyatt decided to ask for help instead of trying to solve everything by himself. She felt she made the right choice. However, knowing that if her work were not able to meet Wyatt's standard, he would redo all of the work himself, she did not dare to slack off and planned to give her 100%. "Don't worry, Wyatt, I will not disappoint you," the field marshal declared as she activated her unique pupils to gauge the space disaster in front of her. She single-mindedly mobilized all of her attention to exploring the mystery of the space disaster in hopes to prove herself to Wyatt. Seeing her like this, who had borrowed the books on the application of space in array formation, felt a little ashamed. Yet, went ahead and assigned a few of his primordial spirits to comprehend them and share them with him and the rest of the primordial spirits. It was not that Wyatt was unable to let go of control, it was only that he strongly believed that if he wanted to get some things done right, he had to do it himself. Wyatt and his thousands of primordial spirits were multitasking to uncover and understand the mysteries of the Lil Red Storm Realm's celestial array formation. Meanwhile, the field marshal had finished analyzing the space disaster and its role in the celestial array formation. It was natural that the field marshal had finished before Wyatt and his army of primordial spirits. They were trying to master an array the size of a dwarf planet, while the field marshal had been assigned a specific piece of that puzzle and asked to find where it fits. The field marshal carefully recorded her findings in detail, along with her theories and hypotheses, and shared them with Wyatt's grimoire. "Wyatt," she informed him, "I have shared my findings with your grimoire. Go through them once and ask me if you have any doubts." With Wyatt's knowledge and talent for array formation, the field marshal felt this was sufficient. "Sure, I'll get to it when I can," Wyatt answered dismissively, returning to his research. The primordial spirits assigned to study the application of space in array formation would handle it for him. "Anything else I can help you with?" the field marshal asked, eager to assist Wyatt in any way possible. However, all she heard was, "No, you're free to do anything you want." The field marshal didn't take offense at her liege's dismissive attitude. She knew he must be too focused on his research, and the fact that he had spared a few seconds to answer her was enough for her. Besides, her research on the space disaster and its role in the celestial array formation has given her many inspirations and has been very fruitful in terms of her understanding of space. If not for her duty to guard Wyatt, she would have immediately returned home and initiated fusing her 3 space rule meanings into a space rule stream. Although her inspiration was not enough to help her complete the process, she would have made significant progress. However, she felt this was also for her good because there was always a risk of contamination if she were to use inspiration gained from another realm's space to climb further in her space rule comprehension. One had to know that inspiration and comprehension were 2 different things. Though comprehending rules from a foreign realm was a big no-no, taking inspiration from a foreign realm was not, but not entirely risk-free. Nonetheless, she was at a step in space rule comprehension where she needed all the inspiration and help she could get to pass the test of the space rule. Not to mention, the Lil Red Storm realm was part of the same sector as Card World in the Devil Merchant codes in Turelm City. So, their rules were basically the same. If she had asked Wyatt, he would have informed her she didn't have to worry about contamination. Besides, she wasn't exactly taking inspiration from that realm's space rule per se, but from that realm's celestial array formation. Hence, if there was a risk of contamination, it was negligible. In the end, the field marshal continued to stand guard beside Wyatt, fearing that with all his attention on researching the celestial array formation, he might not sense any space disasters in the vicinity that were frequent enough to be on the lookout for in this realm. However, this didn't require her full attention, so she spared a little to concentrate on the space disaster before them, further refining her inspiration from the space disaster and its application to catch meteors or asteroids, extract their resources, and bury them in the realm's crust. This would decrease the risk of contamination when using it and make it more specific to her requirements. Busy with their research, both Wyatt and the field marshal forgot about building a temporary shelter on the realm. Considering their physiques, they didn't need one. Adding to that, the realm was plagued with space disasters, so building a temporary shelter or any type of shelter didn't seem to be an immediate requirement. Countless hours passed, but night never came on the Lil Red Storm realm. Although there were times when only one sun was visible to their side of the realm, the arrangement of the 2 suns ensured that the Lil Red Storm realm would never be without a sun. Based on his current understanding of the Lil Red Storm realm's celestial array formation, Wyatt believed that sunlight played a significant role in the formation. This meant that the realm's 2 suns were also indirect participants in its celestial array formation. In other words, this array formation was not applicable to realms that do not receive uninterrupted sun energy. With this discovery, Wyatt's interest in the celestial array formation decreased by half, as it was not applicable to Card World. Yes, he could try to modify the celestial array formation to replace the sun's energy with some other energy source, but that was easier said than done. Where would he be able to find an efficient and affordable energy source that could replace the sun itself, when the sunlight was basically free? Thus, this made this particular celestial array formation useless to Wyatt's current needs. Previously, Wyatt had wanted to study this celestial array formation urgently because he wanted to modify it and apply it to Card World so that it would also function as a space weapon hurling meteors and asteroids at the devils trying to invade Card World. With such a weapon at their disposal, they would never have to worry about the demon invasion again, unless a semi-ruler or ruler-class faction took an interest in Card World, which was impossible, considering Card World would not be able to satisfy even a tenth of their appetite. However, realizing that his vision was no longer possible, mastering the celestial array formation was no longer Wyatt's priority, especially considering that he had other pressing matters to deal with, such as gauging his current strength and then attacking the Freedom Fighters' main headquarters in the Yellow Plains realm. He had a legitimate reason to do so. Hence, no one would blame him for his surprise attack, including the Freedom Fighters. After all, thieves won't complain when they get caught, but when they find their target turned out to be poorer than them. Confirming that the Lil Red Storm realm's celestial array formation required a constant supply of solar energy, mastering it became a secondary priority for Wyatt. Isle and thousands of primordial spirits had already collected and recorded all the necessary data in the hive while using their primordial soul pupils. They could gradually master it later. For now, Wyatt planned to focus on his original purpose, assessing his current strength. Seeing Wyatt unoccupied with his research, the field marshal inquired, "Wyatt, were my notes on the role of space disasters in the Lil Red Storm's celestial array formation sufficient, Or did I miss something? Wyatt paused, waiting for the primordial spirits studying space applications in array formation to share their findings. Once the information was gathered, Wyatt replied, "Your observations were accurate. Your suggestion of using space disasters to filter waste and extract resources from asteroids/meteors before burying them separately in the realm's crust was particularly inspiring. I applied it to modify the space isolation barrier array formation into a space furnace barrier array formation. This will be invaluable for large-scale or refining." Really, the field marshal was flattered to hear Wyatt say her observation and inputs were inspiring for him and helped him modify an array formation. Then, she asked, "How efficient is the space furnace barrier array formation compared to the refining array formation currently used in the card world? You tell me. I'll be using it in a minute," Wyatt said as he flipped through his grimoire to familiarize himself with the changes his card Grandmaster Realm's baptism using the origin source's energy had brought him. The number of his traits, physique, and skills had decreased because the origin source's energy had fused them. The resulting traits, physique, and skills not only did they retain their original effects, but it also enhanced and modified them to perform optimally when using any form of energy derived from primordial energy. After all, primordial energy was believed to be the source of all energies. Wyatt was currently familiar with soul energy, curse energy, celestial force, and primordial energy, among the various energies in the myriad realms. Thanks to his card Grandmaster Realm's baptism using the origin source's energy, he could now utilize all four of these energies with his physiques, traits, and skills, or altogether without fearing any sort of backlash, and could be reckless to his heart's content. This harmony between the energies was a significant addition to his prowess. Apart from its obvious advantage in prolonged battles, it would make using various combo moves easier. He could now attempt many combo moves that he had previously avoided due to the fear of backlash from the clash between distinct energies. Just imagining himself bombarding enemies with one powerful combo after another, Wyatt became excited and couldn't wait to try it out. Therefore, he immediately ordered his 1024 primordial spirits to stop their current tasks and integrate with their respective SSS-rank blood curses, which he had specifically chosen and purchased for them, to enter the Blood Curse incarnation form. A Grandmaster realm being entering the Blood Curse incarnation with 1024 SSS rank curses was unheard of in the myriad realms, as it never occurred or attempted in its entire history. However, today a no-name card apprentice was not only going to attempt it, but achieve it successful and survive. Even if the beings in the myriad realms were to hear of this feat, they wouldn't believe it, dismissing it as a false rumor. It was impossible in the reality they knew. However, today, one being in the entire myriad realm was about to witness the impossible and have her understanding of reality refreshed. The field marshal, who was eagerly anticipating Wyatt's initiation of the space furnace barrier array formation, suddenly froze, sensing an ominous, unfathomable energy emanating from him. Awakening from her stupor, she instantly used her innate sense to understand what was happening in the body of her young liege. She discovered that the sinister energy within him continued to widely grow. Attempting to gauge the depth of this energy, she felt as if there were no bottom to it. She did not understand how could a mortal body contain such bottomless sinister energy. She was unable to comprehend how her liege could contain such a vast amount of sinister energy while still functioning as a normal card apprentice. In a panic, she decided to intervene and rid his body of that sinister energy. However, before she could act, she heard her liege in her mind. "Field Marshal, let me be completely honest with you for a change." Though she trusted her liege and his abilities, the field marshal remained on guard, prepared to intervene if her young liege needed her. After all, the sinister energy was growing rapidly within his body, unchecked. If this continued, she feared the energy would exceed his mortal vessel's capacity and explode. However, her fears were unfounded. She soon felt the sinister energy within her liege's body slow down and stabilize, elevating his realm from card grandmaster to card demigod. Not just any demigod, but the pinnacle of the demigod realm, known throughout the card world. Sensing Wyatt's current realm, the field marshal herself felt a mortal threat from her young liege. Eiler instincts screamed at her to be cautious of the boy she was supposed to guard. These instincts quickly overwhelmed her rational mind, prompting her to retreat a few steps in preparation for a fight, awakening the fierce beast within her. Sensing the strong, sinister energy enough to threaten her, she could not help but get excited. But before she could act on these newly awakened instincts, her diamond tiara shone brightly, erasing the momentum of the sinister energy within Wyatt's body and preventing it from provoking her feral instincts, giving back control to her rational mind. Back in control, the field marshal was ashamed because if not for the Heatsend royal family's heirloom card, she would have attacked her lich. Once Wyatt's sinister energy anchored at the pinnacle of the card demigod realm, the field marshal detected its origin. To her shock, she discovered numerous SSS rank curses within him. While her intense sense couldn't penetrate his mutated ego gem, she estimated there were over 1,000 SSS rank curses within him. Surprisingly, Wyatt appeared unaffected despite integrating so many curses to enter his blood curse incarnation form. The field marshal was familiar with his transformations, but was astonished by the lack of change. Previously, using a few dozen SSS rank curses, Wyatt's features had morphed to resemble a blood-red, sinister humanoid demon. However, this time, with over 1,000 SSS rank curses integrated within him, his appearance and mentality remained unaffected and unchanged, except for a raise in his realm that temporarily stabilized at the card world's known peak strength. The field marshal couldn't help but ask him in amazement, "How is this even possible? Did you make an advancement in your blood rule comprehension? Your current blood curse incarnation form looks very refined and in harmony with the before despite housing more than 1,000 SSS rank curses within you." "Yes, I already achieved Trinity in blood rule comprehension and am preparing to forge a blood rule stream. However, that is not why I have such control on my blood curse incarnation form despite integrating more than 1,000 SSS rank curses within me. It is because the mutation of my soul and ego gem is finally complete. As such, my current blood curse incarnation form is more stable, allowing me to stay in this form for a longer period of time," Wyatt answered as he scrutinized his realm and physique, trying to get a sense of the enhancement he gained in his current form. The field marshal nodded, even though she had no idea what Wyatt meant by the completion of his soul and ego gem mutation. Wasn't mutation a one-time thing? Were there stages to it like partial and complete mutation? She pondered. She did not even bother to use her intense sense on his ego gem to note the changes to it and understand what Wyatt meant, knowing that it was a dead end. She was most aware that Wyatt's mutated ego gem could block any type of spying maintaining his secrecy. "Field Marshal, I need a sparring partner. You up for it?" Wyatt asked the field marshal to be his sparring partner for two reasons. The first reason was that thanks to her strength, she would make an excellent sparring partner for him to test his current prowess, and the second was that this way he would be able to show the extent of his power to the field marshal such that she would stop focusing on being his bodyguard and be of more use to him in other ways, recruiting capable and trustworthy allies. After all, considering her popularity as the Southern hero, if she were to plan a coup, more than half the Southern region would willingly stand behind her. Not only did she have the royal bloodline, but she also had enough achievements to prove that she had the Southern region's best interests in mind. If someone of her reputation and popularity were to start a coup, then the Southern citizens would start to doubt that the Heatsend royal family must have done something wrong to warrant a reaction from the field marshal. The Southern region's citizens had such trust in Field Marshal Heatsend. Not to mention they all knew her was proud and honorable by nature, as such she would not sort to something as lowly as a coup without a good reason. This was the invisible authority Field Marshal Heatsend held over the Southern region and its citizens. She had such an effect even before her niece, the Southern princess, used her media power to further consolidate this authority and image of hers in the hearts of every Southerner. Considering the Field Marshal's achievements, promoting her was as easy as breathing air for the Southern princess. One should not forget that it was the Field Marshal's seal of approval that allowed the Southern princess to gain a solid foothold among the high society of the Southern region, despite her being a woman and her scandal with Gainover. It was another thing that this foothold by her own merit further evolved into a fearful authority that allows the Southern princes to control the Southern region from the shadows even today. All in all, if the Field Marshal had not made way for the Southern princess and later stood by her side, it would have been very difficult for the Southern Princess to achieve her current grip on the Southern region. Just losing the Field Marshal's support had already loosened her grip on the Southern region. If not for her quick thinking and carefully laid out a trap, instead of this incident becoming an opportunity for her to purge those against her, it would have become the opportunity for her haters to steal her authority from her. It would be foolish of Wyatt to keep someone with such authority and influence as his bodyguard instead of having her help him consolidate his authority and influence in not just the Southern region, but all 5 regions. After all, her authority and influence as one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices was not just for show. Not to forget the Field Marshal's military experience and achievements. If she were to will it, she could help Wyatt turn his novice forces into a well-organized and strong army that knew honor but no fear. Sure, why not? Make your move whenever you are ready. The Field Marshal nonchalantly agreed to Wyatt's request for her to act as his sparring partner. After all, she too was curious how strong Wyatt was in his current form. After all, it had alarmed her feral instincts. Getting the green signal from the Field Marshal, Wyatt decided to start off with a combo of punches and kicks with his full might to get the latter to take this sparring session seriously. Wyatt mobilized his full might and used his rudimentary combat knowledge to throw a series of punches and kicks at the Field Marshal in combo. He did not make use of any combat arts cards because he wasn't sparing with Field Marshal to win against her, but to gauge his power and to understand his strength in each of his forms. It was an important step in his pursuit of comprehending his strength thoroughly. In his current form, Wyatt's attacks casually ripped the realm's fragile space, causing various spatial tears to appear. Ignoring these spatial tears, Wyatt continued with his attack, as these spatial tears immediately closed as they formed. Though the realm's space was fragile, it displayed a strong vitality. Hence, it was able to heal instantly. If not for space's strong vitality, considering the constant space disasters in this realm, the realm would have long been left in shambles by a series of space disasters. Your attacks are fast and pack quite a power, but charging ahead like a wild boar will get you nowhere. Without proper technique, your agility and strength are like a sword with a dull blade. The Field Marshal commented, dodging Wyatt's series of punches and kicks by a hair's breadth. Though the attacks appeared to be a close miss, she did not even have to use her unique eyes to see through the shortcomings of Wyatt's attack and evade them. The raw power displayed by Wyatt in his blood incarnation form was enough to threaten her, but it was not enough to get her on her toes. She has been through countless battles, fighting those who were larger and stronger than her. Her combat arts and experience were all refined to perfection. In her long lifespan, she had achieved sage-level mastery in various combat arts and was hailed as a combat genius. In front of a combat sage like her, Wyatt's rudimentary combat arts were nothing, even if they were backed by a power strong enough to be considered as the peak in the card world. Still, one had to understand that for the Field Marshal to praise an attack as fast and powerful was not a small deal. She has fought many powerful enemies in her lifetime, so it wasn't easy to impress her. Her praise could only mean that the might displayed by Wyatt was strong enough to hurt her, but he wasn't experienced enough to use his might to hurt her. Wyatt did not need the Field Marshal to tell him that he wasn't a skilled combatant. His strategy so far has been to overpower and crush his enemy with an overwhelming magnitude of power and incomprehensible abilities. However, this only worked on enemies weaker and with less means than him. When he met skilled combatants with a lot of combat experience like Agent Forger, Belphegor's Worldhog Incarnation, etc., he could only resort to what the people called trickery to defeat them. But he preferred to call it outsmarting his enemies. Ignoring the Field Marshal's comment, Wyatt once again attacked her with a series of punches and kicks with all his might. The reason he was repeating the same pattern of attacks was that the live owl was collecting data on him and his more than 1,000 primordial spirits as they utilized the power of 1024 SSS rank curses. Wyatt's goal was to check if he and primordial spirits were able to mobilize the strength of all 1024 SSS rank curses efficiently without any loss of power midway. Now the number of curses being used has increased. It would not be surprising that there were some energy losses. He was certain about it. He just needed to know how much was the current efficiency and loss before he could start modifying the Blood Rules Blood Curse incarnation. Seeing Wyatt not consider her remarks about his combat skills and continue to bullishly attack her with all his might without any technique, She frowned and decided to let him experience what she meant. Instead of evading his attacks like before, she took them head-on, gracefully displaying the bright elegance of a saga. She instinctively mobilized minimum power to use the power in Wyatt's attacks and counter his series of punches and kicks. In the end, she finished with a strong punch to his gut, sending him hurling back at an insane speed. Before Wyatt could react to the field marshal's finishing punch, he found his body was already flying back at a speed and with a force that made it impossible for him to halt his retreating body midair. However, he suddenly felt the moment of his retreating body decrease and his surroundings go dark. His entire body felt an unfathomable pressure being applied to it from all directions. Fortunately, his physique was near invincible and was able to withstand the pressure. But the pain was too real. Trying to make sense of what was going on, he learned that he had entered a space disaster. The pressure being applied on his body from all directions was none other than the collapsing space. It turns out that because of the speed of his retreating body, the Lil Red Storm realm had mistaken him for a small meteor, triggering its celestial array formation. Hence, he was caught in a space disaster that was now trying to refine his body in an effort to extract resources. Comprehending his circumstance, Wyatt stopped struggling and let the space disaster do its thing, as he knew that it would not be able to hurt his body. Even if it did, his primordial calamity, Soul Gem, would still be intact, as it was invulnerable. Not to mention, ultimately the array would bury him in the Lil Red Storm realm's crust. Knowing the end result, Wyatt planned to use this opportunity to experience the realm's array on himself. However, Wyatt felt another power cover his body, trying to carefully drag him out of the space disaster. It was the field marshal. Soon he received a mental transmission from her. "Wyatt, do you have a death wish? Why did you let the space disaster swallow you, and why aren't you trying to get out? Don't tell me you plan to let it kill you." "Field Marshal, leave. Let me be." Wyatt asked the field marshal to leave him alone and not try to save him without giving her a proper explanation. This caused her to misunderstand his intentions to stay in the space disaster and inquire in distress. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly acting suicidal? Why does your mind keep jumping to the worst?" "I'm not suicidal. I'm simply using this opportunity to test the celestial array formation. Don't worry, there aren't many things that can kill me in the entire myriad realms. Come back in roughly 15 minutes. The space disaster should have buried me in the realm's crust by then. That is, if my calculations are correct," Wyatt explained to the field marshal to deter her from interfering with his research. "Then, what about our sparring session?" the field marshal inquired, suspecting Wyatt was avoiding their practice. Now she regretted not going even more easier on him. Seeing his strength was on par with hers, she thought he could handle her easy mode, but it seemed he wasn't even fit for her tutorial mode. This prompted her to consider creating an entirely new mode to get him started. Except for his power, Wyatt truly sucked at combat skills. Considering his age, she could understand his lack of combat experience, but seeing him fail to execute even the most basic combat arts properly, she wondered if she had found the one thing Wyatt was bad at. However, considering that Wyatt had somehow managed to achieve prowess equal to hers at such a young age, the field marshal believed that with more time, he might be able to overcome his only shortcoming, his miserable combat skills. It was painful for her to watch him possess the power to dominate the world, but display subpar combat skills that even a street thug would be ashamed of. She couldn't help but wonder, with such terrible combat skills, how he had managed to defeat Agent Louis Forger, known for defeating many demigods when still in her semi-demigod realm, and the world hog incarnation of a devil who could manipulate time and had easily taken down about 4 teams of elite demigods. "Let's continue once I come out. I still have other abilities and forms to test," Wyatt replied. "Fine. I'll be monitoring the space disaster. If you need help, signal me. I'll rescue you immediately," the field marshal informed before withdrawing her space rule, which was interfering with the space disaster to shield Wyatt. Unlike the field marshal, who was ashamed of his combat skills, Wyatt was not a bit ashamed about his lacking combat skills. The field marshal, being a soldier, tended to lean toward the phrase "might makes right," but Wyatt, as a scholar, obviously believed in the power of the mind. Someone like the field marshal would not consider Wyatt's fighting style honorable, labeling it as trickery. However, Wyatt would strongly disagree, claiming that there was no honor in fighting to begin with. Only animals and beasts fight. Sentient species such as them should not drop to their level. Still, he did agree with the field marshal that without proper skills and technique, his strength was like a sword with a dull blade. The only reason he was willing to improve his combat skills was to make use of his power more efficiently, with minimal losses for self-defense. Apart from that, he did not see any merit in combat arts. His sparring session with the field marshal was enlightening. He understood that in his 1,000-blood curse incarnation form, he possessed strength greater than that of the field marshal. Yet, he was helpless against her because she was too skilled. Her sage-level mastery in various combat arts not only made up for the power gap between them, but also helped her achieve an overwhelming victory against him with ease. No wonder she did not hesitate to face a dozen supreme beings and emerge victorious. During their fight, he could see her movements, but his brain could not comprehend them before she landed the finishing punch. The spar not only helped him realize that his energy loss wasn't just from within, but also from how he used the power. It also revealed that his knowledge of combat skills and techniques was akin to that of a first grader. He was seeking to check how efficiently he and the primordial spirits mobilized the curse energy of over 1,000 SSS rank curses and the error rate. However, he learned that no matter how efficient he was in mobilizing the curse energy, if he didn't know how to skillfully use it, the efficiency would ultimately decrease and the error rate would increase. To solve this, he could no longer ignore combat arts and had to prioritize comprehending and mastering them. Since Wyatt had never actually practiced any combat skill before, he wasn't sure if he had talent when it came to mastering them. His combat talent mattered because in his 1,000-blood curse incarnation, he needed to have sage-level mastery in at least one combat art just to keep up with her. If he wanted to defeat her, he needed to achieve sage-level mastery in various combat arts, as the field marshal had achieved zenith in many combat styles. What is taking so long? Wyatt wondered, seeing that 15 minutes had passed, yet he was still in the space disaster instead of being buried in the realms crushed by it. He discovered that the space disaster was on a repeat cycle since it had failed to refine and extract possible resources from him the first time. Wyatt, 15 minutes are up. Are you all right in there? The field marshal used her mental transmission to check on Wyatt, seeing that the time he specified was up, but the space disaster had still not buried him in the Lil Red Storm's crust. However, she was impressed by Wyatt's physique. She knew it was strong, but to remain unharmed despite spending 15 minutes in a space disaster was an incredible feat. I'm fine. Give it a minute. I'll be out soon, Wyatt replied, as he learned that the space disaster would be stuck in a loop if things continued to remain the same. He had to break the loop somehow if he wanted the space disaster to finish its refining and extraction process and bury him in the realm's crust. Therefore, he used his myriad devil transformation to morph his body into a huge block of refined SSS rank cursed necrowhite, managing to break the loop the space disaster was stuck in. Soon, it buried him deep in the ground beneath. The Lil Red Storm realm's celestial array formation was capable of identifying and distinguishing the resources of meteors or asteroids caught in its space disasters. Its detection ability within the space disasters was so strong that it had identified Wyatt as a parasite attempting to infest it, rather than declaring him unknown resource and burying him in the cursed area. Having identified Wyatt as a parasite, the celestial array had modified the space disaster to thoroughly eliminate the threat. As a result, the space disaster was now running on a loop that would only end with the parasite's demise, i.e. Wyatt's death. Understanding this, Wyatt was impressed by the celestial array formation's countermeasures. It was not uncommon for meteors and asteroids to carry harmful pathogens, parasites, or other life forms. After all, some meteors originated from planets, making it unsurprising for them to house tenacious life forms. Be that as it may, Wyatt prioritized escaping the array formation without using force or wasting the time he had spent experiencing the realm's celestial array formation firsthand in order to collect data on the array's workings. For that, he would have to trick the array into believing that the parasite attempting to infest its realm was dead, or that its initial detection was incorrect, that the object in the space disaster was not a parasite, but an ore or meteor. Since Wyatt wanted to experience how the space disaster would bury the extracted resources in the realm's crust, Pretending to be dead, making use of his pseudo-calamity soul gem skill was not an option. Therefore, the only way to achieve his goal was to trick the celestial array formation into believing that he was an ore, not a life form. With his myriad devil transformation skill, it wasn't difficult for him to trick the celestial array formation into breaking the loop and completing the process. He used his skill to transform into a block of refined SSS rank cursed necrowhite, successfully deceiving the array and ending the loop. As a result, the space proceeded to the final step of its role in the array formation, the burial of the extracted resources in the realm's crust. The field marshal, who was monitoring the space disaster from the outside, frowned, sensing Wyatt's presence within the disaster vanish. Soon, the space disaster settled, and the affected space was immediately healed at an incredible speed. Believing that Wyatt had been buried in the realm's crust as he had informed her, she hurriedly checked the ground beneath using her intense sense to locate him. Soon she panicked as her intense sense couldn't detect Wyatt within the realm's crust. Fearing that the space disaster had buried him too deeply, she expanded her search radius, only to find a block of SSS rank necrowhite transform into Wyatt and burst out of the ground. "Field Marshal, why are you panicking?" he asked. "I wasn't bragging when I said there aren't many things that can hurt me in my current form in the entire myriad realms." "Let's see if that's true," the field marshal replied, her body blurring as she appeared right before Wyatt, ready to punch him in the chest. She continued their sparring session without informing him. Wyatt immediately used his version of Agent Lewis's instant teleportation to evade the field marshal's onslaught. To his shock, however, within the time it took for his tiny form to step out of her spiritual channel and expand to regular size, the field marshal instinctively turned and grabbed the regular-sized Wyatt by the neck before he could react, saying, "Same trick won't work on me twice, son." Listening to the field marshal dissing him in an attempt to provoke him into taking the sparring session seriously, Wyatt laughed with chilling madness before daring her with a deadpan face. "Little girl, don't hold back. Finish it." Infuriated, the field marshal's grip around Wyatt's neck tightened, breaking through his near-invulnerable physique. She crushed his neck, popping his head off as blood from his body bathed her in red. However, the blood soon evaporated, leaving a spotless field marshal behind. Wyatt's headless body did not fall to the ground. Instead, it instantly regrew a new body mid-air, while simultaneously draping its flawless form in clothes made from soul energy. Burning Wyatt's headless body to cinders, the field marshal frowned as it did not turn into ashes as she had hoped. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Wyatt's physique was indeed very strong. Then, looking at the hovering Wyatt, she shouted, "Come at me." "No rush," Wyatt declined. "Your point has gotten through to me. From now on, I will make my combat training a priority. As for now, come check out the modified array formation, Space Furnace Barrier." Having experienced the role of the space disaster in the Lil Red Storm Realm's celestial array formation firsthand, Wyatt gained new inspirations. He used them to further modify and optimize the Space Furnace Barrier array formation he created, using the field marshal's observations of space disasters and space isolation barrier array formations. Now, he wanted to test it on the deposit of LSG they had found earlier, mining and refining it to make it ready for sale in the market. "I want to be in charge of your combat training," the field marshal declared, ignoring Wyatt's invitation to check out the modified array formation. As the more Wyatt spoke, the more she felt like he was making excuses to avoid combat training. She was convinced that Wyatt was bad at combat arts, which was why he kept avoiding it at every turn. She believed that if someone was bad at something, they just needed more practice to master it, regardless of talent. There weren't many things that fell within this category, but combat arts did. She believed as long as Wyatt practiced rigorously under her guidance, his combat arts would achieve certain mastery in them regardless of his talent for them. Therefore, she decided to become Wyatt's combat instructor and whip him into shape. "Wyatt, accept me as your combat instructor," the field marshal repeated, receiving no response. The latter, while possessing raw power, lacked proper training. The field marshal believed she had the ability to transform this potential into a formidable force. As her young liege's most loyal subordinate, she felt it her duty to unleash his greatness. Wyatt stared at the field marshal blankly. He had brought her to the Lil Red Storm realm to demonstrate his strength, dispelling her concerns about his safety. This would allow her to focus on gathering allies to support him against the Southern Princess. Together, they could establish a faction in the southern region powerful enough to challenge the Southern Princess's unchecked influence over it. However, contrary to his expectation, witnessing his prowess, the field marshal insisted on taking him under her tutelage. She seemed unwilling to accept a refusal. While having a martial genius like Field Marshal Heatsend provide one-on-one combat training was beneficial, Wyatt also needed her assistance in establishing a powerful faction as soon as possible now that they burned the Southern Princess's reason to target him subtly. Although combat training was a priority, it wasn't essential that the Field Marshal be his instructor. Wyatt could enhance his martial skills by joining a martial arts sect in the VR universe, hiring a devil instructor using the Devil Merchant Code, or seeking the royal instructor who had taught Field Marshal Heatsend and 4 generations of the Southern royal family. Meanwhile, it was crucial that the Field Marshal assist him in recruiting allies in the southern region. Instead of Wyatt wasting time building trust with each of them individually, a single word from the Field Marshal could sway them to his side. While no one would dare to oppose the Southern Princess for Wyatt, the situation would differ if the Field Marshal made the request. In essence, Wyatt needed the Field Marshal as his forerunner, not his combat instructor. However, witnessing her determination to mold him into a combat monster, Wyatt realized it wouldn't be easy to persuade her otherwise. During her recruitment, he had struggled to gain her complete loyalty. Now that she had become his fanatical devotee, he was beginning to regret his decision. It wasn't that the Field Marshal would refuse his orders. She would follow them without question. However, their relationship had transcended that of master and knight, evolving into a familial bond, albeit unrelated by blood. Previously, she would have given her life for him out of duty. Now, she would do so out of genuine affection. This fondness and devotion made it challenging for him to command her on a whim. "I am not fit to be a ruler," Wyatt muttered to himself, aware that a competent ruler would never allow such useless affection to hinder them. He was accustomed to dealing with those who meant him harm, but not with those who genuinely cared for him, even if misguided. After all, he had longed for love for 2 lifetimes. Now that he had found it, he was overwhelmed and unsure how to respond, primarily due to his trust issues. His words did not escape the Field Marshal's ears. She frowned, unable to comprehend how his ability to rule was connected to her desire to be his combat instructor. She wanted to assert that he was wrong, but, avoiding a tangent, repeated herself, "Wyatt, will you accept me as your combat instructor? You're not going to let this go, are you?" Wyatt remarked, locking eyes with the Field Marshal. He continued, "I was planning on joining a martial arts sect in the VR universe or hiring a devil instructor using the Devil Merchant Code. But since you wish to be my combat instructor, sure, why not? However, I have a few conditions." "What are they?" the Field Marshal eagerly asked, willing to accept any condition from Wyatt if it meant she could help him hone his combat skills to his best. "Our combat sessions should accommodate my unpredictable schedule," Wyatt stated his conditions. "I cannot be isolated from the world and myriad realms for too long, so no secluded training. Now that we have burned bridges with your niece, you cannot solely focus on being my combat instructor. You also need to recruit allies in the southern region who can warn us of her next move and assist us. We can train in the Interrealm City and choose sector where 1 hour in the card world's time zone is equivalent to weeks or months in the said sector's time zone. This way, our combat sessions will not only be built around your uncertain schedule, but will also prevent you from being cut off from the world and myriad realms for too long. As for gathering allies, don't worry, Lorenzo and Leo are already on it. She made a huge mistake by placing my family under house arrest and sending the royal instructor to arrest me while using my youngest as hostage. The entire Lorne family and its allies are now supporting you," the Field Marshal assured Wyatt, offering a solution to each of his conditions. "Are you sure it's okay to recruit allies so openly and aggressively? After all, even though you're no longer on her side, she's still the Southern Princess," Wyatt inquired, feeling it might not be wise to further provoke the Southern Princess with their blatant actions. "There's no other way. Everything that happens in the southern region sooner or later reaches her. Not to mention, if we're not this bold in recruiting allies, it would be difficult to convince them to switch sides. The field marshal acknowledged the limitations of her influence in the southern region. If they didn't play their cards right, instead of establishing a faction strong enough to rival her niece in the southern region, they would become her stepping stone to consolidating her sole dominance over the south. Demonstrating to everyone that the southern hero's defection was irrelevant, she alone was sufficient. She was still the same old southern princess that they feared and revered, or even stronger. Fine, I accept you as my combat instructor, but don't expect me to stand on ceremony around you. The field marshal had agreed to all of his conditions and shown initiative in recruiting allies, so Wyatt had no reason to refuse her simple request to be his combat instructor. I don't care about that as long as you follow my teachings sincerely and practice hard, she replied. Although old school, the field marshal didn't care for formalities between a teacher and student. She was simply satisfied that Wyatt was willing to take her as his combat instructor. She couldn't ask for a better student, though he had his quirks. No matter how talented a student was, the teacher could never guarantee that their student would outgrow them or sometimes outlive them. After all, a talented student with limitless potential was like a candle burning on both ends. One couldn't guarantee that they would last the entire night. However, in Wyatt's case, he had already achieved a temporary peak, which was more than enough assurance that Wyatt, as her student, would not only outgrow her, but also outlive her. As a teacher, the field marshal was relieved to be able to teach such a student, knowing that as long as she did her job properly, Wyatt would succeed. After all, one of a teacher's greatest fears was to see their student fail in life. Now let's get back to the space furnace barrier array formation. Help me set it up, Wyatt said as he passed her a storage card containing the ingredients for the array and also shared the array formation blueprint with her grimoire, including detailed instructions on her part. The field marshal nodded, taking the storage card. Though she wasn't an array master herself, as the wife of one of the most capable array masters the card world had ever seen, her knowledge was enough to follow Wyatt's instructions and lay the groundwork for the array formation. She would make capable assistant. With her current knowledge of array formations, she could clear a platinum rank array master exam. But taking the low rank exam as one of the top 10 strongest card apprentices and the southern hero would blemish her titles. So, she chose not to officially become an array master. It was better this way as she could attempt the diamond rank array master exam when she was sure and shock the world, showing that she wasn't just about brawn but brains too. Soon, Wyatt and the field marshal got busy setting up the space furnace barrier array formation over the LSG deposit they had found earlier. The reason Wyatt paused his sparring session with the field marshal midway to build an array formation was not because he wanted to test it, but because he felt that time spent on the sparring session in this realm would be more productive if he were simultaneously using the array formation to mine and refine the liquid spirit gold from the LSG deposit they had found earlier. Now that he had spent almost all of his fortune registering the Lil Red Storm realm with Devil Merchant Code and purchasing all the rights to it from the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt was a little desperate, wanting to raise his wealth back to its original level or more as soon as possible. The sooner he could elevate his financial well-being, the sooner he could focus on other things with little worry. After all, an empty wallet was a worry in itself. Not to mention, there were other concerns regarding this LSG mining and refining project. He had no idea how the realm would react to him extracting the resources it had painstakingly gathered. Therefore, during his combat lessons with the field marshal, Wyatt planned to monitor the performance of the array formation and the reaction of the realms to his mining. However, Wyatt had a feeling that the realm would react mildly to his LSG mining because the realm had not used its power to suppress their power the moment they stepped into the realm. Considering the welcome dark races got in the card world or any other realm they invaded, so far, the Lil Red Storm had been very welcoming to him and the field marshal. This was why Wyatt was a little optimistic that the realm's will's reaction to his mining would be mild. Nonetheless, considering that the realm did not have any life forms and went to great lengths to hoard these resources, Wyatt could not guarantee that there would be no reaction from the realm's will. Therefore, he needed to monitor the array formation at its initial mining and refining period, such that if the realm were to react, he should be able to modify the array formation in time to withstand the realm's wrath and proceed with mining and refining. Wyatt, Will this array formation be able to withstand the climate change of this realm? The field marshal asked as she was laying the groundwork for the array formation using the detailed array formation blueprint shared with her grimoire by Wyatt. This array was built with space isolation barrier as the base, so climate change should not matter. That would be the case if it were in the card world, but here in the Lil Red Storm realm, considering that its space is so fragile that even a strong wind can cause a tear in the fabric of its space, the climate change was indeed a serious issue troubling the life of the array formation they were planning to set up to mine and refine LSG. I made the array formation as sturdy as possible. Small-scale space tears or distortions should not be able to affect the array formation, but let's see what happens. Since I need to understand how establishing an array formation will affect the surroundings, if the change is not high, then the array formation will have a long lifespan. For an array formation to achieve maximum efficacy and maintain sturdy durability, the array master must take location into account, along with associated variables such as climate, atmosphere, soul energy density, environment, landscape, etc. This is one of the factors that distinguishes a regular array master from a veteran one. However, even the most experienced and talented array master, if tasked with setting up an array formation in a realm other than their native one, would not be able to do so immediately. They would need time to study the atmospheric and environmental variables of that realm. On the card world, array masters have standard array formation charts and tables, which serve as tools to calculate locational variables with minimal error, whether on the surface, in the sky, underground, or underwater excluding dungeons. These charts and tables were created by the first card apprentices who ruled the card world, laying the foundation for the 5 regions long before the founding masters of the current central government. Over time, many talented array masters have contributed to updating these standard charts and tables, assisting their peers. As a result, while array formation is still far from becoming a common household product, it has significantly contributed to current society by increasing safety, productivity, and overall quality of life. As the wielder of the primordial soul pupils, Wyatt did not need such tools to understand the chosen location for setting up an array formation, whether in his native realm or elsewhere. However, just because he could study nature's soul pathways to gather data on all the locational variables didn't mean he fully understood them. He needed to grasp how these variables affected one another. He could make assumptions, but only by observing them in action could he determine how they influenced each other throughout the year, during different seasons, and how they impacted the array formation. Usually, Wyatt would have a solution for this kind of problem, the Hive AL simulation engine. Since he had precise data on all the locational variables thanks to his primordial soul pupils, the Hive AI could simulate an exact replica of the location and accelerate the time period to observe how the variables interact, considering factors like the revolution of the realm around its 2 suns, the effect of its multiple moons, and the celestial array formation. However, Wyatt was unable to do this due to the celestial array formation of the realm. It was impossible to predict when it would attract a meteor or asteroid. Every time a meteor or asteroid entered the realm's atmosphere, it sent ripples across the entire realm, which could accumulate into a large wave or even a tsunami, much like the butterfly effect. Wyatt could theoretically calculate when the celestial array formation would pull a meteor or asteroid into the realm if he had knowledge of all meteors or asteroids whose paths fell within the array's range. Although his primordial soul pupils were godly, they were not capable of that. Tracing the paths of meteors and asteroids that would enter the range of the realm's celestial array formation would require omnipotent-level clairvoyance capable of monitoring myriad realms. Even with such power, it would take centuries to trace every object whose path coincides with the array's range. The only entity Wyatt knew capable of such a feat was the Devil Merchant Code. However, hiring its assistance on such a scale would require astronomical capital, making it impossible at his current level. As a result, Wyatt had no choice but to build the strongest space furnace barrier array formation suggested by the Hive Owl, based on countless simulations, while considering the uncertain variable of the celestial array formation pulling meteors and asteroids. The array formation was reinforced with this variable in mind. If fortune favored him, the array could last centuries. If not, The celestial array formation might pull a massive meteor or asteroid right above it as soon as Wyatt left the realm, destroying it. Such variables existed even in the card world, but their chances of occurrence were far lower there compared to the Lil Red Storm realm. Therefore, Wyatt could only test this array formation the traditional way in this realm. However, it was a slow and lengthy process, meaning he wouldn't be able to sell the entire LSG deposit anytime soon. He could offer it entirely to the Devil Merchant Code, but since the deposit had not been mined or refined, the Devil Merchant Code would not give him a favorable return. It would have to expend resources to mine and refine the enormous deposit or store it until buyers were found. The Devil Merchant Code wasn't fair in regular dealings, so it was unrealistic to expect a fair trade now. Though Wyatt was eager to restore his wealth as quickly as possible, he wasn't desperate enough to kill the goose laying the golden eggs. Even if he couldn't mine, refine, and sell the LSG deposit now, he would save it for the future when he could extract maximum profit or use it when most needed. However, now that Wyatt was going to spend some time in this realm, trying to gauge the extent of his power growth and its current limitations in his various forms, he decided to use this period to monitor the space furnace barrier array formation at work, as well as the realm's reaction to the array and its integration into the landscape. You know, there are other variables, not just space disasters. What I'm really concerned about is the will of the realm itself. So far, it hasn't shown any reaction to our arrival. But just because it's been accommodating doesn't mean it will tolerate all our actions. From its perspective, we're like aliens invading and stealing from it. We need to be prepared to leave this realm at a moment's notice once you start mining the LSG. The field marshal solemnly warned Wyatt, as she knew how terrifying a realm's wrath could be. There were stories in the royal family about the card worlds while extinguishing an entire bloodline overnight for crossing its taboos. Even the field marshal understood the grave consequences of attempting to mine resources from the Lil Red Storm realm, a desolate realm unfit for the survival of any form of sentient life. After all, at this moment, they were the invading aliens, not the helpless natives. This gave the field marshal, who had stepped out of the card world for the first time, a fresh perspective. She was finally beginning to understand Wyatt's words to her. Don't limit yourself to the concept of my world. Expand it to my myriad realms. This gave her the resolve to mine the Lil Red Storm realm, even at the risk of their lives. Soon, the duo arranged the space furnace barrier array formation, covering the deposit of LSG. They placed sufficient soul energy stones in the array's soul energy gathering section to kickstart the array formation, ensuring it would function flawlessly while sustaining itself by gathering soul energy from the atmosphere. Wyatt looked at the field marshal and initiated the array formation, saying, "Moment of truth." The array formation started smoothly, without any hiccups, displaying maximum efficiency in all its functions from mining to refining and storing the refined LSG. Meanwhile, the field marshal and Wyatt braced themselves for any reaction from the Lil Red Storm realm, having no idea how mild or severe it would be. However, to their astonishment, the array formation had mined almost 1 kilogram of LSG, yet there was no reaction from the realm's will. Everything appeared normal. It seems we were worried over nothing dash. No, don't say it. Hearing the field marshal about to trigger a flag, Wyatt hurriedly tried to interrupt her, but it was too late. She had uttered the cursed words that, in any movie or TV show, would spell a series of disasters for the protagonist and his merry band of friends. As he waited for the consequences, nothing happened, leaving him amazed. "What's wrong?" the field marshal asked, confused by Wyatt's sudden outburst. Seeing how serious he seemed, she waited, but when nothing happened, she couldn't help but question his reaction. "I don't know, something should have gone wrong by now." "It's all happening too smoothly," Wyatt replied, surprising the field marshal. Skeptical, she asked, "Do you want things to go badly?" "No, that's not what I meant. I just have a feeling that something isn't adding up." "Hold on, let me check something." With that, Wyatt suddenly went silent, focusing on the spiritual plane, using his spiritual body that existed simultaneously with his physical form in the physical plane. In his spiritual form, Wyatt gazed deep into the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm, using his primordial soul pupils to search for its rule streams and, ultimately, the realms were hidden behind them. However, to his shock, the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm was barren. There were no rule streams. Instead of the realm's will, he found a core, more accurately, a celestial array formation core. As Wyatt analyzed the core further to understand what was happening, he was horrified to discover that the core was the will of the realm. Someone or something had refined the entire realm's will into a celestial array formation core. In other words, the Lil Red Storm realm was dead. The realm's celestial array formation was not natural, but an artificial one. This meant that someone or something had not only killed the realm's celestial will and refined it into a core, but had also rearranged its multiple moons, suns, and planetary rings to create an artificial celestial array formation that would attracted meteors or asteroids passing throughout its range into the realm, extracted their resources, and buried them within the realm's crust. Wyatt realized that all his previous assumptions about the realm were wrong. There were no sentient life forms living there because they had most likely been slaughtered by the same entity that had killed the realm's will and refined it into a celestial array formation core. The realm may not have been small to begin with. It could have lost most of its mass during the battle with the entity that killed it. Or, the same entity may have carved the realm to fit its artificial celestial array formation. Recalling that the multiple elliptical planetary rings of this realm were unusually too large for the realm of this size, Wyatt strongly believed that the realm was a lot bigger even before it was used as an ingredient in the creation of an artificial celestial array formation. Now it made sense why the realm's will hadn't reacted to their arrival. It was long dead and had been refined into a celestial array formation core. That also explained why it hadn't responded when he arranged the space furnace barrier array formation to mine the resources buried in the crust. This meant that the celestial array formation wasn't collecting resources for the realm's will, but for its killer, the creator of the celestial array formation. The function to hide from the myriad realms was designed to conceal the entity's actions from thieves like them. Wyatt's spiritual form shivered in fear as he realized this. Understanding that the entity capable of such a feat must be a ruler-class being, and seeing how it used the entire realm's will to refine it into a celestial array formation, Wyatt knew it had to be one of the strongest among the ruler class of the myriad realms. No wonder this realm wasn't registered with the Devil Merchant Code. Realizing that he was not only trespassing on such an powerful entity's territory, but also stealing from it, Wyatt knew things were about to get bad for him and his accomplished field marshal heat sent. FCK, FCK, FCK. Wyatt swore as he returned to his physical form. The field marshal frowned, but, instead of scolding him for his language, waited for him to sort out his emotions and explain the situation. FCK, I've been duped, big time. Wyatt looked at the confused field marshal and informed. The latter was further confused, not getting enough details, and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I'm an F-king moron. That's what I mean," Wyatt answered the field marshal, enraged at himself for not thoroughly checking the realm before deciding to spend all his fortune to register it with the Devil Merchant Code and buy all the rights associated with it. Yes, his rage wasn't about trespassing and daring to steal from a ruler-class entity, but the fact that he had spent his entire fortune acquiring a realm with such an origin. He wanted to appeal to the Devil Merchant Code for not informing him that the realm was dead when he registered it. Though he felt it would be a futile attempt, knowing the Devil Merchant Code, it would likely blame him for not being thorough in his purchase, he still chose to file an appeal in hopes of recovering at least part of his investment. "Wyatt, I can't agree with you without knowing the details," the field marshal said, prompting Wyatt to explain further before she judged whether he was truly a moron. Wyatt stared at the field marshal, momentarily lost for words. He hadn't expected such a response. He wanted her to console him and had been anticipating something along the lines of, "No, Wyatt, you're not a moron. You're a genius." This made it clear that, somewhere in the field marshal's mind or heart, she might actually agree with him, but needed a little more reason to say it out loud. Shaking his head, Wyatt began to show the field marshal what he had discovered in the womb of the Lil Red Storm realm, using his soul energy display to project his memory into the air as he explained. Learning the full truth about the Lil Red Storm realm, the field marshal finally agreed with him. "You are indeed a moron. Why didn't you check the realm's womb before spending a fortune to gain monopoly over it?" "I didn't because I didn't want to face the realm's will. After all, We are uninvited guests here. But since it didn't react to our presence or our mining activities, I got a bit brave. And, well, you know the rest, Wyatt explained. It felt more like he was reassuring himself that he hadn't done anything wrong, it was just his luck. Sometimes, things just happen. Now, what do? Do we put things back the way they were and leave? Or do we continue mining? The field marshal asked, moving on from blaming Wyatt to strategizing their next move. You still plan to stay and continue mining for resources? Wyatt stared at the field marshal in amazement. He thought she would drag him back to the card world after learning the truth, but it appeared he had underestimated her resolve. Yes, I do. After all, you've spent a fortune acquiring this realm in accordance with the Devil Merchant Code. Not to mention, it's possible that the entity who created this celestial array formation has abandoned it, or died long ago, or is asleep, or isn't aware of what's happening here. It could be waiting to return and collect the resources a decade from now, or a century, or even a millennium from now. There are many possibilities. We shouldn't stop because of our fear. And even if we get caught, we can pretend to be ignorant and apologize, promising not to repeat it. I'm sure someone so powerful wouldn't bother making things difficult for two ants, the field marshal reasoned, listing various possibilities for why they should continue instead of fleeing with their tails between their legs. Posted on the way beyond, apart from defending the border from the supreme beings and their forces, the field marshal's other important task was to collect rare resources for the southern royal family and the southern region. This meant that she and her army, when possible, wouldn't hesitate to ignore their treaty with the supreme beings and invade their territory to steal rare resources. She had participated in many such covert missions. For the southern region, she and her army were loyal soldiers. But for the supreme beings, they were nothing more than a band of thieves who would steal and run back to their secret base. Given the southern region's declining economy, these incursions were becoming more frequent. Therefore, the field marshal suggested they approach the Lil Red Storm realm the same way. The fact that she was willing to risk offending one of the strongest ruler-class beings in the myriad realms explained just how daring she was. What if the entity responsible for this array formation decides to punish the card world for our actions? Wyatt asked, feeling that the field marshal was a lost cause. Why would an entity so powerful bother to care about two ants enough to search for their ant hole and destroy it? The field marshal found Wyatt's scenario highly unlikely. Why? For the same reason a rapist owl-ape hybrid would spend centuries raping and murdering an entire race of sleep dragons searching for a particular sleep dragon of the same sex. The myriad realms are messed up like that, Wyatt argued, trying to snap the field marshal out of her delusion. I don't understand, the field marshal said, genuinely confused by Wyatt's analogy. But she didn't hesitate to confront him. But let me tell you why you're against continuing. It's because you're a coward. It's an innate trait of you scholars. Lawrence is the same. I thought you were different, but it turns out you're just like him. What the FCK? Leave your marital problems at home. Don't project that on me. I'm just being cautious because my conscience can't handle innocent people paying for the consequences of our rash actions. It's not death I fear. It's being responsible for the deaths of countless innocent lives. You should be, too. Or are you telling me you're not afraid of dragging the entire card world to their deaths along with you? Wyatt snapped, irritated at being called a coward by the field marshal. He understood where she was coming from, which is why he went easy on her. Wyatt, don't you dare question my love for the card world. It's more than you could ever imagine. My sacrifice in defending it from otherworldly invaders and monsters is proof of that. You talk as if these are the only two possibilities. Either we leave here erasing our tracks or get caught and drag our entire realm to its doom. Nothing is set in stone. Anything is possible. Let us finish what you started. Since you spent a fortune declaring this realm yours in the myriad realms through the Devil Merchant Code, the field marshal, ever the conqueror, refused to retreat, dismissing Wyatt's assumptions as baseless. Though bold, her confidence was what had carried her through the way beyond. Wyatt locked eyes with the field marshal, both stubbornly standing their ground. In Wyatt's mind, he could earn back the wealth he had spent on this realm. But he could not say the same for the lives that would be lost if they were caught trespassing and mining by the entity that arranged this artificial celestial array formation. The field marshal, however, felt Wyatt was being overly cautious. She believed that even if they were caught in the act, it wouldn't be the catastrophe Wyatt feared. Perhaps they could come to an understanding with the entity that created the array formation. To her, this seemed far more likely than the disaster Wyatt anticipated. Enough. Help me clean the scene. Then we're heading to the Dark Realm, Wyatt ordered. Seeing that the field marshal wanted to argue further, he sternly added, "This isn't up for discussion. We're leaving." Just as Wyatt and the field marshal were about to stop the space furnace array formation and disassemble it, they both received a mental transmission. It was a sweet, innocent voice that calmly conveyed, "No, you guys are not allowed to leave." Regardless of how pleasant the voice sounded, it sent chills down their spines. The pair looked around for the source of the voice, only to hear it again. "Don't waste your final moments looking for me. Say your goodbyes instead. Field Marshal, don't resist. I'm using the inter-realm transfer function now," Wyatt mentally informed her. However, after a minute passed with nothing happening, she turned to look at him, wondering what was taking so long, only to see him shaking his head helplessly. With his primordial soul pupils, Wyatt noticed that the celestial array formation had transformed into a space vault, locking itself out from the rest of the myriad realms by rearranging its multiple planetary belts and moons. As a result, their demon/devil codex had lost connection with the devil merchant code. They were stranded. Wyatt, who had lost interest in studying the celestial array midway upon discovering it required 2 suns as a power source, was surprised to find it capable of such a transformation. Soon, both Wyatt and the field marshal saw a meteor shower descending from the realm's nearest planetary belt, locking onto their location. The two wanted to run to safety, but found they couldn't move a muscle. The field marshal struggled with all her might, unleashing her full strength, but she was powerless against the celestial array formation. The combined celestial force and spatial energy of the realm bound her to that very spot. As the meteor shower neared them, and with death seemingly inevitable, she chose to speak her final words. "Turns out we were both right. I'm glad it ends with just the two of us." Wyatt stared at her in disbelief. Even with death at her doorstep, she still coveted the abundant resources of the Lil Red Storm realm. Feeling the burning heat of the meteor shower on his face, he shook his head and made his decision. Unlock 4th form, Voltronian Calamity Titan. Activate Innate Plague Skill, World-Devouring Plague. Bound by the lock powered by the realm's combined celestial force and spatial energy, Wyatt's body was grotesquely disfigured as he tried to grow in size. However, when he activated his innate plague, he painfully realized that even with the power of 1,000+ SSS rank curses, it was unable to affect the realm. With no other choice, Wyatt mobilized his primordial energy to enhance the curse energy powering his innate plague. Soon, a red mist emitted from Wyatt's deformed body, devouring the realm's celestial force and spatial energy, increasing its volume and freeing the field marshal along with him. Wyatt's deformed figure then grew into a humanoid of 25,000 feet in height. As Wyatt expanded, the meteor shower was right in front of his face. But before the meteors could strike him, they were devoured by his innate plague. Devouring the meteor shower resulted in a massive increase in the plague's volume. What in the name of Dash? The field marshal was shocked by Wyatt's display of power, but even more disturbed by the red mist surrounding him. Her unique eyes could see its true nature. It was a plague with the ability to devour everything in its path. Interesting, they heard the sweet mental transmission again, though this time it sounded less playful and more intrigued. It appeared that Wyatt's current form and innate plague had piqued the entity's curiosity. After all, his power was strong enough to devour the energy formed by the combination of celestial force and spatial rules, a power formidable enough to warrant its attention. Wyatt ignored the unknown threat's comments, fully aware that he couldn't maintain his 4th form for long while using his innate plague due to the high curse energy consumption. He needed to act quickly to finish things, knowing that he couldn't replenish curse energy. The only way to do that would be to replace the exhausted SSS rank curses integrated into his primordial spirits with new ones. Encasing the field marshal in a ball of mist, he reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be right back." With that, Wyatt's gargantuan body, along with the red mist, except what was protecting the field marshal, vanished from the physical plane and appeared in the spiritual plane, empowering his spiritual form. After his Grandmaster Realm baptism by the energy from the origin source, guided by the baptism energy from the card world, Wyatt underwent several optimizations to his skills, traits, and physique. One of these changes was the fusion of his mutant ego gem, the primordial calamity soul gem, with his innate calamity, world-devouring plague, and his third blood rule rune, blood plague incarnation. First, his third blood rule rune, blood plague incarnation, created a duplicate rune that fused with his innate calamity, world-devouring plague, evolving his innate calamity into world-devouring blood plague incarnation. As a result, his innate calamity gained all the effects of the blood rule, including the ability to use soul energy and blood rule to form and multiply, plague hive, and plague rebirth. This significantly increased the versatility of his innate calamity to a whole new level. Then his evolved innate calamity, world-devouring blood plague incarnation, fused with his origin card, primordial calamity soul gem, transforming his mutated ego gem into a new form, resembling a single world-devouring plague/blood plague cell. In this form, it retained all its original abilities along with his innate calamity's ability to devour anything, including the world and its will. Additionally, it gained the limitless multiplying ability of his innate calamity and third blood rule rune, enabling it to rapidly mass-produce countless primordial calamity daughter gems. They were connected by plague hive and to replace the original after its death using plague rebirth. Each of these daughter gems resembled a plague cell and possessed all the prowess of a world-devouring blood plague incarnation. Essentially, his mutated ego gem, primordial calamity soul gem, and his evolved innate calamity, world-devouring blood plague incarnation, had become one and the same. This was only possible due to the parent and daughter gem skill of his primordial calamity soul gem, which was similar to the reproductive skill of his world-devouring plague and compatible with his third blood rule rune blood plague incarnation. Together, they served as base for this miraculous fusion, giving birth to primordial calamity soul gem's new form. Because of this fusion, his Hive AI was also baptized and fused with Plague Hive, transforming from an artificial intelligence serving as a link between his multiple primordial souls into a spirit surviving as the link for his innate calamity along with his multiple primordial spirits. This meant the world-devouring plague could expand limitlessly without Wyatt losing connection or control over it. Even as a spirit, the Hive AI had retained all its OWL capabilities. As a spirit, it could execute these capabilities more efficiently and was now called the Hive Spirit. Also, though not as significant, his third blood rule rune's Plague Rebirth had fused with his reconstruction skill to become cellular reconstruction. This allowed him to regenerate as long as a single cell of his body remained, much like blood rebirth, but without being limited to just blood. Despite this successful fusion, his mutated ego gem continued to maintain its previous form by producing multiple primordial calamity daughter gems. These daughter gems, along with the primordial calamity soul gem at the center, concentrated together in a shape resembling its previous mutated ego gem form. This is why the field marshal found nothing wrong with it, despite monitoring Wyatt's mutated ego gem with her innate sense. Even Wyatt wasn't aware of this until he read about it in his grimoire's status page. Because of this fusion, similar to how his mutated ego gem gained the tiny size and reproduction ability of his evolved innate calamity, world-devouring blood plague incarnation, his innate calamity also inherited the various abilities of his primordial calamity soul gem. Some of these notable abilities included one with the source, the ability to connect directly to the origin source of the universe. 2. Dual existence, the ability to exist simultaneously in both the spiritual and physical planes. 3. Primordial calamity daughter gems, the ability to create and control powerful daughter gems with various abilities, including enslavement, hive spirit, Voltronian versatility and vitality, blood curse immunity, myriad devil transformation, soul energy manipulation, cellular reconstruction, transformation, etc. In conclusion, thanks to the baptism, Wyatt's origin card has absorbed most of his similar and compatible traits, physique, and abilities, evolving into a stronger version of itself. This made the baptism he received for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm his most rewarding power-up so far. It justified the patience showed and time he invested in laying a proper foundation and unlocking his fourth transformation. This further solidified Wyatt's resolve not to rush his practice in pursuit of quickly gaining power. From his display of power so far, especially against the unknown entity that managed to render the field marshal helpless, he appeared to have grown stronger than her. However, that was far from the truth. It was only that his innate calamity was a proper counter to the entity's attack. If Wyatt were to fight the field marshal in his current form, assisted by primordial energy, he had no doubt the field marshal would easily defeat him, though not as effortlessly as before. The power and control she gained from mastering multiple martial arts from various disciples and styles to sage level created a huge power gap between the two, which was not something Wyatt could overcome with his current arsenal of never-before-seen abilities. These abilities of his could only make him a good punching bag and allow him to escape if he was unable to take the beating anymore. In conclusion, Wyatt was fortunate that his innate calamity was the weakness of the unknown entity's attack. This prompted him to come to the spiritual plane to find the unknown enemy. "You found me," the innocent voice replied in amazement as Wyatt's form materialized in the spiritual plane, surrounded by multiple red clouds made up of one of his innate calamity's effect, world-devouring plague. The voice belonged to the Celestial Array Formation Core. It seemed the core had given birth to a spirit. This meant the unknown enemy he was facing was the Array Core's spirit, the master of the realm and the Celestial Array Formation, and not the creator of the Celestial Array Formation who had refined the realms well into a Celestial Array Formation Core. Learning this brought a huge relief to Wyatt. A 25,000-foot-tall Wyatt hovered in the spiritual plane, surrounded by red clouds of plague. Despite his immense size, he still appeared tiny before the Celestial Array Formation Core. The sheer enormity of the core increased his dread toward the entity responsible for forging such a monstrous structure, that too in the spiritual plane. Given its celestial origin, it wasn't surprising that the core had given birth to a spirit. Although the spirit appeared young, in terms of celestial lifespans, even a millennium-year-old celestial was still a toddler. This suggested that the spirit might be several millennia old, just like the Celestial Array Formation, which had been arranged millennia ago. Remarkably, the Celestial Core spirit could understand and communicate with them, implying it retained the abilities of its celestial origin, allowing it to bypass any language barrier. Hopefully, it hadn't inherited all celestial abilities beyond celestial voice and celestial force, because even though Wyatt's innate calamity was a natural predator of celestial force, he was sure he couldn't take on a celestial in his current state. Judging by the absence of rule streams in the realm's womb, Wyatt was confident that the Celestial Core spirit was merely a failed imitation of a celestial will. Though this discovery was encouraging to make matters worse, Wyatt was running on borrowed power, which wasn't limitless, especially considering that his innate calamity was a glutton by nature. He had no idea when he would run out of power, as this was his first time using his fourth form as the Thousand Blood Curse incarnation and unleashing his innate calamity. Without proper data, even his hive spirit couldn't assist him. At that moment, Wyatt's myriad primordial spirits were circulating his self-created soul-nourishing technique at full capacity, summoning as much primordial energy as possible from the origin source. The combined energy they summoned was 2,048 times greater than what a regular primordial spirit could summon. This astronomical amount of energy would have been enough for most, but not for Wyatt. Half of the primordial energy was being used to enhance the curse energy being used to create the plague, while the other half nourished the 1,024 SSS-class blood curses integrated with his primordial spirits. If not for the nourishment from the primordial energy, the SSS-class blood curses would have been long drained by the effects of Wyatt's innate calamity, the world-devouring blood plague. However, this balance will not last for long, especially if he planned to continue using the plague to fight the Celestial Core spirit. Yes, the plague could devour anything to multiply, but the plague cells reproduced through devouring were not equal to the ones lost. They were facing a powerful enemy, one capable of killing the cells faster than they could multiply. The amount of energy required to replace the dead plague cells wasn't small, and the energy needed to sustain the remaining ones added up to an even larger figure. No matter how much primordial energy his myriad spirits summoned, it wouldn't be enough to sustain his plague for long. The plague was invincible if one could sustain it, but if not, it would devour its creator. Wyatt had to be careful and work within his limits. The high energy consumption of the plague cells was due to his relatively low original realm. The energy required to enhance individual plague cells was significant. Thankfully, this applied only to the initial cells, as their reproduction ability shouldered most of the burden. If not for this ability, Wyatt would have been drained dry by his own plague long ago. Despite knowing this, there was a reason why Wyatt rushed to the spiritual plane to confront the entity targeting them instead of escaping with Field Marshal by using his world-devouring blood plague to break through the celestial array formation, which had disconnected them from the rest of the myriad realms, especially the Devil Merchant Code. It was because he knew the energy consumption of his plague was too great to last long enough for him to break through all 6 planetary rings of the celestial array formation that served as barriers isolating them from myriad realms and locking them on this desolate realm. Therefore, he took the gamble of confronting the entity directly. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he hoped to persuade it to spare their lives. Hence, he was relieved to discover that he was facing the core spirit and not its creator. You found me. Ignoring the spirit's surprise, Wyatt immediately commenced his attack on the celestial array formation core. He was on borrowed time, and so he had to finish this as swiftly as possible, even if it meant diving headfirst without fully understanding the enemy. Activate Innate Calamity, World-Devouring Blood Plague Incarnation. With that, Wyatt's 25,000-foot-tall spiritual body split into trillions of plague cells, morphing into a mist of blood plague. It merged with the surrounding red cloud of plague, drastically increasing its volume. Now Wyatt was the plague. With the assistance of his hive spirit, he maintained absolute control over all the plague cells. Using celestial force, they surged forward like a plague tsunami, targeting the celestial array formation core, intending to devour it as quickly as possible. Whoa, I was right, you are like me, but different, the celestial core spirit said upon seeing Wyatt's use of celestial force to move his huge plague form within the spiritual plane. Similar to its actions in the physical plane, the spirit attempted to mobilize a combination of celestial force and space rules to restrain Wyatt. However, just as before, the energy failed to restrain the plague, which instead devoured it and grew in volume. Despite the failure of its attack, the celestial core spirit persisted with the same strategy on a larger scale. It seemed unaware that it was fueling the very fire consuming its home. Wyatt suspected that this might be because the spirit only knew one form of attack. At least in the physical plane, it could rely on the vault form of its array formation to launch meteors from the planetary belt targeting the prisoners. Here, in the spiritual realm, its options appeared limited. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder if this was due to the celestial array formation's limited offensive capabilities or because the celestial core spirit was still too young to unleash the true power of the array. No longer pondering on why the celestial core spirit was using the same attack despite repeated failures, Wyatt gladly accepted its celestial force to increase the spread of his plague. By the time he reached the core, his plague cell count had grown enough to cover every inch of its surface with his world-devouring blood plague. As soon as the plague cells attached themselves to the core, they began to devour it. Soon, painful screams filled Wyatt's consciousness, followed by the words, "Ah, it hurts. Why are you hurting me?" Listening to these words, with their immature voice and pain-filled tone, Wyatt was stunned for a moment, feeling like a villain bullying a child. However, he quickly recovered and focused on devouring the core before running out of energy. Though it was a pity, with the core devoured, the entire realm and celestial array formation would collapse. As opportunistic as Wyatt was, after investing his entire fortune into this realm, he would not have preferred such an outcome under different circumstances. But it was a matter of life and death right now, and he had little choice but to watch his investment crumble by his own hand. Still, he did not give up. In hindsight, he wondered if there was a way to salvage the situation. Thinking about preventing the destruction of the Lil Red Storm realm, Wyatt pondered the plague responsible for it. What should I do with the plague after it devours the core? After devouring the celestial array formation core, his plague would have grown enormously. Should he use it to devour the remains of the realm, along with its multiple moons, or let the plague starve to death in the void? He could not afford to cultivate the plague on such a massive scale, so he could only abandon the plague before escaping to the dark realm to deceive anyone attempting to retrace their steps. Since Wyatt was still a card grandmaster, he couldn't refine the energy collected by the plague after devouring the celestial array formation core, like how card demigods use the energy to nourish their divinity and move closer to transcendence. If Wyatt attempted it, he would break through to higher realms in one leap. Given the size of the plague, the possibility of him reaching the card demigod realm in a single bound wasn't far-fetched. However, Wyatt, who valued perfection over speed in his cultivation, didn't want that. Even if he used his plague to devour the realm's remains and its multiple moons, he would eventually have to let the plague starve in the void. It was better to leave the scene of the crime as soon as possible, fearing that the destruction of the celestial array formation core would summon its creator. It had already taken everything Wyatt had trying to defeat the core spirit, so he didn't dare imagine confronting its creator. Wasting the power of a celestial accumulated within the plague didn't sit well with Wyatt. So, instead of fleeing to the dark realm, he wondered if he should take the plague to the Red Alps and use it to rid the reign of the dark races, who had successfully invaded and were busy looting it. Wyatt wasn't a hero, but he wanted to test his plague against the dark races in a real fight. However, knowing the Red Alps natives would face the dark races' wrath after he left, Wyatt decided against it. He then considered another possibility, draining the energy from his plague and transferring it to the field marshal. If he could do that, he would help the field marshal grow stronger and take a step closer to transcendence. That would be better than letting the plague go to waste. However, the plague's energy wasn't pure. It was contaminated with other energies, such as blood curse energy. It would be difficult for the field marshal to digest it in a single attempt, as she didn't seem to possess the same blood curse immunity that Wyatt had. This caused Wyatt to agonize over the potential loss involved in this process. Still, such a return was better than losing all his investment and the energy contained within the plague. Just as Wyatt was consoling himself, an idea struck him. Why not use the myriad devil transformation skill on the plague to turn it into a new celestial array formation core, replacing the destroyed one and gaining full control over the realm and its celestial array formation? With the celestial energy contained in the plague, this was possible. As the new celestial array core, it could use the formation's ability to harvest energy from its twin suns, sustaining itself without relying on Wyatt for power. This way, Wyatt wouldn't lose the plague he had painstakingly cultivated and would make the realm his in every sense, at least until the creator of the celestial array formation came to check on it. Perhaps New Core could even avoid the suspicion of the celestial array formation's creator, but only time would tell. Regardless, Wyatt, still in his plague form, had to complete devouring the celestial core to choose any of them as his next step. His plague hadn't yet broken through the outer layer to reach the spirit at center of the core. Seeing the speed at which his plague was devouring and multiplying, Wyatt realized that if he didn't slow their reproduction, he wouldn't be able to sustain the plague long enough to break through the core's outer layer. This realization caused him to panic. It turns out, though the core spirit was lacking in offense, its natural durability was incredibly high, slowing the devouring power of Wyatt's plague. He feared running out of energy before he could break through the outer layer, let alone devouring the entire celestial array formation core. "Please, stop. Stop hurting me." The spirit's wailing continued, offering Wyatt a glimmer of hope after his cruel realization about his circumstance. Listening to the celestial core spirit, with its sweet and innocent voice, beg him to stop hurting it, Wyatt was taken aback and left speechless. The spirit's voice resembled that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, and hearing such a voice wailing and crying was good for his fighting spirit when one was fighting for their life. It was disheartening, making the adrenaline in his body rush backward. Wyatt was at his wit's end. Based on his calculations, at the current rate his plague was consuming his energy, devouring the core, and multiplying, he would run out of energy before he could even break through the core's outer shell. let alone reach the spirit at the center of core. This meant his loss was definite. In an attempt to increase his chances, Wyatt stopped the multiplication of his plague, though this action was not without cost. Given the size of the core and the time it would take for his plague to devour it, his odds remained bleak. Interestingly, once his plague started devouring the core ceased its signature combo attack of celestial force and space rule, which had previously been diminishing the plague's numbers. As a result, the plague's cell count remained constant. Seeing this, Wyatt didn't hesitate to halt the plague's multiplication altogether to buy some more, no matter how insignificant. This was only possible because instead of retaliating, the core spirit screamed in pain and begged Wyatt to stop, as if the agony made it forget to fight back. Wyatt pondered whether the pain of being devoured was too overwhelming or if the core spirit had never experienced pain before and therefore lacked the mental and physical resilience to cope with it. Even the slightest pain seemed to render it helpless. It acted very much like a child that fell for the first time. Considering the toughness of the core's outer shell, Wyatt believed the former was impossible. It had to be the latter. The celestial core's spirit was mentally fragile, like a child experiencing the ant's bite for the first time. His observations, combined with the core spirit's pleading, made Wyatt feel that violence might not be the best solution to his current predicament. Perhaps persuasion was the answer. As he continued his assault, he finally responded to the spirit's pleas. "You're the one who attacked us first." Hearing Wyatt's reply, the spirit, amidst its agony, felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "No, I didn't. I just wanted to stop you from leaving. Please stop, it hurts. I won't attack you anymore." From this exchange, Wyatt realized that while the spirit sounded like a young child, it was far more mentally mature but had little to no experience with the worldly affairs. Yet, it was capable of holding a complete conversation and conveying its intentions. He believed this was due to the celestial skill, celestial voice. Though the spirit claimed it would no longer attack, it also mentioned it didn't want them to leave. Wyatt didn't ease his attack, let alone stop it. He intended to use the spirit's pain as leverage to persuade it into allowing them to leave this realm peaceful or more. "Don't lie. What about the meteor strikes you launched at us from your nearest planetary ring?" Wyatt pointed out. "I only did that to scare your friend, to stop her from struggling. Although she's not strong, she managed to pinpoint the weak spots in my celestial space hold and attack them. She almost succeeded in breaking free if I hadn't immediately reinforced the areas she targeted. Had she been a little faster, I wouldn't have been able to stop her. So, I used the meteor shower to distract her. I never meant to harm you or your friend from the start. Please stop hurting me," the core spirit explained, causing Wyatt to understand that the spirit took pride in its celestial space hold skill and had some battle experience. "If you didn't mean us any harm, why did you use your celestial space hold on us and lock this realm out of the myriad realms?" Wyatt asked. The core spirit was being cooperative, so Wyatt decided to ease his attack to show that if it continued to cooperate, the pain would lessen or even stop. "I only used my celestial space hold because you insisted on leaving, even though your friend asked you to stay and continue what you were doing. Now that you know I didn't mean any harm, can you stop hurting me?" "It really hurts," the spirit replied. Its tone appeared to blame Wyatt for current situation, as if it had no fault in how things had escalated. From the spirit's words, Wyatt realized it was referring to the time he and the field marshal were arguing about whether to leave the realm or continue mining it. It seemed the spirit had been monitoring and eavesdropping on them. When Wyatt ultimately decided they should leave, the spirit had acted swiftly to stop them, leading to the current situation. It became clear to Wyatt that the spirit truly hadn't intended to harm them. He had misunderstood it. His first instinct upon discovering its presence had been to retreat to the dark realm did not help either. Still, this wasn't enough to put him at ease. Though the spirit wasn't as strong as a celestial being, it was still far stronger than him and the field marshal combined. Wyatt needed reassurance before he could let his guard down. With a plan forming in his mind, Wyatt decided to find out what the core spirit wanted from him. "Why don't you want me to leave?" he asked. Only by understanding what the celestial core spirit wanted from him could Wyatt decide on a bait to manipulate the spirit. If it was truly as innocent as it sounded, then that should be easy. Then, not only would he be able to get it to allow them to leave the realm peacefully, but he could also try his luck and seek its permission to continue their mining activities. Because you are like me. Though different, you're very much like me. You're clearly not a celestial, but you possess celestial force of your own. You can even use something similar now, stronger than the celestial vision. I don't understand why you haven't yet unlocked celestial voice. I've been here, alone, for so long it feels like eternity. In that time, many beings have come, but none were like me. Meeting you, someone like me, for the first time I was happy and wanted to get to know you. But I felt overwhelmed, and as I was wondering how to approach, you started making plans to leave. In my haste to stop you, I acted rashly. Please forgive my actions. I mean you no harm. I just want to get to know you. So, please stop attacking me. It hurts a lot, the core spirit explained, revealing Wyatt didn't want Wyatt to leave. Loneliness and a desperate desire for kinship, that was the obvious takeaway from its words. But what interested Wyatt were the subtleties hidden between the lines. It seemed the spirit had never met its creator, had come into contact with other celestial who rejected it because its messy origin, and, moreover, that many beings had made it past the celestial array formation's masking ability to reach this realm. These points were significant. Knowing the spirit hadn't met its creator could explain why it did not know how to fully use the celestial array formation, as well as why it so desperately sought kinship. If it had met its creator, the spirit would likely have a stronger sense of purpose, a sense of self, and more experience than it currently possessed. It wouldn't be so mentally fragile. Celestial beings had rule sources to guide them, helping them learn and grow, but the core spirit seemed to lack this option, and also with absence of its creator to act as its mentor to replace the absence of rule source, had stunted its growth and development. The reason why it found this information especially useful was that it solved one of his major concerns, that the creator of the celestial array formation might pursue him for trespassing and stealing from their property. Based on Wyatt's observations, he saw 3 possible reasons why the creator had never come to check on the formation. 1. The creator was no longer in the myriad realm. By the time the celestial array formation spirit was born, the creator might have entered the river of reincarnation or achieved transcendence. Given the entity's ability to craft such an array, Wyatt didn't think transcendence was out of the question. 2. The creator was unable to come. The entity could be preoccupied with other pursuits, practicing to achieve transcendence, dealing with enemies, or even trapped somewhere. Any of these situations, or more, were possible. 3. The creator had abandoned the celestial array formation. They might have lost interest, forgotten its existence, or simply considered the array a failed project. Based on the core spirit's performance so far, Wyatt leaned toward the latter. Regardless of why the entity hadn't met its creation after its birth, Wyatt felt relieved that he didn't need to rush, worrying that the creator might appear to avenge their creation. Its desperate search for kinship might also stem from the fact that the celestial beings it had come into contact with had rejected it, and considered it not one of them, considering its ghoulish origin. Therefore, in this vast myriad realms, it considered itself alone. Understandably, it was overwhelmed by joy when it came across a being it believed to be similar to itself. It felt close to Wyatt and thought of him as a brethren. However, things spiraled out of its control, leading to current standoff. Then there was the matter of other beings managing to reach the realm, making past its stealth. One thing was certain: none of them were devil merchants, or Wyatt would have had the opportunity to claim the realm by the laws of the Devil Merchant Code. More importantly, the fact that many entities could travel through the myriad realms without assistance from the Devil Merchant Code became evident. This reminded Wyatt of the Dimension Travelers organization Hendrix had once mentioned. Notably, these entities seemed to lack the strength or knowledge of figures like the Divant Devil or Elder Anesthesia Dragon. Had they been as powerful as them, they wouldn't have left such a treasure trove of a realm untouched. The likes of the Divant Devil or even Elder Anesthesia Dragon would have easily subdued the celestial core spirit, as they were powerful enough to not only sense the blood rule source, but enter it and cause ruckus within it. Apart from these observations, Wyatt was intrigued that the core spirit mistook his primordial soul pupils for a higher form of celestial vision and even pitted him for his supposed inability to use celestial voice. He'd read about celestial vision in the Infinity Library while researching celestial beings, Yet none of the information indicated a similarity between celestial vision and his soul pupils. He was curious as to why the core spirit had made such an assumption. Were the books he read inaccurate or incomplete? In any case, he found it amusing that the celestial core spirit pitted him for not being able to use celestial voice, considering him an incomplete celestial similar to itself. Wyatt knew that once his synchronization rate reached a certain percentage, he too would gain celestial vision and celestial voice, allowing him to grow as a celestial. To increase his synchronization rate and develop as a celestial, all he had to do was ingest more pixie dust. However, he'd feared that consuming too much pixie dust at once at his realm at that time might either overwhelm him with excessive energy, causing him to explode, or lead to a shaky foundation. So, he had postponed ingesting more pixie dust until he'd fully absorbed the progress he'd made so far as a celestial. Now that he'd made headway in his realm and had grown significantly stronger, Wyatt felt it might be time to make progress in his celestial journey as well. Having understood what the core spirit sought from him, Wyatt set his plan into motion. I understand this was all a misunderstanding, but that doesn't change the fact that you attacked us first. However, it doesn't warrant a fight to the death over a misunderstanding. So, if you want me to stop attacking you, you'll have to do something for me. Okay, I'll do anything. The core spirit agreed without hesitation, not even pausing to learn the condition. It was simply relieved that the agonizing pain would finally stop and that Wyatt was willing to forgive it. Since it was getting everything it wanted, the spirit didn't care about the price it was paying. Few in the myriad realm were capable of locating the core spirit on the spiritual plane, let alone launching an effective attack against it. So, it wouldn't be surprising if the spirit had little understanding of pain or if Wyatt attacking it was its first experience of it altogether. Judging by its low tolerance to pain, both scenarios seemed likely. Wyatt too would have been helpless against an enemy like this if not for his array of abilities with unique prowess which would be coveted anywhere in the myriad realms. For most mortals, a being like the celestial core spirit was practically a god. Even many card demigods and similar level entities across the myriad realms shared this perspective. Celestials were unmatched, so it was no surprise that the celestial array formation core spirit, as a formidable celestial array formation, lacked predators in the realms and was unfamiliar with pain, especially considering it could lock and hit itself from the myriad realms. The defensive shell formed by its 6 planetary rings were no joke either. However, agreeing to anything just to avoid pain was unlike a celestial. Yet, the core spirit did so was because it had another strong reason. The another big reason for the core spirit's swift decision was its desperation for kinship. Being a unique celestial array formation core spirit meant it was alone in a vast realm where even the most wicked beings could find friends or companions. So, when it found someone it believed was similar to it, it wasn't surprising that it was willing to agree to anything to get to know them and become close to them, even if the kinship was brief or merely an illusion. The spirit just wanted to experience it. Good. I want you to stop resisting my plague, Wyatt commanded, ordering his world-devouring blood plague to halt its attack on the celestial array formation core and to start fusing with it using the effect it gained from his primordial calamity daughter gem. With his current grimoire grade, Wyatt knew it was impossible to subdue the celestial array formation spirit with the calamity daughter gem alone. Even if his grimoire were diamond grade, the calamity daughter gem would still have no effect on celestials as the world calamity tree could devour celestials, but it couldn't subdue them with its calamity daughter seeds. Despite knowing this, Wyatt ordered his plague to fuse the core using the effect of the primordial calamity daughter gem. Because his daughter gem had been baptized with primordial energy, it had evolved into the primordial calamity daughter gem, significantly enhancing its strength and capabilities. With his current power, using the primordial calamity daughter gem to subdue the celestial core spirit was possible if he could break past the core's outer shell and reach its center where the spirit was housed. Still, there was a chance the spirits might resist even his enhanced daughter gem's control. That was to say, while it wasn't an absolute effect like it was previously, the primordial calamity daughter gem still offered Wyatt a viable option for subduing celestials. For this reason, he asked the core spirit to stop resisting his plague's fusion with it. If the core spirit willingly allowed the fusion, Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem would have a 100% chance of subduing it. In other words, the cost Wyatt was asking of the celestial array formation spirit was its freedom. All right, the core spirit agreed, willingly allowing Wyatt's world-devouring blood plague to fuse with its body, unaware of the true price it was paying to stop the attack and gain Wyatt's forgiveness and perhaps even his friendship. The red mist covering the celestial core fused with it over time, leaving behind a single primordial calamity soul gem plague cell, which multiplied to grow Wyatt's spiritual body on the spiritual plane. As the plague cells fused with the core, they began to heal the previous damage they had caused to the core. Moved by this, the core spirit felt reassured and had no doubts about allowing Wyatt's plague cells to fuse with it, not that it had any to begin with. In its desperation to feel kinship with Wyatt, it hadn't doubted him even slightly, and now, seeing Wyatt healing it, the core spirit felt it had made the right choice. Overwhelmed with emotion, it wondered if this was the kinship it had yearned for all along, and thought that, if so, it was worth waiting an eternity to experience it. When the plague cells had finally fused with the celestial array formation core through the effect of the primordial calamity daughter gem, Wyatt made a surprising discovery. The core spirit automatically received partner-level authority instead of a servant-level authority. He attempted to reduce its authority level, only to fail repeatedly. Wyatt racked his brain, trying to figure out why he couldn't reduce the celestial core spirit's authority level below partner tier as his primordial calamity daughter gem. He wondered if it was because the primordial calamity daughter gem's effect simply wasn't strong enough. This was the only reason he could think of at present. While this wasn't the outcome he had hoped for, he could only console himself, thinking that this level of control was better than nothing, as, for the moment, it assured that the celestial array formation core spirit would not be able to turn on him even if he were to return to his original realm. Just when Wyatt believed his troubles were over, the core of the celestial array formation shone brilliantly with a golden light, startling him. Alerted, he instantly tried to sense the situation through the shared link between him and the core spirit. However, to his dismay, he felt a powerful surge within the link between his primordial calamity soul gem and his new primordial calamity daughter gem, the celestial array formation core spirit. This was the first time he had experienced such a phenomenon and was unsure how to respond. Instinctively, he mobilized all his primordial energy into the hive spirit and the protective shell of the world calamity tree seed to shield him from any harm that might come from the power surge within their shared link. After all, aside from his spiritual channel, the primordial calamity soul/daughter gem link had direct access into his mutated ego gem. Back when he had fought the Circle's Mike Brown in Sun Blossom City, Mike had used the myriad devil's hex on G-Foam, Wyatt's martyred calamity daughter gem. The curse had extended to him through the calamity soul/daughter gem link. Although Anna's dummy ring resisted the curse on his behalf, it was notable that the curse could spread through the link between the calamity soul gem and calamity daughter gem. Therefore, when he felt great power surge within the link between him and the core spirit, Wyatt couldn't help but be on guard since he had no idea what this power entailed. After fortifying his defenses, he used his primordial soul pupils to study the nature of this great power. To his surprise, it appeared to be a type of innate power, specifically, the innate power of the celestial array formation core spirit. Not gleaning much about the potential of this innate power, Wyatt used his unique eyes to further peer through the golden light and into the celestial array formation core, hoping to locate its spirit and gain an understanding of its innate power. However, before he could make sense of it, the great power launched itself into his mutated ego gem through the calamity soul/daughter gem link. To Wyatt's dismay, neither the hive spirit nor the world calamity tree seed's protective shell around his mutated ego gem could hinder, let alone stop, the great power. He had never felt more betrayed by his own prowess. Just as he began to process this, he felt a sudden empowerment similar to the sensation of his recent baptism. Realizing that the great power posed no threat but was, in fact, empowering him, he understood why his hive spirit and the world calamity tree seed's protective shell had allowed it through. It seemed his body had a better sense of judgment than he did. However, Wyatt was still puzzled as to why he had received a portion of the celestial core spirit's innate power, something unprecedented, as none of his Calamity Daughter gems had ever shared their power with him before. As he pondered this strange event, his grimoire emitted a series of notifications. You are being baptized by the unnamed primordial Calamity Daughter gem's innate celestial power. Your synchronicity rate has increased. 175%, 200%. You have awakened celestial skill, celestial voice. You have awakened celestial skill, celestial vision. Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the unnamed primordial Calamity Daughter gem worthy to inherit it. Your unnamed primordial Calamity Daughter gem has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline purity, 97%. Your unnamed primordial Calamity Daughter gem's authority tier has increased. Partner tier, Bloodkin tier. Skill name, Bloodkin tier primordial Calamity Daughter gem. Effect: 1. Primordial Calamity Daughter gems with Bloodkin tier authority are bound to the primordial Calamity soul gem by the cursed primordial bloodline. 2. Primordial Calamity Daughter gems with Bloodkin tier authority have greater autonomy, allowing them to think independently and, at their discretion, ignore commands. However, they cannot defy orders issued through the cursed primordial bloodline. 3. Bloodkin tier authority grants the daughter gem limited control over other daughter gems with lower authority, enabling them to lead. 4. The purity of the cursed primordial bloodline determines the hierarchy among Bloodkin tier daughter gems. Note: the cursed primordial bloodline can only be inherited by daughter gems deemed worthy by the bloodline. Any primordial Calamity Daughter gem sharing the cursed primordial bloodline with the soul gem is automatically promoted to Bloodkin tier. Bloodkin tier daughter gems possess advanced intelligence and problem-solving abilities, distinguishing them from lower-tier daughter gems. Reading the notifications from his grimoire, Wyatt was stunned. He knew little about the cursed primordial bloodline other than that he had gained cursed bloodline while comprehending his second blood rule, the meaning of blood curse. Seeing the cursed primordial bloodline act autonomously and select its inheritors without his input brought a troubled frown to Wyatt's face. Just when he felt a sense of relief, the development blindsided him, catching him off guard. Most troubling was the addition of a new authority tier Bloodkin for his primordial Calamity Daughter gems. This authority level granted Bloodkin tier daughter gems the freedom to think independently and the discretion to reject his orders unless they were issued through the cursed primordial bloodline. While this advancement made the Bloodkin tier daughter gems more capable than their lower-tier counterparts, Wyatt questioned whether the cost of relinquishing absolute control was worth it. Only by observing the extent of the Bloodkin tier daughter gem's abilities in comparison to the lower-tier gems would he be able to determine if this trade-off was worthwhile. Yet, even if he could come to terms with this change, Wyatt found it disconcerting that the cursed primordial bloodline would autonomously decide which daughter gems were worthy of inheriting it. He strongly felt that he should be the one to decide which of his daughter gems would inherit his bloodline and be promoted to Bloodkin tier. Realizing that he had no control over this, Wyatt shifted his focus to the next matter at hand: his unexpected acquisition of part of the celestial array formation core spirit's innate power. Wyatt's initial guess was that the new Bloodkin tier of his primordial Calamity Daughter gem might be the reason why he could share a portion of the core spirit's innate power. However, the Bloodkin tier info contained no mention of such an effect, leaving Wyatt back where he started, without answers. Soon, he speculated that it might not be him, but rather the radiant celestial array formation core itself that shared a portion of its innate power with him. Though the core wasn't shining as brightly as before, it was still radiating brilliantly as it underwent metamorphosis to become Bloodkin tier primordial Calamity Daughter gem. Wyatt could only wait for it to complete its transformation to question whether it was responsible for sharing its power with him. Rather than wait, Wyatt decided to meet with the field marshal to retrieve his remaining plague essence to nourish his almost exhausted curses, which were currently being replenished using all the primordial energy his myriad primordial spirits were drawing from the origin source. He also intended to update her on the situation, but only enough to assure her their safety on this realm and keep her from asking further questions. Just then, The enormous core in the spiritual plane disintegrated into countless microscopic particles, forming a shimmering cloud. Soon, a tiny portion of the cloud separated from the rest and condensed into a humanoid form resembling Wyatt in many ways, except it was a female. The remaining cloud reverted back into the celestial array formation core, this time appearing as a massive gem, resembling Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem. Seeing the naked female version of himself appear before him, Wyatt was speechless as his mind went blank from the sheer bizarreness of the situation until it spoke to him, using celestial voice in an innocent voice. "How do I look?" "Why, you're the core's spirit," Wyatt stammered. Though he had already grasped the situation, it was just overwhelming to process. It seems he wasn't the only one who gained a bountiful harvest. "You can use celestial voice now. I see my efforts weren't in vain. But that's nothing compared to the gifts you gave me," the core spirit replied, approaching Wyatt for a closer look. Its new appearance was due to the physiques, traits, skills, abilities, and bloodline it had inherited from Wyatt as his blood-contier primordial calamity daughter gem. Confirming that the core's spirit was indeed responsible for sharing a portion of the celestial array formation core's innate power with him from its words, Wyatt quickly mobilized his soul energy to construct clothing around the spirit, saying, "Never show your naked form to others. It's your privacy and is considered indecent." "Okay." The core spirit, unfamiliar with the concept of clothing, was puzzled but decided to take Wyatt's words seriously as it spun around to look at attire covering its body. It was different from the attire Wyatt was wearing, so it seemed to be curious about it. However, its face remained expressionless, as it had no experience with body language. Previously, its body was the core itself, which had the expressiveness of a rock. "It seems we're siblings now, sharing the same bloodline and all," Wyatt mused, noting the spirit's resemblance to him. She shared his bloodline, appearance, and powers, so she looked much like his fraternal twin. Accepting the reality, he readily embraced her as his sister rather than an incarnation or a mere clone. Her impassive expression made it hard for him to gauge her thoughts, so he added, "I suppose there's a lot I need to teach you. Shall we start by giving you a name?" Wyatt's acceptance of the situation and of the core spirit as his sister was primarily because he recognized how much he stood to gain by doing so. He sensed that the core spirit deeply desired kinship, and he intended to make it happy by offering just that. As his blood-contier primordial calamity daughter gem, he could command it as he pleased, but Wyatt preferred to inspire loyalty through goodwill rather than by imposing his will. After all, now it was one of his own, and when it comes to his people he was very generous. "We are siblings," the spirit murmured, its previously emotionless face lighting up with emotions for the first time as it absorbed Wyatt's words. Though it already knew they were connected through shared powers, hearing him confirm it brought new satisfaction. "Yes, I am Dalton Wyatt, your brother." Wyatt reintroduced himself with a gentle smile, though the notion of accepting a celestial array formation as a sister was mind-boggling. Still, if it ensured his investment in the Lil Red Storm realm wasn't wasted and gained a steady source of income, he had no reason to object. "I don't have a name. I never needed one," the spirit said, reminiscing about its lonely past. Soon, however, its eyes sparkled again as it asked, "Would you give me one, brother?" "Me? Oh, no. I'm told I'm not good at naming things," Wyatt responded, trying to avoid the task, finding it tedious to find a prefect name for his sister. "No, I'll like whatever name you give me," the core spirit assured him. "All right, if you insist," Wyatt conceded. "What are your thoughts on being called Daily?" Daily Wyatt. "I like it," the spirit replied, smiling. "From today on, I am Daily Wyatt, the elder sister of Daily Wyatt." "Great. But why did you add Wyatt to your name? And why are you the elder one?" Wyatt asked, surprised, since as a celestial array formation core spirit Daily shouldn't have known about the concept of surnames or the significance of siblings sharing the same one. "I wanted our names to sound similar. And I'm the elder one among us because I'm older than you," Daily stated confidently. Though she was new to the concept of surnames, she wasn't unfamiliar with the idea of hierarchy among siblings. This was the basics of kinship. One would know this especially after waiting for it for what felt like an eternity. So far, from Daly's actions and words, It seemed she was clueless about the true effects of Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem on her body. Wyatt found this puzzling since it wasn't the case with his other daughter gems. He wondered if she might be suffering from amnesia or some form of cognitive damage. If not, he wanted her fully up to speed on his intentions and ideals, just like all his previous daughter gems. He didn't have time to indulge this lonely coarse spirit every whim. "Lil bro, is something bothering you?" Daly asked, noticing Wyatt deep in thought. "Yes. Can't you feel the changes brought on by fusing with my primordial calamity daughter gem?" Wyatt asked bluntly. Though he did aim to keep her content, so she would do the same for him, he did not want to waste too much time on her as his schedule was already very tight. "I do. I've gained various physiques, traits, skills, and abilities, not to mention the bloodline we share. Above all, thanks to the fusion, I can now sense the rule sources," Daly replied openly. But even with all her revelations, she still hadn't told him what he wanted to hear. "What? You can sense the rule sources?" Wyatt exclaimed in shock. None of his other daughter gems could do that. He wondered what made Daly the exception to all the principles of the primordial calamity daughter gem, which he had believed to be absolute. "Let me show you," Daly said, and in a fraction of a second, she connected to the space rule source. Soon, within mere moments, she had forged a space rule stream in the womb of her realm. Watching the cascading space rule stream in what had once been considered a barren realm womb, Wyatt felt both shocked and mesmerized. He himself had been attempting to forge his blood rule stream, and knew that creating a stream was no easy task for any being, mortal or celestial alike. All had to undergo the universally impartial test of the rule sources to forge rule streams. Yet Daly had created hers in seconds, defying Wyatt's understanding of reality. "What the?" Wyatt cursed as Daly's endless space rule stream continued to rapidly grow in width. The widening of the rule stream indicated that more rule meanings of the said rule were being fused into it. Yet each of these meanings had to be comprehended to ultimate mastery and understanding before being fused to the rule stream. Based on the rate of expansion, it seemed Daly was comprehending and mastering a minimum of 2 space rule meanings per second. Wyatt's understanding of reality continued to unravel. "Phew, that was harder than I thought, but I'm glad my realm's womb finally has a rule stream," Daly said happily, as her space rule stream stabilized. Now it was about 22 times its initial width. Finding Wyatt staring at her wide-eyed, she asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" "Make a few more rule streams," Wyatt said, hiding his shock. "I only comprehend space rules thanks to the principles of the celestial array formation used in my creation. To forge more rule streams, I'd have to start comprehending different rules first. That will take time. Maybe in another century or 2 I'll manage another rule stream. If I'm lucky," Daly explained, with a touch of longing to see her womb filled with various rule streams like the wombs of other celestial beings. Wyatt finally understood. The endless space rule stream before him was the product of Daly's millennia of space rule comprehension and mastery. Previously, though she couldn't sense rule sources like other celestials, she could still comprehend space rules due to her celestial array formation. But without access to the rule source, she'd been unable to forge a rule stream, as despite her celestial origin, she was technically more of an array than a celestial. This was why she hadn't showcased the full prowess of her space rule mastery to Wyatt during their battle. Having spent thousands of years on space rule comprehension alone, it was natural that Daly could rapidly condense her millennia of space rule comprehension and mastery into a majestic space rule stream. Considering millennia of hard work and innate talent as a celestial and daughter gem, her success was given. This realization restored Wyatt's confidence in his understanding of reality. He understood that Daly was an exception to many daughter gem rules because she was uniquely powerful. After fusing with his daughter gem, her power had only multiplied. At her current strength, if Daly were a regular being, it would be expected for her to sense the rule source of the rule she had comprehended. However, because of her origin as a celestial core spirit and a primordial calamity daughter gem, her ability to sense all rule sources without meeting certain milestones in each rule's mastery was within many possibilities. Wyatt comparing Daly to his other daughter gems now seemed foolish. Considering her unique origin and the fact that she was his only blood-kintier primordial calamity daughter gem, Wyatt wondered if his daughter gem itself had intentionally withheld the full truth about the primordial calamity soul/daughter gem from her, fearing her reaction. Wyatt could only speculate, as his abilities didn't reveal the reasoning behind these actions. Just as the human heart and brain don't explain why they did what they did to them, Wyatt had to research to find answers to his questions. Unlike mortals who can study their fellows, Wyatt was one of a kind. Fortunately, with the primordial soul pupil, he knew that, in time, all mysteries would be revealed. However, Wyatt had a hunch that the only reason his primordial daughter gem had to resort to such measures was due to the vast difference between him and Daly in terms of their realm, not to mention her origin as a celestial. After all, daughter seeds of a world calamity tree were never meant to enslave a celestial. Daly, can you sense the origin source? Wyatt asked, refraining from explaining the full truth of what it meant to be a daughter gem, as he didn't want to test the limits of the delicate harmony his abilities had established with Dalek as his daughter gem. He chose to trust in the strength of the cursed primordial bloodline, believing it to be absolute, even for Daly, a mutant celestial. Wyatt labeled Daly a mutant celestial because, after fusing with his primordial calamity daughter gem, she had shed her old status, evolving into a complete celestial, and even more. Previously, the only thing preventing Daly from being a true celestial was her inability to sense rule sources and natural growth, requiring her to rely on energy from two suns and resources extracted from meteoroids and asteroids for sustenance. These sources were barely enough to fuel her existence, let alone help her growth and development. Even if they were sufficient, she was incapable of helping her grow as a celestial, but as a race spirit they could. However, now that she could sense rule sources as a regular celestial would, she had a more efficient sources to not only sustain her existence, and to help her grow as a celestial, just like other celestials. Not to mention, with the added abilities of the primordial calamity daughter gem, she was different from regular celestials, making her a mutant among the celestial. If she could sense the origin source, she would be not only different, but superior to a regular celestial, with access to the primordial energy coveted by all beings in the myriad realms, including celestials. If she were able to sense the origin source, then she will not only be different from a regular celestial, but better than a regular celestial, gaining accessing to the primordial energy coveted by every being in the myriad realms, including the celestial beings. No, but should I be able to? Daly asked with concern, reluctant for this revelation to dampen her excitement over gaining the kinship she had longed for and her new status as a true celestial, something she could only dreamed of. You will, as you grow stronger, Wyatt said, attempting to dismiss the matter. But Daly persisted. But you can sense it, can't you? Yes, but that doesn't reflect on your abilities. Besides, celestials can't sense the origin source without meeting certain milestones and achievements. If you continue to progress as you are, I'm confident you will be able to sense it too, Wyatt assured her. Despite his tight schedule, he felt he had to indulge Daly, otherwise he might soon find out if she was an exception to the cursed primordial bloodline as well. Wyatt typically didn't like to leave variable unattended to, but he felt helpless since Dalek's strength was beyond his control, and celestials were a special existence in the myriad realms. Still, if it turned out that Daly was immune to the cursed bloodline's control, Wyatt had a contingency. He could awaken the dormant plague fused into her celestial array core and let it do what it did best: devour realms. However, this was a last resort. Awakening the plague would consume massive energy, and fully overtaking her core would demand even more. Besides, Wyatt needed Daly alive to profit from his investment, and he couldn't summon that much power instantly, not yet at least. But you can sense the origin source, Daly pointed out, sounding disappointed. She wasn't jealous. Instead, as his elder sister, she simply felt inadequate. If the field marshal overheard her, she might jokingly invite Daly to the Wyatt's Friends and Family Club, as feeling incompetent around Wyatt came with the territory. But over time, Wyatt had a way of making others feel that his achievements were their own. Wyatt was momentarily speechless. He couldn't quite grasp the source of Daly's disappointment, but he was sure she wasn't jealous, so he decided to shift the subject. Come, Let me introduce you to my friend and mentor. Upon arriving in the physical plane in his usual form, Wyatt retrieved the plague cells surrounding the field marshal and informed her. The situation has been handled. We can continue mining here without any concerns. Who is that? The field marshal asked, her voice filled with questions about both the threat and the power Wyatt had displayed. Yet, she chose to ask about the immediate mystery, the female version of Wyatt beside him. She guessed it was an incarnation of him, but dreaded the idea that Wyatt might be one of those with a peculiar preference. Moreover, the female version's strength was overwhelming, sending her survival instincts into overdrive and making her want to flee. That's my elder sister, Daily Wyatt. Wyatt introduced Daily. The field marshal suspected he was joking, but his demeanor suggested otherwise. Seeing the confusion on her face, Wyatt added, Daily is the will of this realm, aka the spirit of the celestial array formation. She's a celestial, the field marshal blurted in shock. She quickly descended and bowed deeply to Daily, pleading, Please, forgive my insolence, Your Highness. Though it was her first time witnessing a celestial will in physical form, Wyatt's words and Daily's strength left no room for doubt. What's she doing? Should I bow too? Daily asked Wyatt in confusion. As the will of a barren realm, she had no interaction with mortals, and those she did encounter were mostly frightened interdimensional travelers trespassing the realm. So, she didn't know mortals revered celestials. No, don't. That might just scare her to death, Wyatt hurriedly said, signaling to the field marshal to drop the formalities. Field marshal, Daily is my elder sister, treat her as such, nothing more. The field marshal dropped the formalities but gave Wyatt a blank stare, finding it hard to believe that a celestial would consider herself a mortal's elder sibling. There was a limit to boasting, and Wyatt had crossed it by several miles. Though Daily appeared very friendly toward Wyatt, the field marshal didn't dare mistake it for anything else, even it meant doubting her young liege's words. This was the difference between devils and card demigods. One hunted celestials as nourishment, while other revered them as creator gods. He is telling the truth. I am Wyatt's elder sister, and we share the same bloodline. You can check if you want, Daily said, noticing the skepticism in the field marshal's eyes. She drew blood from her palm, intent on proving her connection to Wyatt and establishing their shared lineage. The field marshal was taken aback, startled by Daily's bold gesture, especially seeing her draw blood. This incident stirred questions in the field marshal's mind about her understanding of celestials. Since when did celestials start to bleed? She thought, but soon dismissed it, assuming Daily might have created an incarnation using Wyatt's blood. This could explain her resemblance to Wyatt and the claim of a shared bloodline. Daily, stop. There's no need for that, Wyatt said, intervening before she could further pressure the field marshal into verifying their bloodline. Yes, Your Highness, Daily. There's no need for a blood test. I trust your word, the field marshal added, playing along despite her skepticism about Wyatt and Daily being siblings to humor the celestial. Wyatt, why don't you call me elder sister? If you had, there wouldn't have been such misunderstandings. Daily pointed at Wyatt, blaming him for the field marshal's doubt. She had wanted to bring this up for some time, and now had the perfect reason. That's not it, Wyatt replied, dismissing her complaint before abruptly changing the topic. The space furnace array formation is going strong. He then entered the array's storage section, where numerous 2-pound bars of refined L.SG were neatly stacked. Wyatt had failed to monitor the array formation because of the disturbance earlier, but the abundance of refined bars indicated that the array was functioning well. You know, you don't need this array to extract resources. I can do it for you. Now that I'm a true celestial and can feel the rule sources, I don't need to depend on these resources for sustenance anymore, so I could gather and store them for you. Daily generously offered to her younger brother, choosing not to bring up that he wasn't willing to call her elder sister or mention that he had previously attempted to take her resources without permission or that he hadn't consulted her about mining activities after establishing their relationship as siblings. Though she no longer needed these resources, Daily shouldn't overlook the fact that before becoming a complete celestial, she had to rely on these supplements to maintain her existence, as relying solely on energy from 2 suns, 2 of the remaining creations of the celestial whose remains were used to create her would have been insufficient to sustain her. In her eagerness to have a family, Daly was blind to the fact that Wyatt was simply taking advantage of her. However, Wyatt's crime wasn't intention but out of ignorance. Because Wyatt had stopped his study of the celestial array formation midway, had yet to realize the importance of the resources buried in the realm's crust for Dalek's survival, before he unknowingly helped her become a complete celestial. He wasn't that the majority of the resources gathered by the celestial array formation from the meteors and asteroid were continuously used to supplement the array itself, along with energy from its two suns. The formation was neither as self-sufficient nor as efficient as it appeared on the surface. Nearly 90% of its collected resources were used to power the array, with the rest stored as reserves for low-yield seasons. Considering that Daly had never seen her creator, every inch of her realm's crust should have been rich with rare resources collected from meteors over millennia, since no one had ever mined her crust. However, Wyatt had found only a single LSG deposit since his arrival, and Henrix, who had been there before, had assumed the realm was barren based on his experience on it. This suggested that the celestial array formation had totally failed in its purpose to gather resources from the meteors and asteroids, which could explain why her creator might have abandoned it. Daly had long feared this possibility, but had consoled herself over the several millenniums with one question. If the array was truly worthless, why hadn't her creator taken the celestial array formation core and repurposed it, given its value? About that, I owe you an apology. I was greedy for the resources in your realm's crust and began mining without considering that they might belong to someone. I'm sorry, Wyatt admitted, feeling ashamed. His actions now seemed similar to the dark races he had recently grown to despise. Realizing his mistake, Wyatt felt it was wrong not to have contacted the realms well upon his arrival or to have sought permission to mine its resources. He had behaved as a demon merchant might, trespassing, claiming the realm as his own, and mining its resources without respect. Knowing he was in the wrong, he asked Daly for forgiveness. Hearing Wyatt's apology, the field marshal felt her blood run cold, recalling how she had pushed him to continue mining until the unknown threat appeared. Though Wyatt hadn't informed her of the threat's details, she had a strong feeling that Daly was the one and that she might have overheard her insistence on mining the LSG deposit. Gathering her courage, the field marshal asked for Daly's forgiveness. Your Highness Daly, please forgive me for my insolent remarks. It was not my intention to steal from you. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay. It's all water under the bridge. You don't have to sweat over such small things. Daly forgave the duo, and then with a wave of her hand, she used her celestial force to unearth the entire 15.6 cubic mile LSG deposit, saying, "Consider this a gift from an elder sister to her little brother." Soon, she employed a spatial disaster to refine it, neatly arranging the refined LSG into stacks of 2-pound bricks all in under a minute. Now that she had established a space rule stream, Daly was finally able to showcase her true might in terms of spatial rule mastery. While the field marshal was mesmerized by Daly's insane display of celestial force and mastery over space rules, Wyatt was more captivated by her talent in array formation. It wasn't surprising that, after becoming a complete celestial and establishing a space rule stream, Daly was now able to display her true power in celestial force and space rules, unlike her relatively pathetic display during their battle. However, her skill in array formation was unexpected. Wyatt believed she had even greater potential in array formation than he did. Just by glancing at the space furnace array formation, Daly was able to incorporate its principles in her spatial disaster to refine LSG, processing over 15 cubic miles of it in under a minute. It seemed her origin as a celestial array formation spirit wasn't without merit. She was an array formation genius born once in several millennia. Realizing this, Wyatt suddenly felt eager to see the world Daly would eventually build as a celestial. Though that was still far in the future, he decided to guide her by introducing her to the field of array formation. That was convenient, the field marshal remarked, glancing at the seemingly endless rows of neatly stacked 2-pound LSG bricks that Daly had arranged. Then, turning to Wyatt, she asked, "What now? We'll use what we need and gradually sell the rest." Neither the Dark Realm nor the Devil Merchant Code Market can handle such a massive quantity of LSG all at once, Wyatt replied. He then shared all his array formation knowledge with Daly through the hive spirit, adding, "This may not compare to your gift, but I hope it keeps you busy until I can get you your real present. I like anything you give me, but what do you mean by keeping me busy?" Daly frowned, sensing she might not like what Wyatt was about to say next. "I'm planning to return to my realm for a short while. There's something urgent I need to handle, and it's also related to the gift I want to prepare for you," Wyatt explained. He was being sincere, not just making excuses to leave Daly, who was rooted in this part of the myriad realms. "We just met, and now you're leaving already." Before Daly could persuade him to stay, Wyatt interrupted her, saying, "Please, trust me on this. I need to do this for us." "Fine, but promise you'll be back soon." Daly relented with one condition. Wyatt nodded, swearing, "With the origin source as my witness, I promise to return soon." "No. Why did you do that? I didn't ask you to take an oath, especially not with the origin source as a witness," Daly exclaimed, distressed. "Not everyone can make an oath with origin source as witness. Only those who could sense the origin source could swear on it, and she knew Wyatt was one of them. Her intention was never to pressure or harm Wyatt. She just wanted to spend time with her younger brother. Even if he didn't return, though it would sadden her, she would hope for his happiness, wherever he was. She never wanted him to make such a binding oath. "I did it because I want you to wait for me," Wyatt said with a reassuring smile. Comforted by his words, Daly nodded, saying, "I'll wait for you." "Field Marshal, let's head back to my city," Wyatt ordered, only to be met with a firm reminder. "What about your combat training? I know you have many unique skills and abilities at your disposal, but that doesn't replace the need for combat mastery. Without it, no matter how strong your skills are, you won't be able to harness their full power or time them perfectly to achieve critical strikes and gain other tactical advantage in a battle. I can go on and on about this, but it will be pointless if you don't heed them. I sincerely hope you'll stop avoiding combat training and start taking initiative." The field marshal's expression was grim as she lectured Wyatt on the importance of combat mastery. She was genuinely frustrated with her young liege for not taking his training seriously and wondered if she should emphasize this again with some tough love. However, seeing how protective Daly was of him, she didn't dare act rashly in her presence. "Field Marshal, I am well aware of the importance of combat mastery," Wyatt agreed with Field Marshal, recalling how she had easily bested him in sparring. However, he immediately reminded her of the conditions she'd agreed to before becoming his combat instructor, saying, "Remember, you agreed to schedule my training around my busy schedule. Something important has come up, so we'll continue later. Don't make me repeat myself again." Listening to Wyatt, the field marshal clenched her fists in frustration but soon controlled her emotions, nodding, "I did agree to that, and I will make sure to not make you remind me again." "Good. Now, let's head back to the city," Wyatt said, accessing the Devil Merchant Code's interdimensional transportation feature. Before leaving, he locked eyes with Dalek and left after uttering, "I'll be back soon." With Wyatt and the field marshal gone, Daly was alone once again. However, this time she didn't feel lonely, as she could sense Wyatt through the hive spirit, the primordial calamity soul/daughter gem link, and their shared bloodline. While waiting for her little brother's return, she decided to occupy herself with the array formation knowledge he had shared. However, she went through all the material on the array formation in a matter of minutes, proving Wyatt's hutch about her talent in array formation right. If she hadn't encountered difficulties understanding particular array ingredients unique to Card World and that she hadn't come across in her long lifespan, she would have completed it even faster. With nothing else left to do, she decided to unearth the other resources buried in the crust and refine them for her little brother, now that she had little use for them herself and had noticed Wyatt searching for them. "Wyatt, you're back." Dreydray was the first to greet him, while the others stayed busy with their work. Almost everyone was gathered in the Seed World. It seemed they had turned the dungeon seal and the Seed World into their hangout spot. Wyatt greeted her in return, adding, "Hi, Dreydray. I have good news for you." "What is it, Wyatt?" Dreydray asked with joy, momentarily forgetting her headache from the constant pressure of her unborn forest spirit, which kept urging her to let it swallow Wyatt's Seed World. If she hadn't restrained it, the spirit would have devoured the Seed World and completed its birth long ago. "Your forest spirit can have the Seed World," Wyatt announced with a wide smile. Hearing this, Dredra's joy multiplied instantly, as she'd been struggling to keep rejecting her child's urges. Really? Thank you, Wyatt. That child is going to be thrilled. Dredre thanked Wyatt for his generosity with a kiss on his cheek, then rushed to her floating forest island to share the good news with her unborn forest spirit. What use does a forest spirit have for an independent subspace? Field Marshal asked Wyatt, puzzled at how a forest spirit could benefit from a subspace. Trust me, you're better off not knowing. Wyatt said seriously. He suspected that Librarian Jr. had assigned Dredre as his personal pixie with a hidden agenda. He believed that the less Field Marshal knew, the safer she and everyone else would be. As I suspected, this forest spirit is definitely not simple, Field Marshal muttered, Wyatt's words confirming her doubts. She had sensed all along that Dredra's so-called forest spirit was far more than it seemed. Her unique eyes had never deceived her, and now she regretted second-guessing herself. Still, she trusted that Dredre hadn't lied to her, though Wyatt's words hinted that perhaps Dredre herself wasn't fully aware of the truth. Ignoring Field Marshal's musings, Wyatt made his way toward the clown Mask, who was watching Courtney as she worked on comprehending blood rules with Bloodette within her innate blood rule. This would allow Bloodette to grow stronger without having to share half her power with the dungeon seal. As Wyatt approached, Clown Mask quickly rose to her feet and bowed to him, surprising Field Marshal, who followed suit. It appeared Clown Mask knew Wyatt from even before her imprisonment, almost as if she were his subordinate. This was a bizarre notion, considering Clown Mask had been responsible for his parents' deaths under orders from the Circle, who had been hired by Matron, aka Susan Byler. Wyatt had said he had forgiven Clown Mask and was willing to give her a second chance, but this was still a shocking sight to behold. Follow me, Wyatt ordered Clown Mask, opening an isolated space for the two of them. Field Marshal attempted to follow, but Wyatt stopped her, saying, Go see if Park and Susan need your help procuring goods in the card world market. All right, Field Marshal replied, heading towards Susan and Park, who were in the middle of a heated debate over how to manage the funds Wyatt had allocated for their interdimensional import-export business venture. She left Wyatt to attend to his urgent business. In her mind, however, she was more certain than ever that Wyatt had nothing urgent or important to do and was simply trying to avoid combat training. Despite her suspicions, she kept her thoughts and her mounting frustration with Wyatt to herself. After all, she had agreed to Wyatt's condition to conduct combat training sessions without interrupting his busy and unpredictable schedule. In hindsight, she realized it had been naive of her to assume Wyatt wouldn't exploit this condition to avoid the sessions as often as possible. Inside the isolated space, Wyatt looked into Clown Mask's eyes and commanded, Remove your mask. She obeyed without hesitation, revealing a hideous hole resembling an empty eye socket in the center of her forehead. As Wyatt gazed into the hollow space, a result of her Tao eye being forcibly removed, he felt as if he were staring into a bottomless pit, so dark it could consume one's sanity. The first time he saw this wound, it hadn't looked as menacing, but it had changed gradually as his daughter Gem upgraded. This prompted Wyatt to wonder if he could help Clown Mask regenerate her stolen Tao eye. He wasn't confident at first, until witnessing Daily evolve from a celestial array spirit to a full celestial through his primordial calamity daughter Gem. However, he suspected this transformation was largely due to his cursed primordial bloodline and Daily's celestial origin. After all, despite being updated to the latest versions, none of his other daughter Gems showed such miraculous growth. Clown Mask's daughter Gem was also updated to a primordial calamity daughter Gem, and though her Tao eye showed subtle changes with the upgrade, it hadn't shown any signs of true recovery despite the gem's powerful restructuring capabilities. Wyatt had used his soul pupils on her many times to try to understand what was happening, but to his surprise, Clown Mask's soul pathways held no information on Tao eyes. However, the soul pathways in the center of her forehead contained certain profound traces, suggesting that something invaluable and profound once resided there. If not for these traces, Wyatt would have doubted whether Clown Mask ever had a Tao eye. This also explained why his daughter Gems couldn't regenerate her lost Tao eye. It seemed that all soul pathways connected to it had been lost with it. Without the actual soul pathways of the Tao eye, the daughter gem lacked a crucial element needed to restructure Clown Mask as a whole. Not to mention, the profound traces in her forehead ensured that, each time Clown Mask's body was rebuilt, an empty third eye socket remained in the center of her forehead. Without the soul pathways related to Tao eyes, it was impossible even for Wyatt, with the aid of his soul pupils, to help Clown Mask regenerate a Tao eye in her third eye socket. However, he was able to help her develop eyelids for the empty socket, removing the need for her to wear a mask to hide it. Despite this, Clown Mask still preferred wearing her mask as it made her feel comfortable. She had lived 2 lifetimes behind that mask, one in her future vision and the current life she was experiencing, so the mask felt like an extension of her body to her. She was more at case with the mask on than with her own face, so much so that she continued to wear it even when alone. It was a psychological attachment, and as a partner to your daughter gem, she could retain this personal quirk unless Wyatt willed otherwise. Turning his gaze from Clown Mask's third eye socket, Wyatt raised his hand and produced a handful of his innate plague. He charged it with primordial energy and added a pinch of pixie dust he had previously gathered from Dre to it. The intent here was to turn the plague into a carrier of both primordial energy and pixie dust. Dre had given the pixie dust to Wyatt, and both plague and Clown Mask could be considered as extension of Wyatt, so it would be work on them. Once everything was prepared, Wyatt pressed his palm against Clown Mask's ample chest. The blood-red plague cells immediately infiltrated Clown Mask's body, heading toward her daughter gem. Upon reaching it, the plague cells fused with the mutated ego gem, and soon the daughter gem, along with Clown Mask herself, disintegrated into a cloud of blood-red plague cells, leaving her clothes behind. Gradually, the cloud of blood-red plague began reintegrating, forming a new crimson daughter gem that developed cells, grew tissues, and soon shaped itself into a complete female body with alluring curves in all the right places. However, Wyatt wasn't interested in these soft mounds of meat. His gaze went straight to her forehead. Noticing that Clown Mask's third eye socket was showing subtle changes as the daughter gem upgraded, Wyatt guessed it was lacking sufficient energy to complete the transformation. Though uncertain about what the transformation would entail, he assumed it might have something to do with her lost Tao eye. Thus, he decided to provide Clown Mask with ample primordial energy, adding a bit of pixie dust in hopes that the dust would re-trigger the stalled transformation and that the primordial energy would sustain it. There was another reason he used his innate plague as an intermediary instead of directly providing Clown Mask's daughter gem with primordial energy through the link connecting them and sprinkling pixie dust into her third eye socket. He wanted to see if his cursed primordial bloodline would deem Clown Mask worthy of becoming his bloodkin and elevate her to a bloodkin tier daughter gem. Wyatt was fully aware that if his cursed primordial bloodline had considered Clown Mask or any of his other daughter gems worthy, it would already have shared itself with them, raising them to the bloodkin tier. However, Wyatt was greedy. After all, Clown Mask's experience would make her an invaluable asset in his grand plans if she were to become a bloodkin tier daughter gem. As Wyatt's gaze fell on Clown Mask's forehead, he was stunned. The horizontal eyelid slit on her forehead was now replaced by a birthmark similar to that of the Supreme Leader's insignia, but it was blood-red in color instead of the latter's pitch-black insignia. The resemblance was uncanny. The empty third eye socket on Clown Mask's forehead had vanished, replaced by a blood-red birthmark resembling a crimson tattoo of a vertical third eye. At its center, where the pupil would be, sat a pitch-black jewel about the size of a 1-carat diamond. This vertical eye birthmark was an exact replica of the Supreme Leader's own mark, except his was black with a red jewel, while hers was red with a black jewel. In Clown Mask's alternate future vision, this birthmark was a symbol of terror, the insignia worn by the Supreme Leader's allies and forces. Seeing it appear on Clown Mask's forehead, Wyatt was visibly shocked. However, after calming himself, he felt this outcome was to be expected. After all, the Supreme Leader had gained his signature vertical third eye mark after stealing Clown Mask's Tao eye. According to Clown Mask's memories, the Supreme Leader had created a card using her Tao eye, but the result had been subpar. Dissatisfied, he gave it to one of his incarnations, who then used it as an ingredient in his own origin card creation, forming the vertical third eye mark that the Supreme Leader later absorbed through his origin card. Taking this information into account, Wyatt was no longer surprised that Clown Mask's empty third eye socket had evolved into a vertical third eye birthmark similar to the Supreme Leader's. However, he was uncertain about what the color difference signified or why the empty third eye socket hadn't simply regenerated a Tau eye. Considering that a Tau eye wasn't like other physiques and that only one card apprentice with that Tau eye physique could exist at a time, Wyatt wondered if the power of the Tau eye had been split between the Supreme Leader and Clown Mask. He speculated that the Supreme Leader possessed about 90% of the Tau eye's power, while Clown Mask retained only 10%, as he had managed to steal her third eye, but not the socket. Since the third eye socket was part of the Tau eye physique, the Supreme Leader had never been able to claim the full Tau eye. As a result, despite numerous attempts, he could not recreate the Tau eye physique and had to settle for a degraded version. This was also the reason why Clown Mask had been unable to regrow her Tau eye and was left with an empty third eye socket unable to get rid of it. However, by supplying her with primordial energy and pixie dust, Wyatt had compensated for much of the missing Tau eye, allowing her to form her own version of the degraded Tau eye. Should I have used more pixie dust? Wyatt muttered to himself, wondering if adding more pixie dust might have allowed Clown Mask to regrow her Tau eye. He pondered this despite the obvious limitation of the physique, that it could only be wielded by one card apprentice at a time. IIS thoughts were held merit. After all, she was the original bearer of the physique, and currently, there were none with the Tau eyes. Master, I don't think that's possible unless I kill Carl to take back what he stole from me, Clown Mask replied, overhearing Wyatt's thoughts. Why so? Carl doesn't have a Tau eye physique, so why would you have to kill him to regrow yours? Wyatt asked, feeling that if the answer were so simple, Carl would have already killed Clown Mask to gain the Tau eye physique himself instead of keeping her around. I don't know. That was just the first thing that came to me when I heard you pondering out loud, Clown Mask admitted. She wasn't sure why she felt that way, but her gut instinct kept echoing that feeling, turning it into a scream urging her to kill Carl and reclaim what he had taken from her. After seeing the end of her alternate self in her final future vision, Clown Mask harbored a desire for vengeance against the Supreme Leader for ruining her life, but she had never considered retrieving the physique he had stolen from her. She hadn't thought it was possible. I see, Wyatt said, eyeing Clown Mask. His gaze was momentarily drawn to her toned skin and ample curves. Shaking his head, he ordered, "Put on your clothes." Clown Mask nodded and moved out of Wyatt's sight, gathering her clothes from the ground, giving him a peek at her forbidden garden. The sight was tempting, but Wyatt's mind remained focused on her words about killing to regain what was stolen. Her comment had opened him to reconsider a possibility he had already considered. However, he was intrigued by this for reasons different from hers. Wyatt had considered about the Clown Mask reclaiming the 90% of the Tau eye that the Supreme Leader had taken from her. He did not know how that would be possible, but he thought about this because he was curious if the combination of her enhanced 10%, which was no equal to 90%, and Carl's 90% would birth a stronger Tau eye, or perhaps even evolve it. Or would the extra energy simply dissipate, returning to the realm? In theory, Wyatt's idea wasn't without merit. It seemed plausible that the Tau eye physique might evolve or grow stronger if Carl's share and Clown Mask's enhanced share were combined. But after hearing Clown Mask say she'd need to kill Carl to regain her physique, he began to wonder if the Tau eye was a self-aware or programmed energy, like the baptism energy, meaning it would not evolve or grow stronger unless previously designed to do so. The current dilemma was similar to a popular debate on regeneration back on Earth. If someone with super regeneration abilities were beheaded, would their head regrow a new body, or would the body grow a new head? Some confidently asserted that, since the head housed the brain and memories, it would regrow a new body. Others disagreed, asking where would the head get the energy required to regrow an entire body. They argued that the body, being home to the heart, the energy house would regrow a new head. However, in the card world, there was no such debate. They already knew the answer because, in this world, super regeneration wasn't just a fantasy, it was a reality. The answer was neither. Super regeneration would regrow either a new body or a new head or both according to its predetermined specifications. Examples of this included the monsters Hydra, Stone Troll, and Earth Dragon. When beheaded, Hydra's super-regeneration allows its body to regrow its heads, while the stone troll's super-regeneration allows its head to regrow a new body. However, Earth Dragon's super-regeneration allows both its head and body to regrow a new body and head, thus multiplying into two. This shows that the super-regeneration function of different creatures was predetermined and specified in their soul pathways, or, in Earth's terms, their DNA. Wyatt believed that the Tao I, as a pre-programmed energy, would likely not evolve or grow stronger when Carl's degraded version of the Tao I combined with Clown Mask's degraded version of the Tao I. Instead, he thought it would result in the birth of the original Tao I, while any excess energy would return to the realm. He also couldn't help but wonder if primordial energy and pixie dust might be able to override this programming. However, seeing that Clown Mask hadn't regrown a complete Tao I even after receiving help from primordial energy and pixie dust, he dismissed the thought. I'm getting nowhere. Maybe I should just ask an expert. Wyatt decided, choosing to stop speculating and instead ask the only expert he knew who might answer such questions, the Blood Rule Stream Spirit of the card world. If he approached the Blood Rule Stream Spirit, he was confident he could get the answers he sought because, with an appropriate offering, it would reveal any secret of the card world within its knowledge to him. Not to mention, it had already confessed to being the secret hand behind the scene responsible for the birth of the Tao I and Tao Tongue physiques in this era within the mother and daughter pair, Clown Mask and Courtney. He even doubted if the spirit itself was behind Clown Mask's premonition to kill Carl and reclaim what he had taken from her. Perhaps the spirit was sending her a message that killing Carl would allow her to regain her Tao I physique. It was just a speculation. However, the real question was, why was Clown Mask having such thoughts now, of all times? Was it because Clown Mask's share of the Tao I had been enhanced? Wyatt had too many questions and knew where he could find the answers, but he did not want to reach out to the Blood Rule Stream Spirit over this issue. Wyatt was certain that if he sought the card world's Blood Rule Stream Spirit with the proper offering to inquire about the Tao I physique's potential to evolve or grow stronger, the spirit would likely start questioning why there was 180% of the Tao I energy in the physical plane instead of just 100. Ultimately, all suspicion would fall on him, increasing the risk of revealing him being one with Source and exposing Dreedra's presence on this realm. If that were to happen, then consequence would be beyond Wyatt's control, and he might have to leave the card world and not return until he was strong than its will. To avoid exposing his secrets to the card world's will, Wyatt dared not approach one of its rule stream spirits with questions tied to his personal mysteries. Once again, he found himself back at square one, with too many questions and no answers. What is it called? Wyatt asked, eyeing the now-dressed Clown Mask's vertical third-eye birthmark. Eye of Fortune, Clown Mask replied, then elaborated. It allows me to predict the right time to watch out for, the right place to be at, and the right person to associate with or trust. One of its effects is called right time, place, and person. Listening to Clown Mask's description of her Eye of Fortune, Wyatt couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in skepticism, as it made her ability sound like a divination-type physique, turning Clown Mask into a fortune teller. This physique didn't sit well with Wyatt, who believed there was no singular right time, place, or person. He thought it was up to each individual to choose and make them right. He didn't believe in a predetermined destiny, but rather in shaping one's own through choices and actions. It sounds like a pretty unreliable physique, Wyatt said, unable to hide his distaste. Master, please don't misunderstand it by comparing it to superstitions or the self-proclaimed seers of the Empire. Clown Mask pleaded, trying to clear up Wyatt's prejudice against her third eye. She continued, Master, my Eye of Fortune is more like a time-related physique than a divination one. It works by allowing me to peek a few moments ahead into the future. Fortune and misfortune are open to my interpretation, giving a degree of freedom in which futures I can see. However, the extent of what I can see depends on when, where, and on whom I use my physique. I see. That makes more sense. Understanding the principle behind Clown Mask's Eve of Fortune, Wyatt acknowledged her physique and no longer considered it unreliable. However, he still had doubts about its limitations, so he asked her for further details. Explain to me how when, where, and on whom you use your physique's ability affects it. Clown Mask nodded in understanding before explaining the workings and limitations of her ability. Master, my physique is pretty straightforward. For example, if you were to suddenly attack me, my physique would sense my fear and show me a future where I'm attacked, allowing me to see how to avoid your surprise attack. However, I can't see even a fraction of a second beyond the moment of attack. If you were to ambush me, my physique would sense the danger and show me a future where I'm ambushed, giving me insight on how to avoid it. But again, I can't see even a fraction of a second after the ambush. If you were to promise me something, my physique would sense my doubt and show me a future where you either keep or break your promise, letting me know if I can trust you. But, once again, I can't see anything beyond that event. By using these cues, I can control my physique to see a future that helps me make the right choices at any given moment and scenario. But the range of from where and how far I can look into the future is limited. That's just cheating, Wyatt muttered, feeling a pang of jealousy every hardworking person feels at some point of their life towards someone lucky enough to have an edge over them, just because they were in so-called right place at the right time. He couldn't help but wonder if the degraded version of the Tao I was already this powerful. How overpowered must the original Tao I be? Considering Clown Mask had lived an entire lifetime in a future vision before the Tao I was forcefully dug out from her forehead, it seemed almost unimaginably powerful. Then, realizing Clown Mask wasn't the only one with this physique, he exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me Carl has the same physique. No, Master, he doesn't. His physique is called the Eye of Prosperity. It allows him to see the true value of time, place, and objects, Clown Mask replied, assuring Wyatt that the Supreme Leader's degraded Tao I was quite different from hers. This was new information she'd learned as her share of the Tao I increased to match Carl's and formed her own degraded version of Tao I. She had a feeling that her Tao I wanted to return to her and was helping her, but since she couldn't prove it, she didn't mention it to Wyatt. To not confuse him, and also because he did not ask. How would that even work? Wyatt found her description of the Eye of Prosperity odd, wondering how one could measure the value of time when most would agree that every second is priceless. He pondered if, by value, she meant something like the auspiciousness or luck associated with time, place, or objects. I'm not entirely sure, Clown Mask admitted. I'm guessing the Eye of Prosperity should work on the same principle as my Eye of Fortune. It might also be more of a time-type physique than a divination-type one like my physique, however alternative is also possible, but less likely, she said, drawing from her experience with the Eye of Fortune. She then added, Master, although I don't fully understand the Eye of Prosperity, I think I might be able to sense it if I get out of the dungeon seal. Wyatt raised an eyebrow as he listened to Clown Mask explain that her Eye of Fortune could track the Eye of Prosperity. He wondered if the reverse was also true. As if reading his thoughts, Clown Mask responded, Master, though I can't prove it, I don't think the Eye of Prosperity can track the Eye of Fortune or, rather, it's more accurate to say the Eye of Prosperity doesn't want to track its other half. I have a feeling that the Tao I desires and taking action to return to its rightful heir, which is me. You may be onto something, but one thing keeps bothering me. Why now? In your future vision, you didn't have this feeling, nor did you feel this way until now. Why would the Tao I want you to fight for it now when it showed no previous signs of such intent? Wyatt was puzzled. He hadn't anticipated that helping Clown Mask regrow her Tao I would become so complicated. Master, maybe it isn't me, but you. I think the Tao I wants you to fight for it, and I am merely the medium conveying its intentions. Just like you plan to control the Tao I through me, it may also be seeking your help through me. After all, in both my future vision and present self, I never was and never will be a match for Carl, let alone kill him and reclaim the Tao I, Clown Mask explained, drawing on insights she felt from her physique to guide Wyatt toward the answer. Wyatt looked at Clown Mask's third eye skeptically and said, Use your third eye and tell me if I can truly help you regrow your Tao I. Let me kickstart it. Clown Mask, I promise to help you regrow your Tao I. Clown Mask stared hard at Wyatt until he lost patience and asked, Did it work? What did you see? No, it didn't activate. No matter how hard I try, I can't use it on you. It's not just that as a daughter gem I am unable to doubt your promise, but it's as if the laws of our time don't apply to you," Clown Mask said with a frown, frustrated at her inability to assist her master. Oh, Wyatt wasn't surprised. He had long known that the time of this universe didn't affect him. He seemed to be an exception to them. Both Chris Chase and Belphegor's time freeze abilities had failed to affect him, making him aware that he was immune not just to Card World's time rule, but to that of the entire myriad realms. However, this confirmed that Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune was indeed a time-based ability, not simply divination or fortune-telling. Is it only me, or are there others immune to your Eye of Fortune as well? Wyatt asked, curious if her physique had more limitations. Well, the Eye of Fortune only works within the scope of Card World. It's useless in the myriad realms, Clown Mask revealed, finally helping Wyatt understand why the Supreme Leader had lost to ABA and hadn't extended his conquest into the myriad realms. In Clown Mask's alternate future vision, the Supreme Leader, given his ambition and the combined abilities of the Eye of Prosperity and Soul Pupils, would naturally have set his sights on the myriad realms. Yet, he never dared to expand into the Emissary of Light or Matron's territories, let alone the myriad realms. Until now, Wyatt had thought Carl was cautious because he feared an alliance between Sansa and the Emissary of Light, but it seemed Carl had reached his peak and was now focused more on preserving his gains than acquiring new territories. Though Carl's origin card ability allowed him to create and use an infinite number of origin cards by sacrificing his incarnations, it appeared to have significant limitations that he had never shared with anyone. Wyatt's knowledge of Carl's abilities was entirely based on what Clown Mask had gathered from her future vision, so he, too, was in the dark about the precise limitations of Carl's origin card. However, he now understood that while Carl's ability was powerful, it wasn't without boundaries. Even though Wyatt didn't know the exact limitations, just knowing that Carl had them gave him greater confidence. With his current strength, Wyatt believed that Carl was no match for him, even if he commanded an army of incarnations and undead card apprentices. All that remained was to locate the original Carl and put an end to this looming threat. Strangely, all three of the mischiefs had managed to avoid detection by Wyatt's VR Slime card information network. This made Wyatt wonder if he had overestimated the appeal of the soul energy digestion skill among card apprentices. However, knowing that one of the founding demigods, Norley, was using it offered some consolation. Lately, even Norley had not made an appearance in the VR universe, which left Wyatt wondering why. Maybe the latter was too busy to waste time playing within the VR universe, he thought. So, if the dark races were to enter this realm, could you use your ability on them or not? Wyatt asked, considering if Clown Mask's physique could be useful in the myriad realms. Yes, I can, but I cannot use my ability on card apprentices who leave Card World unless they return, Clown Mask clarified, emphasizing the limits of her power. So, your physique can only be used within the Card World's celestial field. That is better than nothing, I suppose, Wyatt said, deciding that perhaps he should conduct. Better than nothing, I suppose, Wyatt said, deciding that perhaps he should conduct most, if not all, of his future dealings within Card World. This way, he could rely on Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune to help identify trustworthy allies. He didn't fear hard work, but he worried about those who might attempt to sabotage his efforts by abusing his trust. Rock Dungeon Seal, Seed World. Physique. Name, Eye of Fortune, incomplete. Type, acquired physique, unique. Info. This physique is derived from Tao, I, and hence his is considered incomplete. The card apprentice can peek into the future to make the right choices and take the right actions when in fear, danger, and doubt. The card apprentice is loved by the nature. Addition effect. Fortune forecast. The card apprentice can forecast if the time, place, and person is in his favor. Right time, place, and person. The card apprentice can forecast if the time, place, and person will help and not become an obstacle in their agenda. Evil never sleeps. If any ill will is directed toward the card apprentice, the Eye of Fortune physique will autonomously activate and allow them to peek into the related future. It's up to the card apprentice to interpret and act on it. Nature's protection. All your defense-related stats, cards, physique, runes, and traits will receive 300% boost. Note: the card apprentice can use this ability on any being within the Card World's celestial field. 2. As the chosen one by the Tao Eye, the card apprentice can locate the Eye of Prosperity physique and retrieve to gain the complete Tao Eye physique. And Tao Eye is innate physique, but Eye of Fortune and Eye of Prosperity are considered acquired since they are a result of human intervention. I am sorry, Master. I couldn't be of more help. Clown Mask apologized, feeling useless. However, Wyatt shook his head, finding the apology unnecessary. He added, "Why apologize for something beyond your control? Actually, you've been very helpful more than you think. Don't worry, as promised, I will help you regrow your Tao physique as long as you help me locate the original body of Supreme Leader Carl." The last sentence Wyatt spoke wasn't directed at Clown Mask, but rather at her Tao Eye physique. He wanted to assure it that, as long as it helped Clown Mask locate Carl accurately, he would put an end to that menace and help the Tao Eye regain its original power and grandeur. He hoped the message reached it, though he had no way of knowing. The only thing stopping Wyatt from hunting down the three mischief makers with his current strength was his inability to locate their original bodies. But now, with Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune allowing her to track the Eye of Prosperity wielded by Carl, nothing was holding Wyatt back from eliminating this future threat once and for all. With his mastery over Blood Rule, he looked forward to using his Blood Fate Plunder rune on Carl. Wyatt wasn't interested in Carl's origin card itself, but rather in the origin cards Carl had collected using his Wicked origin card. "By the way, how are things with Courtney?" Wyatt asked, knowing Clown Mask dearly wanted a normal mother-daughter relationship with Courtney. She regretted choosing vengeance over her daughter, but her pursuit of revenge also served a greater purpose in combating the three mischiefs. Even when she became a daughter gem, among all her desires, her longing to be a mother to Courtney managed to persist. "I'll get through to her sooner or later. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. I owe it to her and myself," Clown Mask replied, without delving into details, as she had no concrete plan with Courtney. Her approach was simply to be present in her daughter's life, hoping that one day, they might try to be a normal mother and daughter together. "I know for sure that she appreciated having you around to show her the ropes when she contracted her grimoire and became a card apprentice. She might not show it, but those were some memorable days for her. She was also very saddened when the royal family imprisoned you, but I think she'd prefer it if you acted more like a mother than a drill sergeant. If you're unsure about anything, ask the Hive Spirit for help. If it can't assist directly, it'll connect you with someone who can." Wyatt encouraged Clown Mask for Courtney's sake. "I'll keep that in mind, Master," Clown Mask replied with a polite nod. As Wyatt turned to leave the isolated space, she hesitantly stopped him and added with a genuine smile, "And Master, I'm glad Courtney has a good friend like you looking out for her." Knowing that Clown Mask wasn't speaking these words as his daughter Gem, but as Courtney's mother, Wyatt appreciated them. However, before he could give a humble reply and continue on his way, his grimoire sounded with a series of notifications interrupting him. "Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask, worthy to inherit it. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask, has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline purity, 89%. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask's authority tier has increased. Partner tier, Bloodkin tier. Your primordial calamity daughter Gem, Clown Mask, has inherited a bloodline ability, Blood Fate Memory. Bloodline ability. Name, Blood Fate Memory. Type, Inheritability. Info, the card apprentice has inherited this ability from their bloodline, Cursed Primordial Bloodline. The card apprentice can use this ability to read the past memories of any being by sacrificing the said being's blood to the ability. The card apprentice can use this ability to read the past memories of any object by sacrificing their blood to the ability. Additional effect, Blood Fate/Fortune. The card apprentice can use their Eye of Fortune physique in combo with the ability Blood Fate Memory to peek into the past of the target. Blood Memory. The card apprentice can now store their memories and experience in their blood and for their descendants to inherit. Note, this ability can only be inherited by those deemed worthy by Cursed Primordial Bloodline. This ability is hand-picked and tailored for the daughter Gem by Cursed Primordial Bloodline from Arsenal of Abilities in Soul Gem. What am I missing? Wyatt mused aloud as he finished sifting through the series of notifications in his grimoire. Although surprised by Clown Mask's authority as his daughter Gem advancing to the coveted Bloodkin tier, Wyatt's immediate reaction was to wonder what had changed in the past few seconds for his cursed primordial bloodline to deem Clown Mask worthy of inheriting it. He pondered deeply, yet nothing notable came to mind. Even after having the Hive Spirit replay his memories multiple times, he found nothing within his memories that would suddenly prompt his cursed primordial bloodline to recognize Clown Mask as worthy. All they had done was discuss her incomplete physique and her relationship with Courtney. Neither seemed significant enough to elicit such a response from his cursed primordial bloodline. Oblivious to his surroundings, Wyatt continued straining his mind, trying to deduce the criteria behind his cursed primordial bloodline's choice of inheritors. But then Clown Mask's voice broke his contemplation. "Master, I seem to have advanced to Bloodkin tier and gained the bloodline ability, Blood Fate Memory." "I received the notification as well," Wyatt replied, shifting his thoughts to the bloodline ability. Blood Fate Memory appeared to be a derivative of his Blood Fate, Plunder meaning of the Blood Rule. While he wasn't surprised that his bloodline shared a derivative of his first Blood Rule rune with his daughter Gem, he was intrigued that it provided Clown Mask with an ability that complemented her physique well enough to form a combo. It showed how informed it was about Wyatt and his daughter Gem's. From selecting its inheritors among his daughter Gem's to bestowing suitable abilities upon the chosen ones, the cursed primordial bloodline executed all of these decisions autonomously, without Wyatt's permission. This concerned him greatly, as he had little knowledge of the cursed primordial bloodline beyond its origin, that he had gained it while comprehending the Blood Rule. What was there for Wyatt to be concerned over his cursed primordial bloodline being autonomous? Weren't all bloodlines like that? Why couldn't Wyatt simply accept his gains and feel at ease? Wyatt's synchronization rate was at 200%. He had complete control over both his bodies, all his forms, and his prowess except the cursed primordial bloodline. For a regular card apprentice, this might not be an issue, but it was different for him as a young celestial. Ely's control over his mortal body and its prowess should have been unparalleled and unchallenged, yet his cursed primordial bloodline remained beyond his grasp, disregarding his celestial will. Having encountered someone like Demigod Redfall, who used the bloodline memory meaning of the Blood Rule to escape death and reincarnate within a descendant carrying his purest bloodline, Wyatt had good reason to worry. Then, he had met Adrian and observed her trait, inner goddess, an entity equal to or stronger than a ruler class being that had attached itself to a promising soul as a leech, aiming to escape the reincarnation cycle by being reborn through it. How could Wyatt still be unconcerned? Wyatt's dilemma with his cursed primordial bloodline felt like a blend of Sarah and Adrian's experiences. When Sarah first began to comprehend the Blood Rule, the initial meaning she grasped was bloodline memory. She had no idea why she chose it, nor why it came so easily. Sarah, instead of questioning it, accepted it unsuspectingly, only to later discover that Redfall's bloodline within her body had been subtly manipulating her. It was forging a bridge between her mutated ego Gem and the River of Souls through bloodline memory meaning, allowing Redfall's soul to avoid erasure of his individuality from Breath of Erosion by entering Sarah's mutated ego Gem to leave spiritual plane and effectively use her body to be reborn in the physical plane. If not for Wyatt and Bloodette, Redfall would have succeeded in his body heist from the afterlife. Then there was Adrian's trait, inner goddess, which had been leeching her soul energy, the very energy that would have made her the youngest demigod in the card world, surpassing even demigod Baylor's record. Instead, she became a target for the world leaders, nearly bringing her family to ruin if not for the magnanimity of the southern ruler. What's more, the entity even had the gall to act as her benefactor, lending her temporary demigod-level strength and a divine barrier. Unsurprisingly, unsuspecting Adrian regarded the leech as a benefactor, feeling immense gratitude toward it. Cautious by nature, Wyatt couldn't ignore the similarity between his situation and their situation. Knowing all this, how could he still not be troubled by the existence of an unknown bloodline functioning autonomously within him? Though it acted in his favor now, there was no guarantee it would continue to do so in the future when he were at his weakest, or that it was not part of some hidden conspiracy. Various possibilities regarding his cursed primordial bloodline crossed Wyatt's mind, but only two seemed plausible, as he had seen them happen to others he knew. 1. The bloodline might belong to a powerful figure in young Wyatt's ancestry. 2. The bloodline was an unknown entity leeching off his otherworldly soul. Both scenarios spelled trouble for Wyatt. He feared that, whether this was an ancestral bloodline or a parasitic entity, it had little reason to aid him but ample motivation to strike at his weakest moments. Since it could act independently of his will, he assumed it was likely stronger than his current self. However, Wyatt reminded himself that this was all conjecture, and he kept his mind open to other possibilities while preparing for these potential possibilities. If it were someone from young Wyatt's ancestry, it could be from either his mother's or father's side. While young Wyatt's mother hailed from a noble family in the central capital, his father had been an orphan. Given the circumstances, it was obvious which side was more likely, but Wyatt did not entirely dismiss his father's lineage, as little was known about him. How could a poor orphan like young Wyatt's father have managed to win the heart of a noble's daughter from the central capital? What was he doing in the central capital when Wyatt himself wasn't able to get permission to travel there? These questions alone convinced Wyatt that he needed to conduct a thorough background investigation into young Wyatt's father's origins, suspecting there might be a hidden, potentially dangerous past awaiting discovery. Apart from his ancestry, there was also the possibility of his bloodline being a parasitic entity. He would have loved to consult the blood rule stream spirit of the card world about it, as he had gained the bloodline while trying to comprehend the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. However, he hesitated, knowing that the blood rule stream had granted him a cursed bloodline that had since grown into cursed primordial bloodline along with his growth. This was not something he could easily explain to the blood rule stream spirit without risking the revelation of his secrets. Therefore, he decided to start by researching cursed bloodlines in the Infinity Library and the history of the card world. There was bound to be a case of someone else gaining the cursed bloodline while attempting to comprehend the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. Updating his to-do list, Wyatt then lifted the space isolation barrier, preparing to attend to Dre and her unborn forest spirit. As he appeared, he found Dre waiting for him. Seeing him, she approached and said, "Everything is ready. The child is prepared to be born as the spirit of this entire space. Everyone is waiting for you." "All right, let's get started," Wyatt replied as cheerfully as he could, though he couldn't quite match Dreidra's level of excitement. Soon, Dre led Wyatt and Clown Mask to an island near her floating forest island, where everyone else had gathered to witness the birth of the forest spirit and celebrate it with grandeur. After arriving on the floating island and greeting everyone while admiring the preparations made for the spirit's arrival, Wyatt discreetly used his authority over the seed world to bury a primordial calamity daughter gem, disguised as a pebble, in the core of the floating forest island through which the forest spirit would start its birth in the physical plane. The pebble-shaped daughter gem brimmed with primordial energy to attract the spirit's attention, hoping it would be drawn to the energy during its birth, thus falling prey to Wyatt's trap. Given the unborn forest spirit's greed and lack of self-control, thanks to Dreidra's indulgence, there was little doubt it would fall for Wyatt's ploy. "Everyone, don't worry if the space grows turbulent during the child's birth," Dre explained. "It's normal since it isn't being born solely through the floating forest island, but through the entire seed world. It would be more appropriate to call it the seed world spirit rather than the forest spirit," she said, pointing to the banner Susan had made to welcome the forest spirit. "I'll change it right away," Susan said, summoning her grimoire and quickly updating the banner. Knowing how important this moment was to Dre, Susan was giving her absolute best to support her cute little friend. "Anything else?" Park asked Dre, who shook her head and added, "Everything else is perfect. Now, if everyone is ready, I'll cue the child to begin. Wyatt, please relinquish your control over the seed world to the child when the time comes." "Of course," Wyatt nodded, as did the others. Seeing everyone prepared, Dre excitedly flew to her floating forest island and began showering it with golden pixie dust as she danced through the woods. Her dance was mesmerizing, especially as the golden dust sparkled with each graceful movement. The trees and plants bathed in the dust swayed to her rhythm, while animals and birds joined in song, harmonizing with her graceful choreography. Wyatt and the others couldn't help but wonder if this was a traditional pixie ritual for the birth of a forest spirit. Their guess was correct, although such rituals typically involved hundreds or even thousands of pixies welcoming the spirit. Due to the circumstances, Deirdre had to perform alone, but she was fortunate to have a few close friends to witness the birth and share in the celebration. Enchanted by Deirdre's dance, Bloodette morphed her blood-rule humanoid form into a pixie and began mimicking Deirdre's movements from afar. Sensing Bloodette's genuine joy and excitement, Deirdre signaled her to join, setting aside their past disagreements. Bloodette enthusiastically floated over to Deirdre's side and, under her guidance, danced to the symphony of animal calls and bird songs. Soon, Corey Park morphed into a fiery pixie form and joined them as well. Inspired, the rest of the girls rushed to join in, even Clown Mask, who hoped to rekindle her relationship with her daughter. This left only Wyatt and the field marshal on the sidelines. "You should join them. I'm sure Deirdre would appreciate it," the field marshal suggested to Wyatt, who rolled his eyes and, morphing into a pixie version of himself, called out to her, "Join us. You're among friends. There's no need to hide behind a pretense. No one here will judge you not because they don't dare, but because they truly accept you as you are. Don't be afraid." Seeing Wyatt arrive in his pixie form, Deirdre was both surprised and delighted. Her excitement grew tenfold, and any lingering complaints she'd held disappeared as she felt embraced by her friends once more. She danced with renewed enthusiasm, keeping her movements slow so everyone could follow along. Though their coordination wasn't perfect, it formed a beautiful, heartfelt symphony. Finally, the field marshal shed her disguise and transformed into a pixie version of her true self, joining the others. It was a remarkable sight, friends dancing together, sharing in the joy and happiness of a dear companion. As if reacting to their harmonious celebration, the forest spirit began to manifest in the physical plane through the forest, eventually encompassing the entire seed world. Seeing this, Deirdre expanded her dance beyond the floating forest island to the entire seed world, scattering her pixie dust into every corner so the spirit could establish itself more easily in the physical plane through the seed world. With a little help from Wyatt, others followed her around. "Everyone, this is Seed, spirit of this seed world," Deirdre announced, introducing the younger pixies standing beside her. Seed looked just like Deirdre, with pink wings, hair, and eyes. Unlike Deirdre, however, whose emotions were always clear on her face, Seed's expression was as impassive as ice. Yet, she appeared well-mannered and docile, listening and following every instruction Deirdre gave her. This was quite different from her earlier, spoiled and bratty self. After hours of dancing, Deirdre and the others finally witnessed the birth of Seed, the seed world spirit, on the physical plane. There were many ways for a pixie to create a forest spirit, and Deirdre had chosen to use her pixie dust along with the forest vitality to impregnate the forest soul pathways with a spirit seed in the spiritual plane. This spirit seed, once matured, would blossom into a forest spirit in the physical plane, or, in this case, into the seed world spirit, as Deirdre's pixie dust made the seed world part of its domain. This, at least, was what Deirdre told everyone, as she believed it to be the truth. Wyatt, however, knew the full story. Seed wasn't merely a forest spirit but a young celestial. He refrained from correcting Deirdre, opting instead to use his primordial calamity daughter gem to subdue Seed. As a variant celestial, he was much stronger than an unborn celestial still establishing its domain in the physical plane. Therefore, unlike with Daly, Wyatt was able to completely subdue Seed as one of his daughter gems. Though reluctant to grant Seed partner tier authority, he still arranged it, ordering her to behave normally, but to refrain from bossing Deirdre around, to avoid arousing her suspicions. Deirdre, overjoyed with her successful creation of a forest spirit, was on cloud 9, celebrating Seed's birth exuberantly with her friends, especially Courtney and Corey. She did not suspect a thing, even though Seed was oddly docile and well-behaved. Despite his success, Wyatt was troubled by one question. Why hadn't his bloodline chosen Seed as its inheritor? Even as a fledgling, Seed was already far stronger than his other daughter gems, apart from those with bloodkin tier authority. This led Wyatt to dismiss strength as the key factor for selection by his bloodline. Though he showed reluctance to make Seed a partner-tier daughter gem, he hoped she would be chosen as bloodkin tier, which would make it easier for her to act convincingly and avoid raising Treacherous suspicions. Still, partner-tier authority seemed sufficient for now, as Seed was performing well in her role. Ideally, Wyatt would have avoided this situation entirely. But by the time he realized that Dre was creating a celestial rather than a forest spirit, it was too late. Asking her to stop would have been akin to asking a mother to abort her unborn child. So Wyatt chose to be the villain in Treacherous' life. This was necessary. Once the celestial was born, Dre would lose what little control she had over it, and it would attract unwanted attention from the card world, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. "Happy birthday, Seed, and congratulations, Dre," Wyatt said, offering his gift to Dre the incense sticks he crafted from the outer bark of the World Calamity Tree. Fortunately, he had prepared the sticks before his World Calamity Tree form evolved into the primordial World Calamity Tree. Otherwise, it would have not only risked exposing his secrets, but also risked permanently addicting Dre to its scent, as the aroma of the primordial World Calamity Tree was far more potent than that of the World Calamity Tree. "Wyatt, they smell just like you," Dre excitedly exclaimed upon sniffing his gift, prompting everyone to look at Wyatt with suspicion. Knowing Wyatt, they hesitated to jump to conclusions. But Corey, glancing at him with a mix of disgust and smugness, remarked, "Wyatt, I always knew you were a pervert, but this even surprises me. So, this explains your pixie form. How long have you been planning this?" "Corey, watch your words." Susan and the field marshal quickly defended Wyatt. Startled by their outburst, Corey retracted her comment, saying, "All right, chill. I was just kidding." Dre, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" But Susan quickly responded, "Dre, it's nothing. Could you bring more of those red fruits? I love them." "Right away," Dre agreed and rushed off to get Susan the fruits. "Corey, what's your deal now?" Wyatt asked, finding it strange that Corey was targeting him, especially since things between him and Susan had hit a roadblock as she had hoped. Besides, Corey had said she would take her role as his slave seriously, like her parents had as the Southern region's slaves. "Nothing," Corey replied, feigning innocence. "Can't I joke around during my time off?" It was ironic, coming from the same girl who thought being rude and being straightforward were the same. "Slaves don't get time off," Wyatt pointed out. "Good. Then I'll tell Dre I need to leave early because you want me to work during Seed's birthday celebration," Corey countered. "Are you blackmailing me?" Wyatt raised an eyebrow as he watched her push her boundaries. "A slave wouldn't dare," Corey replied with exaggerated meekness, though her eyes betrayed her defiance. "What about you?" Wyatt asked, testing her. "I'm your slave. Are you asking or telling me?" "A slave wouldn't dare to do either. It seems you're itching for the whoop-ass of a lifetime." Wyatt reached for her wrist, but Corey dodged. "Wyatt, don't you dare. I may have signed a slave agreement and lost a bet, but I still have basic human rights." "Don't push it," Corey protested. Only she and Wyatt truly understood what basic human rights meant in the card world, a shared understanding as reincarnators and transmigrators from Earth. Though she was often a handful, Wyatt kept her around for nostalgia. "So you agree you're my slave?" Wyatt pressed. Corey glared at him, but, noticing Dre returning with the fruits, made a face at Wyatt, sticking her tough out before rushing over to her side. "Dre, let's dance. I'll outdo you this time." "All right, let's see. Seed, join us." Once Corey, Dre, and Seed began dancing, Bloodette joined in while the crowd around them sang along. From a distance, Wyatt and the field marshal, both in their pixie forms, watched the celebration. "Why are you avoiding Susan?" the field marshal suddenly asked Wyatt. Throughout Seed's birth celebration, the tension between Wyatt and Susan was palpable to anyone emotionally mature enough to sense it. "Weren't you the one who said I should give her space? Besides, this is a big moment for Dre. "I didn't want to make things awkward," Wyatt replied, explaining why he had been purposely keeping his distance from Susan during the welcome dance. He didn't want their tension to overshadow Dre and Seed's special day. "I said to give her space, not to avoid her like the plague," the field marshal clarified. "If you keep this up, she might start believing the nonsense my niece and her cronies are spreading in the network and media. If you don't want to lose her, act like you used to with her." Be present. Make her smile occasionally, but don't cling to her. Understood. Despite rooting for Anna, the field marshal couldn't help offering Wyatt some relationship advice, knowing how much Susan meant to him. Does this also count as combat training? Wyatt joked, but the field marshal's face darkened, annoyed by his deflection as he had been avoiding training altogether. Here, take this diamond-grade grimoire. You've long since surpassed the requirements to contract one. It's about time you upgraded, she said, taking out a diamond-grade grimoire. After witnessing Wyatt's strength in the Lil Red Storm realm, she was certain his soul had reached the threshold necessary for him to wield a diamond-grade grimoire. Are you sure? Wyatt asked skeptically, reaching for the grimoire. He felt he might be ready to upgrade to platinum, but diamond seemed premature. However, seeing the field marshal nod confidently, he decided to give it a try. Although he had acquired diamond-grade grimoires during the Southern Capital incident, he couldn't pass up a free one when offered. I will give it a try then, Wyatt said, accepting the diamond-grade grimoire and summoning his current golden grimoire. Preparing to upgrade, he turned to the field marshal. Cover me. Knowing the phenomenon accompanying his upgrade would be majestic and might disrupt Treacherous' celebration, he asked the field marshal to conceal it so it wouldn't attract attention. He even informed his daughter Gem Seed to keep an eye out, just in case. Wyatt opened his golden grimoire and placed the diamond-grade grimoire on the creation page. The diamond grimoire quickly transformed into a cluster of soul pathways, merging with the soul pathways of Wyatt's golden grimoire, which began emitting brilliant rainbow lights that formed an aurora around him. The field marshal reacted swiftly, using her spatial abilities to contain the spectacle so no one would notice Wyatt's upgrade happening just behind them. Soon, the aurora retracted, leaving Wyatt holding a newly upgraded diamond-grade grimoire. Seeing this, the field marshal congratulated him. Wyatt, congratulations on becoming the youngest card apprentice and the only card grandmaster in history to contract a diamond-grade grimoire. Thank you, Wyatt replied, still focused on examining his newly upgraded diamond-grade grimoire. Apart from the diamond-grade epidermis barrier and the restriction on using cards up to SSS rank, not much had changed with Wyatt's grimoire. Well, the grimoire network seemed to come with extra security and privacy features, but other than that, the Demon Merchant Codex appeared unaffected and was still functioning perfectly. It seemed the Demon Merchant Codex was more advanced than even a diamond-grade grimoire, which was surprising, especially considering the existence of the Devil Codex. Still, Wyatt was pleased with the upgrade, as it meant his primordial calamity daughter Gem would now have an absolute effect on card demigods and devils. He had never expected to be able to subdue demigods and devils this soon. Caressing his diamond-grade grimoire, Wyatt found himself looking forward to meeting Supreme Leader Carl. Here, an SSS rank card to commemorate your grimoire upgrade, the field marshal said with a sly glint dancing in her eyes as she offered him the card. Taking it, Wyatt curiously examined the SSS rank card, realizing it was a combat arts card. Specifically, it was a combat training card, which wouldn't instantly make him a combat expert, but would guide him in mastering basic combat arts using insights of Martial Sage aka the Field Marshal, hence its SSS rank rating. Wyatt now understood why the Field Marshal had suddenly proposed upgrading his grimoire to diamond grade. It seemed that working with her crafty niece had taught her a trick or two about getting what she wanted. Seeing Wyatt roll his eyes, the Field Marshal insisted, "Since you have an unpredictable schedule, this card will help you train your basics whenever you have time. Isn't it handy?" "It's handy, but couldn't you just give me some SSS rank martial arts cards? That should be more than enough to make up for my lack of combat training," Wyatt teased. But the Field Marshal instantly exclaimed, "Aha! So, I was right all along. You were making up excuses to avoid combat training on purpose. I knew it." Noticing the emphasis she placed on proving herself right, Wyatt squinted, doubting her priorities. Sensing his skepticism, the Field Marshal coughed, hiding her embarrassment. She then proceeded to persuade Wyatt to give combat arts serious consideration, adding, "Wyatt, if you don't have a solid foundation, you won't be able to use SSS rank martial arts cards effectively. Forcing it will only harm you, which is why many demigods don't rely on martial arts cards, and true martial artists don't need to. Trust me, there's no shortcut to mastering combat arts. Just give it a try. I'm sure you'll love it." Think of it as studying the human body. No, combat arts is the study of the human body, yours and your opponent's. Just the human body? What if my opponent is a monster or some other race? Combat arts seem unreliable, Wyatt teased, pulling the field marshal's leg over her wording. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and, swallowing her pride, she corrected herself. What I meant was that combat arts is the study of the body, yours and your opponent's. Wyatt shook his head, smiling to himself, finding the field marshal's reaction adorable. It made him want to tease her even more, so he began, "What if," but was interrupted by the flustered field marshal, who snapped, "Wyatt, stop arguing and take this seriously. I'm doing this for your own good. You have abundant potential, but it's wasted because you don't even know how to throw a proper punch. Honestly, it's embarrassing." "Hey, great-grandma, watch what you say," came a sudden voice in Wyatt's defense. Surprisingly, it wasn't Wyatt himself, nor Susan, but the last person anyone expected, Corey Bright. The field marshal's outburst had brought the celebration to a halt, and all eyes turned to watch the scene unfold. Corey joining in was unexpected, but no one wanted to miss how this would play out. Dre wanted to mediate, but Seed tugged at her dress to keep her by his side, having received mental instructions from Wyatt to manage Dre and keep her content. Corey's use of great-grandma made the field marshal furious, but she held back. As Corey was technically correct, it was Corey's great-grandaunt, since Anna, in a drunken whim, had named herself Corey's godmother. The royal family had agreed to it as a gesture of thanks for her parents' outstanding work at the Way Beyond, and now the field marshal was reaping the consequences. Feeling the field marshal's heated gaze, Corey hurriedly defended herself. "Great-grandma, don't call my boss an embarrassment. It's not his fault he's, well, not exactly capable. Damn it." Wyatt cursed inwardly at being called incapable. Enraged, he shot back, "Are you forgetting you lost to me? If I'm an embarrassment, what does that make you, boss? Why are you turning on me when I'm defending you?" Corey asked, feigning exaggerated disappointment. "How is calling me names defending me? Besides, I'm in this mess because of you," Wyatt accused, blaming Corey for the whole situation. Corey's eyes widened at Wyatt's accusation, and she replied with a smug grin, "Tisk, how is it my fault that you don't know how to throw a proper punch? Where's the martial arts card you promised me?" Wyatt demanded, adding grimly, "If you don't have a proper explanation, prepare your behind for the whooping of a lifetime." Corey's smug smile froze as she suddenly remembered her forgotten promise to Wyatt. She mentally called out to Park for help, but Park ignored her pleas. Laughing nervously, she stammered, "Haha, about that. Give me a second, I'll get Park. You can discuss it with her." Saying this, Corey hurried over to hide behind Park. "Wyatt, I thought I was clear that we couldn't deliver on our promise until you helped create a card to aid Corey's mental condition." Park communicated mentally as the crowd once again lost themselves in the celebration. Corey's antics had lightened the mood, taking everyone's attention off the field marshal's sudden outburst. Now, the spotlight was back on the birthday girl and her creator. "I don't remember that conversation going quite that way, but it doesn't matter. I doubt the field marshal will let me have a martial card until I'm adept in combat arts. Besides, I have no use for low-rank cards now," Wyatt replied to Park, keeping it brief. "What about the martial arts cards you asked me to prepare for the twin origin cards for those twin brothers from the Southern Watch? You received a devil-grade ingredient from Anna in payment for that, didn't you?" "We haven't delivered yet," Park reminded him. "I remember. Be prepared, I'll ask the field marshal to make the arrangements," Wyatt said, giving Park a heads up, then mentally reached out to the field marshal to set it up. A devil-grade ingredient to create 2 A-rank origin cards? Isn't that price a bit steep? The field marshal mentally asked, surprised at what Anna was paying for Wyatt's services. Hearing about such incidents, she occasionally could not help think her niece might be right about curbing Anna's obsession with Wyatt. His reputation as a card creationist was renowned, especially after curing Ah Sung-young. But charging a devil-grade ingredient for 2 A-rank origin cards was practically highway robbery. She couldn't imagine what Anna had been thinking when she agreed. Not 2 A-rank origin cards, but twin A-rank origin cards. Besides, I'm a diamond-grade card creationist now, so that price is a steal. Your Southern Watch got a bargain, Wyatt shamelessly asserted, feigning generosity. The field marshal rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. But promise me you won't use any martial arts cards until you complete my combat training sessions. What about the one you just gave me? Wyatt teased, only to hear the field marshal snap. That's not a martial arts card. It's a training card. Please, take this seriously. I'm begging you. Geez, calm down. I was just kidding, Wyatt said, noticing the field marshal's swollen expression. Her face remained tense as she gritted her teeth and added, combat training is no joke. Considering the number of enemies you've made across the myriad realms, you need it more than anyone. All right. I promise to train in combat arts whenever I have free time. Happy, Wyatt assured her, knowing she wouldn't let it go otherwise. Yes, but I'll be even happier when I actually see you training, the field marshal conveyed indirectly, implying she would only believe Wyatt when he put his words into action. She made this remark as his combat instructor, not his loyal knight. You'll see it soon enough, Wyatt assured her, then asked, I need all the information that Anna's mother collected about my father. You received it too, right? Please send a copy to my grimoire. The field marshal didn't bother asking why he was suddenly inquiring about his father. Instead, she truthfully informed him, having already shared the file with his grimoire. About that, the information on his time after becoming a card apprentice till he met your mother is unclear. It shows he was hired by a merchant group as a helper and ended up stranded in the central capital after a consignment. But when we asked around, we found nothing. We suspect that Sansa may have tampered with the evidence. Sansa? Wyatt frowned. His first thought was that young Wyatt's father might have been a member of the Paw clan, but then it didn't make sense. Why would young Wyatt's memories of his childhood be so pleasant, with loving parents? This didn't add up, especially since Sansa had needed the local circle branch's help to kill young Wyatt's parents, and he couldn't think of any reason his father would be associated with Sansa. We tried to dig up as much as we could about your father, the field marshal continued, but all we found were the things you already know, and the fake history created by Sansa. His origins, and the time between becoming a card apprentice and meeting your mother, remain a mystery. Wyatt listened carefully as the field marshal shared everything she knew without hiding anything. From her words, it was clear she believed Sansa and Wyatt's father were associates, perhaps because Anna's mother had concluded as much. Thank you, Wyatt said, grateful to the field marshal for sharing the information. Although what they had learned about his father wasn't very helpful, it did make him consider his father's origins more seriously. Do you miss your parents? The field marshal couldn't help but ask. Having spent so much time with him, she knew that although his young shoulders bravely carried great responsibilities, he had been through a lot at such a young age. Pain wasn't any easier for him simply because he was a quirky genius. Would you be surprised if I said no? Wyatt asked, not wanting to lie to her, as he viewed the field marshal as an elder in his life. No, I expected you to put on a brave face. That's just who you are. You share your happiness, but not your pain, the field marshal replied, shaking her head. She decided not to press him further, knowing that he would open up to her when he felt ready, as he had when Susan rejected to date him. Seeing the field marshal misunderstand his response, Wyatt shook his head in mild dismay. Then, he flew toward the crowd to join the celebrations, calling out, Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. We don't get time off often. Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem, Lois Forger Online. Your cursed primordial bloodline has deemed the Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem, Lois Forger, worthy to inherit it. Your Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem, Lois Forger, has inherited your cursed primordial bloodline. Bloodline purity, 93%. Your Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem Lois Forger's authority tier has increased. Servant tier, Bloodkin tier. Your Primordial Calamity Daughter Gem Lois Forger has inherited of bloodline abilities Dual Presence, Celestial Vision, and Celestial Voice. Wyatt, who was enjoying the celebration with his friends in his pixie form, suddenly froze mid-air as a series of notifications appeared in his diamond grimoire. He quickly regained his composure and subtly moved out of the crowd. However, the field marshal followed him, and, once they were alone, she mentally asked, What happened? One of the prisoners is causing trouble. I'll go check on it. Cover for me. I'll be right back, Wyatt replied, hurrying toward the isolated space that housed his trophies. Upon entering the trophy room, Wyatt's gaze immediately met Lois's. She grinned and said, "So, you're my new master, huh?" As a blood-contier daughter gem, she had retained her individuality. Unless Wyatt decided to strip that away using his bloodline order, she would maintain her original demeanor. "What happened? How did you escape the trap array subduing you in the gem and become a daughter gem?" Wyatt wasn't interested in small talk. He wanted to know how she'd managed to escape and whether he needed to reinforce the shackles on the other prisoners. "That was easy by surrendering myself to you, Master," Lois answered. Instantly teleporting next to Wyatt, she added, "Thanks for the new abilities and power-up, Master. I can use my physique more comfortably now. With my current strength, I feel like I could take on a few elite demigods." Trapped inside the daughter gem, which had been turned into a prison specifically designed to contain her abilities, Lois had studied her surroundings and tried her best to break free to gain her freedom. However, as weeks passed without progress, she realized her physique was useless here. She couldn't even contact the world's will to assist her. To her dismay, the ego gem-like artifact imprisoning her only grew stronger and more complex over time. Seeing this, she eventually lost all hope of escape. At first, she waited, expecting Wyatt to eventually make an appearance, perhaps to negotiate her freedom or even to exact revenge for the harm she had inflicted on his beloved Southern Emperor. But, to her dismay, Wyatt never appeared, not even to check up on her. As time passed, her reserve of soul energy was nearly depleted, as she had expended most of it trying to break free. She began to fear Wyatt might never come and that she would starve to death in her prison. Desperately, she called out for him, but no one answered. It became clear that nothing could enter or leave her confinement. In the end, to survive, she was forced to break down her runes into rule power to compensate for the dwindling soul energy. Lois, who had been imprisoned in isolation for weeks without soul energy or rule power to sustain herself, began to lose her mind as the fear of starving to death grew. Desperate, she started yelling in her prison, swearing that she would say and do whatever Wyatt wanted if only he would let her out. As if her pleas had unlocked a hidden key, the ego gem-like artifact imprisoning her suddenly began to empower her, fusing with her. The next thing she knew, she was free of her prison, though at the cost of her freedom. Despite the power-ups and new abilities she gained by becoming Wyatt's daughter gem, her sorrow over losing her freedom remained. Still, recalling the isolation and despair she had endured over the past few weeks, the exchange seemed worth it compared to starving to death. "Surrender?" Wyatt murmured, struck by a sudden epiphany. His mind wandered to moments when Daly and Clown Mask had been chosen by his bloodline as its inheritors. Daly had known Wyatt might harm her, yet she took a chance and willingly fused with his daughter gem and even share a part of her celestial power with him to help gain celestial voice. As for Clown Mask, she had expressed gratitude for his friendship with her daughter and his care for her when she became blood-contier daughter gem. It seems, in that moment, Clown Mask also let go of her final resistance and surrendered to him. With this realization, Wyatt finally understood the condition for his daughter gems to become inheritors of his cursed primordial bloodline. It was simple. They needed to truly surrender themselves to him. If they surrendered willingly, Wyatt wouldn't need the daughter gem to command them. He now understood why blood-contier daughter gems could ignore his routine orders using their cursed primordial bloodline. This unique status not only made them more intelligent than regular daughter gems, but also ensured they remained equally loyal. Their ability to disregard orders, when necessary, allowed them to adapt and improvise in unexpected situations, a capability regular daughter gems lacked, as they prioritized following orders exactly. This was just one of many advantages that made blood-contier daughter gems superior to their regular counterparts. Feeling that he might have truly made a breakthrough with his cursed primordial bloodline, Wyatt, who had only ever tricked people into swallowing or fusing with his calamity daughter gem, decided to see if he could get someone to willingly become his daughter gem, fully aware of the consequences of being his daughter gem. He wanted to test if this would cause them to be chosen by his cursed primordial bloodline as its inheritor. With a clear plan in mind, Wyatt began searching for an appropriate test subject, and his eyes landed on the daughter gem containing the demigod Redfall's soul, tainted by the breath of erosion. Wyatt believed that, like Lois, Redfall might have grown desperate enough to do anything to get out his prison and be reborn with his peak strength. before rushing to verify his speculation about the criteria for his primordial bloodline to chose a daughter gem as its inheritor on Redfall's soul. Wyatt inquired of Lois, "How close are you to establishing your divinity? With the daughter gem's abilities, it should take me a moment to reforge all the runes I dismantled and recover to my peak strength. Then, I should be able to establish my divinity soon using the new abilities," Lois replied truthfully. The various abilities and strengths she gained as Wyatt's daughter gem were proving invaluable in her recovery and in establishing her divinity. "Do you need any help with your full recovery or in establishing your divinity?" Wyatt asked, planning to support Lois to the fullest now that she was his bloodkin daughter gem. "No, but I think if I conduct more research on my new abilities and their compatibility with my old powers, I could establish a divinity even stronger than the one I originally planned," Lois replied, her ambition clear. "But it will require extensive time and a wealth of information that only the organization can provide in the entire 5 regions. Maybe Morningstar University could too." She trusted Wyatt completely. Deeming him as her universe, she felt no need to be cautious around him. As his bloodkin, she would sacrifice anything for him, even her life, if it were to satisfy him. The organization she spoke of was none other than the one run by her previous masters, the founding figures who secretly controlled the current central government. Given that this organization dated back to before the founding of the 5 regions, its wealth of knowledge, especially about the power system of the card apprentices, was beyond compare. However, Wyatt knew of a far better place to help Lois gain the knowledge she sought to establish her divinity. Wyatt mused before handing Lois one of the Devil Merchant recommendation tokens. "Use this and become a demon merchant. It will help you with your needs. Hive Spirit will guide you through the details and help you join the EGG Guild. Aim to become a Devil Merchant as soon as possible." "Understood. Yes, Master." "Thank you." Lois nodded in agreement, reaching for the token and gratefully bowing to Wyatt for his generosity. "Continue your training here, and keep a periodic watch over the dragon. Let me know if there is even the slightest development on that end. With your celestial vision, you should be able to handle it," Wyatt instructed Lois, wanting her to stay hidden in the seed world and work toward breaking through to the card demigod realm as soon as possible. He didn't want her to emerge into the regular world yet. If she left the dungeon seal, the organization would detect her presence and send their top hunters to retrieve her from wherever the Southern royal family was supposedly holding her. Lois's former masters believed that the Southern royal family was keeping her captive and were feigning ignorance when asked. They never suspected that it was Wyatt who had imprisoned their precious agent. "Yes, Master. It shouldn't be long before I ascend to the demigod realm," Lois assured him, confident that her ascension was within reach. She only needed to optimize her divinity in line with her new abilities and status. With that, she will be able to grow stronger and could be of more help to her master. "And one more thing," Wyatt suddenly added, recalling an important matter. "When you were in the organization, did you ever encounter a card apprentice named Carl? He's involved in the Undead Card Apprentice project." "Yes, Master, I did," Lois replied. "Though he didn't seem remarkable, and he isn't particularly renowned within the organization, the Masters seem to trust him greatly. In fact, he's the head of the Undead Card Apprentice project." Wyatt understood that Carl had managed to deceive the entire organization about his nefarious abilities and intentions, also somehow managed to earn enough trust from the Masters to lead the top-secret Undead project. No wonder the Masters never foresaw his treachery in the Clown Mask's future vision. "Share all the information you have on the Masters and the organization with me through the Hive Spirit. Start with Carl and the Undead Card Apprentice project," Wyatt ordered, finally having a reliable source to help him learn about the organization controlling the central government and its leaders. The Clown Mask's future vision had been helpful, but most of it pertained to the Supreme Leader, the Circle, the other 2 mischiefs, and their forces. There was very little about the organization and its masters. Thanks to Lois, Wyatt could now finally lift the veil of mystery surrounding the organization and its masters and prepare accordingly. Until now, Wyatt had planned to let the Supreme Leader and the mischiefs handle the masters, planning to eliminate whichever side prevailed among them to rid the card world of both evils. However, now that Lois could help him fill in his knowledge gaps, he planned to use the Tau Eyes to track Carl and end his treacherous reign as soon as possible, ridding the 5 regions of his wicked incarnations and the undead army that preyed on countless innocent souls periodically to maintain its strength. After all, sustaining an undead card apprentice army wasn't without its costs. The stronger the undead, the more energy they required to be maintained. Otherwise, they would turn on their master in their hunger. Because of such heinous crimes, the 5 regions had united and backed Ada Windsor against the 3 mischiefs. The addition of Lois as his daughter Jim and bloodkin was an unexpected gain for Wyatt. He planned to make full use of the information she possessed about the organization and its masters. As someone who held the special title of Daughter of the Masters within the organization, Lois could provide Wyatt with the best insight into the organization and the masters second only to the masters themselves. This knowledge would be invaluable in aiding Wyatt's ambitions for the card world. Having arranged matters with Lois, Wyatt turned his attention to the floating island, protected by an SS-rank trap array formation. At the center of the island lay an altar, on which rested a storage card containing the heathen stone box within which was the daughter gem, imprisoning demigod Redfall's soul. Approaching the altar, Wyatt used his hive spirit to gain an understanding of Redfall's soul's current status. According to the hive spirit, Redfall's soul had entered a state of hibernation to conserve as much energy as possible, prolonging its existence in the physical plane. Recognizing that Redfall's soul was forced into slumber to survive its numbered days, Wyatt confidently equipped the storage card. Though he did not fear Redfall with his current strength, he did take caution with the breath of erosion, tainting Redfall's soul and energy potent enough to force even ruler-class beings to take caution. After all, everyone was equal before death. Wyatt cautiously removed the heathen stone box from the storage card and used the hive spirit to reach out to the slumbering soul. "Redfall, wake up!" Wyatt commanded in an authoritative tone. Seconds passed with no response. However, with the hive monitoring the soul imprisoned within the daughter gem, Wyatt knew Redfall had awakened but was pretending to be asleep. Realizing this, Wyatt instructed the hive spirit to be merciless. A jolt shook Redfall's soul, almost destroying it, prompting Redfall to respond in alarm. "I'm up. I'm up." Fearing that continued feigned slumber might lead to the destruction of his soul, Redfall quickly complied. Having spent some time in the physical plane, Redfall's soul had finally adjusted to life after the afterlife, even if it lacked a proper vessel. The daughter gem, his prison, served as a makeshift vessel, which was the only reason his soul had been able to survive in the physical plane for this long. "Don't even think about using the breath of erosion against me. I'll extinguish your soul before you have a chance to react," Wyatt warned. He easily deduced why Redfall had feigned sleep. He hoped his captor would check on him in person, giving him an opportunity to unleash the breath of erosion, tainting his soul onto his captor. Wyatt inwardly commended Redfall's nerve, considering the slim chance of success, as well as his patience in resisting isolation and his impending death, something Lois Forger had failed to do. "Please, don't misunderstand. I had no such intentions. It's just that my soul is very weak right now," Redfall explained politely, denying any nefarious intentions his captor had warned him of. When no response came, he hesitantly asked, "Forgive my insolence, but may I know your identity, Senior?" Redfall mistakenly assumed his captor to be a powerful demigod. He believed that, once his soul appeared in the physical plane, his mother who held his soul candle card would come to his rescue. Since it had been so long without any word from her, he presumed his captor must be stronger than his mother. The possibility that his mother had abandoned him or died trying to rescue him never crossed his mind. He trusted deeply in his mother's love and resilience, viewing her as tenacious as himself. Even if she couldn't defeat his captor, he was confident she would have escaped and would be planning a way to retrieve his soul. This trust in his mother and the invaluable breath of erosion, tainting his soul, served as an anchor for Redfall, bolstering his mental fortitude and helping him withstand the isolation and his looming fate. However, nobody knew if Redfall could maintain the same mental fortitude if he learned his mother had been killed before she could locate his soul, or that his captor was far more terrifying existence than a mere demigod. "Sure, I am your new master. Surrender your freedom to me and join my quest for a freedom that no one can threaten or take." Wyatt declared grandly. Instead of giving Redfall a straight answer, he invited him to join in his ambition to pursue true freedom by truly surrendering to him. A senior, I don't understand, Redfall replied, feigning ignorance. Knowing his soul couldn't withstand another one of those jolts from earlier, he dared not show any sign of disobedience nor attempt to test his captor. His only goal was to prolong his existence until his mother could rescue him. From their conversations so far, he gathered that his captor was even more of a wacko than he had been when alive. Fine, if you don't want to join me, then I'll simply sell your soul to the highest bidder. At least that way, you'll contribute to my conquest. After all, a soul tainted with the breath of erosion would fetch enough to feed an entire region for a year, Wyatt threatened, making it clear to Redfall that stalling would not work. Hearing this, Redfall, already anxious about his limited days, began to panic, realizing he might not even live out the short time he had left. Anyone purchasing a soul tainted with the breath of erosion would use it as a sacrificial ingredient to upgrade their Grimoire's card creation page, regardless of the Grimoire's grade. The breath of erosion, which could refine the souls of ruler-class beings, was a prized substance for refining the soul pathways of ingredients in card creation. Cards created with it as a refining agent would either gain permanent durability enhancements or, at minimum, higher durability than would have. Thus, it was considered a miraculous mythical ingredient, highly sought after by diamond-grade card creators and array masters. It was first recorded by the demigod Michelangelo in his journals. However, even he had never had the fortune of using it in card creation. According to records maintained in the Empire, one of his trusted comrades would use the breath of erosion, enabling him to refine the unranked ingredients gained from the unranked dungeons. Senior, please don't be hasty. If you truly plan to sell me to my mother. She will pay any price for my soul, Redfall urged, desperately trying to convince his captor that his mother would be the best buyer for his soul. Although he didn't want to bring her up, not knowing to whom and when his captor planned to sell him, he felt it was now or never. Your mother? No, she can't buy you, Wyatt remarked vaguely, planning to reveal Ian Widow's death to Redfall when his hopes were at their highest, hoping to watch him fall even deeper into despair. No, Senior. My mother is the renowned card demigod Ian Widow, the excommunicated elder of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. She raided the sect's treasury, stealing many rare mythical and unranked items before leaving. Not only will she be willing, but she will also be able to pay whatever price you demand for my soul. After all, she loves me most, Redfall hastily boasted, desperate to demonstrate his mother's love for her only child and immense wealth, hoping to prove that she would be the best buyer his captor could find for his soul. I know who you are, and I know who your mother is. I said she can't buy you because she's dead, Wyatt revealed coldly, waiting for the shock to hit. He planned to further break Redfall's spirit, seeing he was vulnerable. No, Senior, you are lying. She can't be dead. Redfall stammered, stunned. His voice faltered, unable to believe his mother was dead, but knowing his captor had no reason to lie to him about her death. The weight of the news sank in, and he was mortified and fell silent. Yes, your mother really did love you. The day you entered the physical plane, Ian Widow came out of hiding to rescue you. But she was killed by her enemies. In a way, you killed her, Wyatt taunted, savoring Redfall's shock. His intention was to strike at Redfall's mental fortitude, pushing him deeper into despair. He wanted Redfall to grow desperate, like Lois, who had sacrificed her freedom to escape her prison. Senior, did you kill my mother? Redfall's voice grew grim with a dark edge to his tone. He had already begun to plan his revenge, vowing to detonate his own soul tainted with the breath of erosion to spread its erosion far and wide. He hoped that by infecting his captor's soul pathway, he could ensure a slow and painful death, a death that would be his mother's revenge. Unfortunately, no, Wyatt sighed, disappointed that he hadn't been the one to kill Ian Widow and claim her vast wealth. He chose his words carefully, hoping to stir Redfall's rage and thirst for vengeance. His goal was to push Redfall into sacrificing his freedom in a fit of rage and unbearable despair, much like Lois had. She fell in the hands of one of her enemies, leaving all her wealth to her killer, Wyatt added, his tone dripping with mock sympathy, designed to antagonize Redfall and fuel his anger. As Wyatt anticipated, Redfall's rage exploded. He wasn't just furious at his captor and the card apprentice who had killed his mother, but at himself for his part in her deed, let alone for not being there when she needed him most. Overwhelmed with guilt and fury, he snarled, "Senior, who killed my mother?" Redfall believed his captor's words completely. After all, his life was in his captor's hands, and they had no reason for them to lie to him. His captor could kill him at any moment at their whim. Moreover, Redfall knew better than anyone how many enemies his mother had made across the 5 regions, and how notorious both he and his mother had become for their ruthless actions. "What will you do, knowing who killed your mother?" "Nothing but despair and quietly wait for your time to come, so you and your mother can reunite in the afterlife," Wyatt mocked, taunting Redfall's rage and thirst for vengeance. He wanted to make Redfall feel as though his end was near, that he was powerless, unable even to avenge his mother. "You're right, Senior. As I am now, I cannot avenge my mother," Redfall replied, his voice tight with frustration. But then, after a pause, he continued, his tone more measured. "However, if I were to give my freedom to you, as you asked, would you help me avenge her?" Redfall's words were calculated, a bargaining chip. After the moment of rage and despair had passed, his mind finally settled, and he began to think clearly. His talk of vengeance was merely a ruse, an attempt to gain his captor's trust and ensure his survival. Avenging his mother was important, but it was secondary to his true mission, bringing her back from death. Knowing that one day their enemies would corner them, leaving nowhere to run and no escape from death, the mother and son duo had crafted their own plan to return even after death. With his mother now in the River of Souls and himself trapped in the physical plane, it was up to him to ensure they both survived. Thus, Redfall chose to temporarily believe his captor and do as he was asked. After all, with his mother dead, he had no other choice. He had reached a point where he would do anything, no matter how degrading, to continue his miserable life and bide his time. Not for himself, but for his mother. He needed to set into motion the plans to bring his mother back from the dead, just as she had ensured that his descendants survived, and one of them grew strong enough to summon him from the River of Souls before he lost his individuality to the breath of erosion and was forced into reincarnation. Therefore, even if it meant becoming his captor's slave to ensure his survival, Redfall was willing to do it. "No, I won't. You have no other choice. Either choose to willingly sacrifice your freedom for my ambition, or I will sell you to the highest bidder to aid my ambitions," Wyatt reminded Redfall, making it clear that he was in no position to bargain. He emphasized that, regardless of what Redfall chose, in the end, he would end up contributing to Wyatt's ambitions. Wyatt could easily enslave Redfall's soul using the current grade of his primordial calamity daughter gem, but his intention wasn't to subdue Redfall. Instead, he was testing whether his speculation about his bloodline were correct. That, if his daughter gem were to truly surrender to him, his cursed primordial bloodline would recognize them as its inheritor, as it had with Daly and Clown Mask. In truth, if Wyatt hadn't been short on suitable subjects to test his theories about his bloodline, he would never have considered turning Redfall into one of his daughter gems. Redfall's crimes were far too great. Not to mention, bringing him into his forces would turn Redfall's enemies into Wyatt's enemies as well. He could have Redfall change his appearance and hide, but Wyatt didn't want to go to such lengths for someone like Redfall. Wyatt knew that if he were to leave the southern region, demigods would flock to him. With so many options to choose from, Wyatt didn't want to waste a daughter gem on trash like Redfall. Redfall wasn't surprised by his captor's words. He had suspected as much. He would have done the same if in his captor's place, but he had to try. After all, it was his freedom he was negotiating for. However, he didn't answer immediately. He wanted to see how long his captor was willing to wait and to gauge his own value in the situation. "I'll take your silence as a rejection," Wyatt said, beginning to end the conversation. He knew Redfall was crafty, and from his silence, he sensed that Redfall still had some fight left in him. This indicated that Redfall was planning something. Therefore, Wyatt decided to cut the conversation short to keep Redfall on edge. Shocked that his captor didn't even wait for a full breath before moving to end the conversation, Redfall quickly spoke up, crying out in surprise, "Senior, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree to sacrifice my freedom for your ambitions." "You're sure?" Wyatt asked coldly. Once you sacrifice your freedom to me, you will never be able to regain it unless I will it. Don't think you can trick me. The prison holding you is more than just a prison. Wyatt warned Redfall to think carefully before making his choice. He began to explain the true effects and abilities of the prison, the Calamity Daughter gem, making sure Redfall understood the consequences of his decision. Wyatt wanted him to fully comprehend what he was agreeing to, ensuring that Redfall was truly surrendering himself to Wyatt's control. I understand, Master. Redfall agreed to be a Daughter gem, despite hearing about the true abilities of the Calamity Daughter gem. Redfall couldn't believe such an item existed, but seeing the confidence in his captor's demeanor, Redfall chose to believe it. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt nothing was absolute. Sooner or later, he would have the opportunity to free himself and avenge the humiliation he had suffered at his captor's hands. Therefore, without even waiting for further orders from his captor, Redfall fused his soul with his prison, the Calamity Daughter gem, sealing his fate. Primordial Calamity Daughter gem Redfall Online. Authority, Servant Tier. Sigh. Even after I repeatedly warned him, he still didn't give up on conspiring for his freedom after being released from his prison. Wyatt sighed in his mind. Reading the notification from his grimoire, Wyatt instantly concluded that Redfall had not fully surrendered to him, despite his repeated warnings. Still, he contacted Redfall, whose daughter gem was still in the Heathenstone prison, and inquired, "Speak. What were you planning? Why didn't you fully surrender as I asked?" "Master, I did not fully surrender because I felt I should be able to escape from you, and then help revive my mother," the daughter gem Redfall replied, summarizing his old self's thought process without going into too many details. "Revive your mother?" Wyatt exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he guessed that perhaps, like her son, Widow had made arrangements to revive herself in case of her unfortunate death. Upon learning this information, Wyatt grew excited. This meant that all the treasures Widow had stolen from the Inyang Harmony sect's treasury weren't stored in her diamond-grade grimoire, but in one of her hideouts, waiting for her or her son. He had wanted to find out if Redfall had truly surrendered to him when he chose to become his daughter gem, and in the process, he learned that the Southern royal family had not acquired the stolen treasures from the Inyang Harmony sect. Now, Wyatt understood why the Inyang Harmony sect hadn't been so eager to force the Southern royal family to hand over Widow's grimoire. It seemed they too were doubtful that Widow had stored all the stolen treasures in her grimoire and had been running around the 5 regions. That would have been plain stupid on Widow's part. Regardless of what the Inyang Harmony sect or the Southern royal family were up to, the stolen treasures were now waiting for Wyatt, as Redfall Widow's beloved son was now his servant. He couldn't help but think that one good thing had come from taking Redfall as his daughter gem. However, he still hadn't given up on testing his theory about his bloodline. "Redfall, if I were to help you revive your mother, would you surrender to me?" Wyatt proposed, recalling how Clown Mask had been promoted to Bloodkin Tier Daughter gem. "No, I won't. You have no other choice. Either choose to willingly sacrifice your freedom for my ambition, or I will sell you to the highest bidder to aid my ambitions," Wyatt reminded Redfall, making it clear that he was in no position to bargain. He emphasized that, regardless of what Redfall chose, in the end, he would end up contributing to Wyatt's ambitions. Wyatt could easily enslave Redfall's soul using the current grade of his primordial Calamity Daughter gem, but his intention wasn't to subdue Redfall. Instead, he was testing whether his speculation about his bloodline were correct. That, if his daughter gem were to truly surrender to him, his cursed primordial bloodline would recognize them as its inheritor, as it had with Daly and Clown Mask. In truth, if Wyatt hadn't been short on suitable subjects to test his theories about his bloodline, he would never have considered turning Redfall into one of his daughter gems. Redfall's crimes were far too great. Not to mention, bringing him into his forces would turn Redfall's enemies into Wyatt's enemies as well. He could have Redfall change his appearance and hide, but Wyatt didn't want to go to such lengths for someone like Redfall. Wyatt knew that if he were to leave the southern region, demigods would flock to him. With so many options to choose from, Wyatt didn't want to waste a daughter gem on trash like Redfall. Redfall wasn't surprised by his captor's words. He had suspected as much. He would have done the same if in his captor's place, but he had to try. After all, it was his freedom he was negotiating for. However, he didn't answer immediately. He wanted to see how long his captor was willing to wait and to gauge his own value in the situation. "I'll take your silence as a rejection," Wyatt said, beginning to end the conversation. He knew Redfall was crafty, and from his silence, he sensed that Redfall still had some fight left in him. This indicated that Redfall was planning something. Therefore, Wyatt decided to cut the conversation short to keep Redfall on edge. Shocked that his captor didn't even wait for a full breath before moving to end the conversation, Redfall quickly spoke up, crying out in surprise, "Senior, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree to sacrifice my freedom for your ambitions." "You're sure?" Wyatt asked coldly. "Once you sacrifice your freedom to me, you will never be able to regain it unless I will it. Don't think you can trick me. The prison holding you is more than just a prison." Wyatt warned Redfall to think carefully before making his choice. He began to explain the true effects and abilities of the prison, the Calamity Daughter gem, making sure Redfall understood the consequences of his decision. Wyatt wanted him to fully comprehend what he was agreeing to, ensuring that Redfall was truly surrendering himself to Wyatt's control. "I understand, Master." Redfall agreed to be a Daughter gem, despite hearing about the true abilities of the Calamity Daughter gem. Redfall couldn't believe such an item existed, but seeing the confidence in his captor's demeanor, Redfall chose to believe it. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt nothing was absolute. Sooner or later, he would have the opportunity to free himself and avenge the humiliation he had suffered at his captor's hands. Therefore, without even waiting for further orders from his captor, Redfall fused his soul with his prison, the Calamity Daughter gem, sealing his fate. Primordial Calamity Daughter gem Redfall online. Authority, Servant tier. Sigh. Even after I repeatedly warned him, he still didn't give up on conspiring for his freedom after being released from his prison, Wyatt sighed in his mind. Reading the notification from his grimoire, Wyatt instantly concluded that Redfall had not fully surrendered to him, despite his repeated warnings. Still, he contacted Redfall, whose daughter gem was still in the Heathenstone prison, and inquired, "Speak. What were you planning? Why didn't you fully surrender as I asked?" "Master, I did not fully surrender because I felt I should be able to escape from you, and then help revive my mother," the daughter gem Redfall replied, summarizing his old self's thought process without going into too many details. "Revive your mother?" Wyatt exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he guessed that perhaps, like her son, Widow had made arrangements to revive herself in case of her unfortunate death. Upon learning this information, Wyatt grew excited. This meant that all the treasures Widow had stolen from the Inyang Harmony sect's treasury weren't stored in her diamond-grade grimoire, but in one of her hideouts, waiting for her or her son. He had wanted to find out if Redfall had truly surrendered to him when he chose to become his daughter gem, and in the process, he learned that the Southern royal family had not acquired the stolen treasures from the Inyang Harmony sect. Now, Wyatt understood why the Inyang Harmony sect hadn't been so eager to force the Southern royal family to hand over Widow's grimoire. It seemed they too were doubtful that Widow had stored all the stolen treasures in her grimoire and had been running around the 5 regions. That would have been plain stupid on Widow's part. Regardless of what the Inyang Harmony sect or the Southern royal family were up to, the stolen treasures were now waiting for Wyatt, as Redfall Widow's beloved son was now his servant. He couldn't help but think that one good thing had come from taking Redfall as his daughter gem. However, he still hadn't given up on testing his theory about his bloodline. "Redfall, if I were to help you revive your mother, would you surrender to me?" Wyatt proposed, recalling how Clown Mask had been promoted to Bloodkin tier daughter gem. "I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.